In Zhang Xin's and Su Qing's view, this two-handed knight's sword is not the opinion of the chairman of Shendun Group at all, but added by Su Wan himself. Su Wan saw the eyes of the two girls and easily guessed their thoughts, but she didn't explain anything. After all, Chen Mo's identity can't be revealed yet. With perfect equipment and starring candidates, Enron was also full of fighting spirit. In just 3 days, the final script was revised. Other relevant actors and other props, scenes and other works were quickly prepared under the full operation of Shendun Film Company, and the name of Hollywood's first Chinese-American superhero was officially determined under Enron's proposal. In view of the protagonist's equipment, characteristics, fighting style and way of doing things, Enron named him Dark Knight on the basis of Knight proposed by Chen Mo before. A week later, the world's first 3D holographic film, Dark Knight, officially launched and held a large-scale launch conference. Until now, people know that Shendun Group is ready to make a real 3D holographic movie. The fact that there is a holographic smartphone is in front of us. People have no doubt about the technical strength of Shendun Group in holographic projection. The announced investment of $1 billion also makes people full of expectations for this 3D holographic film. But for the film's main team and script, there are still a lot of questions outside. A new female director of Chinese descent who has never made a real movie, only made several commercial films for Shendun Group before, and has not graduated from university. 2 new Chinese actors who are also studying and have only acted in commercial films a few times. Most importantly, the main character of this movie is also a Chinese-American character. Even the actor who plays the leading role is not the bodyguard of the chairman of Shendun Group. This is an all-Chinese movie that has never been seen in the history of Hollywood. The leading actor and director are all Chinese. In the rest of the important roles, there are also quite a number of Chinese Americans. Just this point has made countless people question, let alone from the director to the male and female stars, all are new. Even if there are many old stars and actors that they are very familiar with, they can't make up for the great weakness of the movie's core staff who are all new people. Many media, critics and insiders are not optimistic about Shendun's film. On the day of the press conference, there were a lot of questions and harmony on TV and internet. Shendun Group's march into Hollywood may face the biggest failure. The first 3D holographic movie, the first all-Chinese movie, the first all-new man-created movie, Shendun Movie Company has played a stunt. Shendun's first movie may be the company's last movie. The first Chinese-American superhero. Can the American audience buy it? What's Shendun thinking about shooting films with all Chinese characters in the United States? Shendun Group's independence is bound to usher in tragic consequences. Shendun Group makes movies. No, it's just a super long version of the advertisement. Don't ask the director. The mainstream media are almost one-sided against the Shendun Film Company. In the United States, white talent is the mainstream culture, especially in superhero movies. It's enough to have a few black people as a foil. As for Asian Americans, it's good to be a small supporting role. Although the ordinary people are full of curiosity and expectation for 3D holographic films, influenced by the media and many people's original ideas, many people ask Shendun Film Company to modify the script, change the protagonist to white, and change both the director and the protagonist. Otherwise, they will not go to see it. However, in the face of doubt from the outside world, Shendun Film Company is not affected at all. Su Wan also went to the production team that has already started shooting in person to appease the public and express the support of Chen Mo, the big boss. Don't worry about how to say outside, how to shoot, and finally let everyone shut up with the works. At that time, let everyone beg to see the movie. Originally, because of the doubt from the outside world and the requirement to change directors and actors, Enron and Zhang Xingqing, who are in some low mood and uneasy, as well as a group of members of Enron's production team, broke out after learning the full support of the big boss. They vowed in their hearts that they must make the best movie and let all those who questioned them shut up. But Agent Number Zero is extremely calm all the time, because with his understanding of Chen Mo, it is clear that he will not be affected by the outside world at all. As for the doubts and negations of them outside, he is lazy to pay attention to them, just a group of stupid, ordinary people. Long live the mutant. In the innumerable doubts from the outside world, the filming of the drama group is still the same, but Chen Mo is not like Su Wan saying, just planning to wait quietly for the completion of the film's shooting and speak with strength. Because of this public opinion storm, it is obvious that it was deliberately guided by some people otherwise, even if it is due to the role and the main team's reasons that cause some doubts, it can never reach the present level. And the forces that stir up the storm behind this can't hide from Jarvis's investigation. In fact, it's also a good guess that Shendon Group has entered the film industry and started shooting 3D holographic films. The most threatened is Hollywood film companies. According to the previous development of Shendon Group in the fields of automobile and mobile phone, if Shendon Film Company really develops, it will greatly squeeze the living space of other film companies. 3D holographic projection technology is a unique technology of Shendon Group. In this respect, they have no way to compete. If they don't kill Shendon Film Company in the cradle early, it will become their heartache. The film industry is not like the high, middle, and low-end market where cars and mobile phones are subdivided. Every film company has a very direct competitive relationship with each other. If the box office is robbed by you, no one will come to see my film. Usually no one will watch all the films released at the same time. There are more than 2 or 3 movies that can be seen. Most people usually only watch one. This time, I learned that Shendon Film Company started to make 3D holographic films. The 8 major Hollywood film companies had tacit agreement to all make use of their own relations, bribe the media, hire the Navy, and crack down on the film just started by Shendon Film Company. At present, the effect is unprecedented. Many ordinary people who didn't care much about the cast and director's qualifications and didn't have much resistance to the Chinese superheroes were also affected and resisted under the storm of public opinion caused by them. It's not that 3D holographic films are not attractive to them, but now the film has just started. It seems that everyone is against new directors and actors, dislikes Chinese superheroes, and creates the illusion that the movie will be destroyed without changing the script. In this case, they don't mind following the trend of boycott. With a little effort, Shendon Film Company will change their favorite actors and directors and change their roles into their favorite white superheroes. If any other film company, in such a situation that the audience is against the boycott, it will absolutely immediately comply with the wishes of the audience and make adjustments to the film crew and script. After all, the film is made for the audience to see. If they don't care about the audience's wishes, they will not change. The final box office will definitely be greatly affected, and it is inevitable to lose money. These old movie companies were still waiting for Shendon Film Company to give in, and then take other means to continue to suppress this movie. Hollywood well-known directors and actors are just like this. With the strength of their several film companies, a big director of Shendon Film Company doesn't want to be invited. And if Shendon Film Company invites some little-known directors, they can continue to guide public opinion, attack, and let Shendon Film Company continue to change people. So are the leading actors. There are 8 movie companies working behind, and there won't be another famous actor going to this stall. As for the actors who have signed up with Shendon Film Company to play supporting roles, they are not going to do it, which is too obvious and unnecessary. As long as no one is willing to play the leading role in this movie can't be made. Even if Shendon Film Company finds some unknown actors, they will only have to continue to replace them under the resistance of public opinion they create. After all, no matter who you use, there will always be people who like it or hate it. With their guidance in it, this movie can't be made well at all. And after the channel changes, the movie's reputation among the audience will become more and more stinky. Even if it is finally made, it is estimated that not many people will go to see it. Their goal is achieved. The 8 major film companies think very well. If they change any film company, they will only fail under their full pressure. Unfortunately, the opponent they met was Shendon Group. This company, which has created countless miracles, cannot be inferred by common sense at all. While everyone was waiting for Shendon to give in, Shendon's response was unexpectedly calm and tough. Director, no change. Script, don't change. Actor, as usual. The shooting work was not affected at all. It was still carried out step by step, as if nothing had happened. The 8 major film companies waited for a long time without seeing the reaction of Shendon Film Company. It took a long time for them to react. They didn't have their set at all. The most important thing is that Shendon Film Company doesn't seem to care about the reaction of the audience at all. No matter whether you like it or not, resist it or not, I can make whatever I want. Love to see. 8 major film companies seem to fight in the space with all their strength, which is very painful. They also want to shoot whatever the audience wants, but the reality doesn't allow it. The final box office will give them a stick and tell them that the audience is God. The audience doesn't like it. No matter how much you invest, no matter how famous the actor is, no matter how well you shoot it, it's useless. Naturally, the 8 major film companies will not give up. They will continue to launch media and water forces to attack Shendon Film Company, accusing them of acting on their own regardless of the wishes of the audience. Shendon still didn't respond, not even opening the conference, but Chen Mo called Bradley to the front and ordered a new task. Bradley is in charge of Shendon Technology. Chen Mo has just ordered him to develop a holographic projection device for use with holographic smartphones. This time, Chen Mo's new task is also related to this. How is the development of portable holographic projection equipment? Chen asked about the current progress of the mission. Bradley reports immediately. We have made some changes on the basis of that drawing. The first batch of test products have been produced and can be officially put into production after the test is completed. Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded and said, "Very good." After the test of the portable holographic projection equipment, the production will be started directly, and enough product reserves will be prepared. The production of holographic smartphones will also be increased, and a batch of inventory will be prepared. After the film is released, the sales of these 2 products will definitely usher in an explosion. I don't want to see the situation of out of stock. Bradley nodded in response. Yes, boss. Then Chen Mo continued to tell Bradley. In addition, organize the R&D department to immediately start the development of large-scale holographic projection equipment at the cinema level. Before the film is released, I want to see enough projection equipment. When Bradley heard the words, he began to promise. No problem, boss. We have fully mastered the holographic projection technology, and there are also relevant technical data of a large range of holographic projection equipment in the data you initially gave. I will bring the R&D department to work overtime, and it will definitely be put into production within 1 month. Bradley quickly went back to Shendon Technology Company, gathered R&D personnel, and directly started the research and development of large-scale holographic projection equipment. At the same time, Su Wan also received Chen Mo's new assignment. While Bradley and his R&D staff are busy in the company, Shendon Group has started a large-scale real estate acquisition around the world. Shopping centers, shopping malls, commercial streets, and other large areas of prime locations in the world's major cities and downtown areas. Poorly managed independent theaters and cinemas and other places have been acquired in large quantities. And Shendon Group's massive capital has been spread out. And soon a large network covering almost all major countries and regions has been set up around the world, going deep into every city. In the most important target countries, China and the United States, each city has acquired at least 1 site, while in some large cities with large population and developed economy, the number has reached more than a dozen to dozens. With the development of Shendon Group in this period, the sales volume and profits of Shendon Automobile, holographic smartphones, and new anti-cancer drugs are very amazing, creating hundreds of billions of dollars of profits for Shendon Group. However, this large-scale real estate acquisition under the order of Chen Mo directly consumed most of this amazing huge capital. Such a huge fund, in exchange for nearly 10,000 gold real estate located in large and medium-sized cities all over the world. Thanks to Jarvis's help, there is no way for Shendon Group to complete this huge acquisition in a short time. Shendon Group's nearly crazy acquisition makes countless people can't understand. Is Shendon Group planning to enter the real estate market? With the strength of Shendon Group, there is no problem, but shouldn't they purchase land to build skyscrapers or business districts like other large-scale real estate enterprises? How can we not buy so many expensive real estate in the gold business district as we do now? Moreover, these real estate are scattered in major cities all over the world. Although the area of each real estate is not small, it is not particularly large. The vast majority of people can't understand Shendon Group's expensive move. Some people even directly criticized Shendon Group's move, believing that Shendon Group was stunned by the success of Shendon cars, holographic smartphones, and new anti-cancer drugs. After that doomed movie, Shendon Group made a fool of buying high-priced real estate. Such a huge capital consumption will inevitably affect the capital operation of Shendon Group, which is likely to lead to the breaking of the capital chain of Shendon Group. The vigorous Shendon Group is likely to pay a tragic price for the blind and arrogant wrong decision-making of the senior management. The wave of all Chinese-American movies is not over yet, and the real estate acquisition event makes Shendon Group stand on the wave again. So many people are not optimistic about the future development of Shendon Group. Even the sales of Shendon cars and holographic smartphones are affected to some extent. Fortunately, Shendon Group is not listed and belongs to Chen Mo's personal private enterprise. Otherwise, the stock price must have started to fall sharply at this time, and the market value must have evaporated by at least several billion. But Shendon Group this seemingly inexplicable move, but let the 8 major film companies feel a strong unease. The layman can't see, but the old companies in the film industry suddenly see the purpose of Shendon Group. These properties acquired by Shendon Group are almost all located in the bustling commercial streets, shopping centers and shopping malls, with an area of more than several thousand square meters. The most suitable project for construction is the cinema, coupled with the acquisition of some independent theaters and cinemas, as well as the distribution of these properties in various countries and cities around the world. Shendon Group's purpose is ready to come out. Shendon Group is going to enter the theater. And then Shendon Group began to decorate and construct these purchased real estate, which also thoroughly confirmed their speculation. All of a sudden, the 8 major film companies are even more restless. Originally, Shendon Group had made 3D holographic films, which made them feel a great threat. At this time, Shendon Group simply began to enter the theater, which made them smell a bit full of danger. They instinctively feel that Shendon Group has realized that they are suppressing the 3D holographic film behind their back, and Shendon Group's acquisition of real estate and march into the cinema is obviously aimed at them. Although I don't know what calculation Shendon Group has made, it's definitely not a good thing for them. Although their 8 major film companies are the controllers of Hollywood, almost monopolizing the vast majority of well-known series films and excellent large-scale production films, their influence is also limited to the field of film production. Although in terms of distribution, they also have good cooperation with each major cinema line, but only cooperation. The 8 major film companies do not belong to themselves, the cinema. The 8 major film companies seem to be beautiful, but in fact, they have experienced many ups and downs. Behind every major production, there is a huge adventure. If they succeed, make a profit, and fail, they will lose their lives. Almost every one of the 8 major film companies has faced the crisis of bankruptcy more than once. Their strength is more in terms of film copyright, director, production team, actors, and so on. It's important to talk about capital. The 8 major film companies are tied together and can't be compared with Shendon Group. Shendon Group has invested a lot of money to enter the cinema market. At that time, Shendon Group doesn't need to do too much. As long as it doesn't arrange films for its 8 major film companies, it will be enough for them to eat a pot. If at that time, the cost of a large number of films cannot be recovered, they will be waiting for another bankruptcy crisis. 8 movie companies will not wait to die. Although the previous public opinion attacks failed to let Shendon Group fall into their trap, modify the script and change the personnel, they also accidentally affected the product sales of Shendon Group, which fell into the storm of public opinion. Shendon Group has invested a lot of money in the construction of the courtyard, and it is not leasing the site, but directly purchasing the real estate, and it is still in the world. This makes the top 8 movie companies see the opportunity. Maybe it's the previous success in the fields of automobile, mobile phone and medicine that makes Shendon Group blindly arrogant and unexpectedly put most of the working capital into the construction of the hospital line at once, and the stall is so large as soon as it comes up. In this way, although it can be built up in the shortest time, it also has great risks. Once there is a problem in the capital chain, not only is the building of the hospital line likely to be interrupted, but even the Shendon Group's own business is likely to collapse. This is an arrogant adventure for Shendon Group, but it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for those of them who want to suppress Shendon Group. If Shendon Group develops step by step, with the strong strength of Shendon Group, even if they are combined, it is difficult to completely shake Shendon Group. At last, it is likely to suffer heavy losses under the pressure of the gradually developed courtyard of Shendon Group. But now, Shendon Group has offered them the opportunity to shake the giant. Therefore, when Shendon Group began to build its courtyard, the discordant voice on the network came out again and became more intensive and intense than before. For Shendon Films, from script characters to directors and actors, even the young cameramen, lights and recordings who joined in Shendon together with Enron became the targets of the sailors. The high price of Shendon Automobile has also become the reason for their attack. The high price of $5 million is to kill the rich as fat sheep, without considering the purchasing power of ordinary people at all. The supersonic private plane is also said to be a toy for the rich. It has nothing to do with ordinary people. Holographic smartphone also failed to survive, but also suffered a lot of attacks and accusations. High price, huge difference in configuration, and the lowest version of the standard holographic smartphone can only be used for 2D projection. Even if the 3D holographic movie of Shendon Film Company is shot, the vast majority of ordinary users who have spent $10,000 to buy the standard holographic smartphone can't watch it at all. In a word, all products of Shendon Group have been found out for various reasons and criticized from the beginning to the end. Although many people see that someone is behind the scenes with rhythm, the sales volume of Shendon Automobile and holographic smartphone has been affected to a certain extent. Shendon Car is okay. The people who can afford Shendon Car are all successful people. They have a thorough understanding of things and are not so easily affected by people. The powerful performance of Shendon Car is there. It's worth $5 million to buy a car with this performance. The sales volume of supersonic private aircraft has not been affected at all, and the number of orders is still growing steadily. At this time, Shendon Aerospace's main task is the construction of spacecraft. Chen most strictly controlled the production of supersonic private aircraft, and several of them are offline every month. The orders have been scheduled for a year. However, unlike the two, the sales volume of holographic smartphones has been greatly affected, especially the sales volume of standard holographic smartphones has almost stagnated. The biggest gimmick of holographic smartphones is artificial intelligence system and holographic projection technology. If there is no 3D holographic film, it's okay. Although the performance of standard holographic smartphones is castrated compared with elite version and noble version, it's the primary artificial intelligence system and real 2D projection that are far superior to ordinary mobile phone smart programs. In front of the huge price difference, People are willing to spend $10,000 to buy such a holographic smartphone with powerful functions, which can replace all the functions of mobile phones and computers. But after learning that Shendon Group began to make 3D holographic films, and they spent 10,000 yuan to buy standard version holographic smartphones but couldn't watch them, people's psychology became unbalanced, and the sales volume of standard version holographic smartphones was greatly affected, almost stopped. The standard version of holographic smartphones also began to have a large backlog. Bradley specifically asked Chen Mo to stop the production of the standard version of holographic smartphones. However, Chen Mo directly denied it. Not only that, Chen Mo also ordered to speed up the full production. The more inventory, the better. Naturally, Chen Mo is not blindly optimistic but has absolute confidence. From the moment when he realized that other film companies were behind the scenes, Chen Mo was ready to fight back and knew that they would never stop. The current situation was completely expected by Chen Mo, and there was nothing to be nervous about. Acquisition of real estate, construction of Movie City, and entering the cinema line are just part of Chen Mo's whole plan. Since you want to suppress Shendon Film Company, you should also be prepared to be suppressed by Shendon Group. Movie theater line is the main way for movie companies to recover costs and earn profits, and it is also the root of the success or failure of a movie. What Chen Mo wants to do is to suppress them fundamentally, and Chen Mo should do more than just think about it, just plug in the cinema area. According to Chen's plan, the whole theater area, even the entire movie industry, has the final say of the Aegis Group. Chen Mo relies not only on the huge funds to set up the cinema, but also on technology. In the future, 3D holographic films will inevitably become the mainstream, and the current traditional films will be eliminated. At that time, Shendon Group, which is in charge of the production and projection technology of 3D holographic films, will hold the voice of the whole film industry. At that time, what 8 major film companies, all rely on the nose of Shendon Group, want to need them, not too easy. Now, although the sales volume of products has been greatly influenced by the public opinion, it is impossible to cut off the capital chain of Shendon Group as the other party thinks. And the stagnation of sales volume is only temporary. When the portable holographic projection equipment is produced, coupled with the shock effect of 3D holographic movies, Chen Mo will only worry about the shortage of holographic smartphones. According to Chen Mo's plan, there was really no problem. As long as the film was made, it could be turned over completely. However, Chen Mo ignored one point. Not all the 8 major film companies are satisfied with the results of the current crackdown on Shendon Group. Most of them are waiting for the capital chain of Shendon Group to break, but one company hasn't stopped. Sony Film Company belongs to Sony Group, but Sony Group and Shendon Group are in great contradiction. Sunai Group's main products, smartphones and computers, have been greatly impacted by Shendon Group's holographic smartphones. Since the sale of holographic smartphones, Sunai's sales of smartphones and computers have declined significantly, and the company's share price has also been greatly affected, which has been falling continuously, and the company's loss is very huge. Sony Company has long hated Shendon Group, but has never found a chance before. This time, Shendon Group's shooting of 3D holographic films not only threatens their film companies, but also violates the interests of the whole Hollywood. So they took this opportunity to attack Shendon Group together with other major film companies. In this crackdown on the 3D holographic film of Shendon Film Company, Sony Film Industry has always been the most dedicated one, and it is they who first spread the war to the whole Shendon Group, especially Shendon Technology, which is the biggest threat to them, is their main target of crackdown on smear. At this time, although the attack of the Navy has made great achievements, they did not relax their vigilance. Compared with other film companies, Sunai Company, which was defeated by Shendon Group in the electronic field they are familiar with, has a more thorough understanding of the real strength of Shendon Group. They know that Shendon Group is not so easy to defeat. Therefore, while continuing to create public opinion to suppress Shendon Group with other film companies, Sony Company has a new action. After the launch conference, Enron's film officially started shooting. After Su Wandai expressed Chen Mo's absolute support, the whole production team was relieved to stop talking about the outside and devote themselves to the film shooting. And in the crew, in addition to Agent Zero, there is another equally tall and powerful figure. Considering that it's difficult to wear and take off the alloy armor combat suit, and it's time-consuming to change it back and forth, in order to speed up the shooting process and complete the film as soon as possible, Chen Mo simply sent Wade. But his job is to act as Agent Zero's double, wearing alloy armor throughout the shooting. Wade's heart is full of resentment. I can only act as a double for Agent No. Just because I'm white, Agent Zero is Asian like the boss. It's racism. However, Wade also dared to have a quarrel in his heart. When Chen Mo gave the order, he didn't have a word of nonsense, so he just agreed. Can't you just say no? Agent Zero is afraid of Chen Mo and Wade is not so good. Although Wade and Agent Zero are usually free and lax in front of Chen Mo, that's because they know that Chen is gentle and generous and nice to them. But when they really have a task, they are absolutely not allowed to have any carelessness, whether it's killing or filming. At the beginning, when Chen Mo taught them gun fighting skills, but together, the painful memories brought by Chen Mo's devil training were deeply imprinted on their minds. Even if they didn't want Chen Mo's command anymore, they dare not say no. Chen Mo will not show anger, but soon they will experience the devil training again. In fact, everything else is okay. Wade doesn't care too much if he doesn't show up, but one thing is that it makes him miserable. He can't speak when he is filming an alloy armor combat suit, and the work of the crew is very full. He is filming almost all day in alloy armor combat suit, and he doesn't have much chance to speak in one day, which makes his heavy chattering patience suffocate. Chen Mo naturally knew that this task was a bit of a loss for Wade, so he promised him that he would play the leading role in the next movie. Wade, who used to be the protagonist because of Agent Zero, was a bit resentful when he acted as a double. After Chen Mo's many experiences, he became happy in a flash, even devoted a lot to his usual shooting work. That night, the crew filmed the story of the protagonist's blood-washing mafia. The crew came to a cleaned-up mafia stronghold downstairs in the original mafia washing incident. In order to pursue authenticity, Enron specially chose this mafia stronghold in the slum for live shooting. The mafia stronghold is a 4-story building on one side of the street, which is a little old. The gray wall is slightly peeling, which looks old and old. At this time, although it was just at night, there were not many pedestrians in the street, and the whole street seemed a little cold and depressed. Looking at this familiar building, Wade couldn't help but turn his head to Agent Zero. Both of them looked at each other and felt strange. The mafia purge was originally the work of the two of them. Now they are going to play the two of them again, which makes them feel very strange. Play yourself, it's probably nobody. However, they will not talk about it naturally. Let's act as ourselves. It's also a very interesting thing to be able to bring their brilliant work to the big screen. No, it's not a big screen, it's a 3D hologram. Their film is much bigger than those ordinary 2D and 3D films. In the words of the boss, it is a significant change with epoch making significance in the film history. It sounds great, doesn't it? No one noticed the abnormality of Wade and Agent Zero. The crew got busy quickly and prepared to start shooting. The first scene of the scene was on the street downstairs of the mafia stronghold. They wanted to shoot the scene where the protagonist was sneaking into the night. When everything is ready, Enron just wants to shout action. At that time, there was a sudden commotion around the cast. The crew around were pushed away by a group of strangers. Stop! Don't even shoot! Who told you to make a movie here? Did you say hello to our boss? More than a dozen men with fierce faces broke into the group and shouted loudly to the group. It's obvious that they are not good at coming. They entered the shooting area directly, not only interrupting the upcoming shooting but also pushing towards the crew. Wade, Agent Zero, and Enron all frowned. Looking at the unexpected guests, there was a cold flash in their eyes. This group of people seems to be the first face of a fierce, bald tattoo man in a few hands. Swaggered to Enron's front, eyes flashed, arrogant said, This is the territory of our Browns. If you want to make a movie, pay the protection fee first." And Ron knew that she was in trouble. She was also in this situation for the first time. She couldn't help being a little flustered. However, as the leader of the whole crew, she tried to keep calm and didn't flinch. Instead, she stood up from her chair and prepared to speak. But someone is in front of her first to say, "The Browns, I remember it's not Italian mafia territory. When did it become yours?" And Ron could not help but turn around to see, but saw Wade in the alloy armor battle suit coming up from the holographic camera, said in a ponderous tone. At the beginning, the bald tattooed man saw Wade, who was tall and wearing alloy armor battle suit, frowning a little. Wade's body shape and dress were really frightening. But soon he realized that he was just an actor dressed in movie props, and then his eyes turned to Wade. When he heard Wade talk about the Italian mafia, the bald tattooed man could not help thinking back to those mutilated bodies that were carried out of the building that day. There was a flash of fear in his eyes, and then he went back, he said, looking at Wade. "Italy mafia has been destroyed, and now we have the Brown has the final say. If you know what you're doing, you'll have to pay $100,000 or you won't want to make a movie. Oh, did you kill the Italian mafia? If so, we can consider giving you a few dollars as a tip for protection." Wade's voice was full of teasing and disdain. The bald tattooed man was furious when he heard the words. He looked at Wade fiercely, took out a pistol from his arms and said viciously, "It seems that you don't know who you are talking to." And Ron and others saw the bald tattooed man take out the pistol, and their faces changed a lot. Things seemed to be more serious than they imagined. With the bald tattooed man taking out his pistol, a dozen of his men also took out their pistols and pointed them at the crew. The situation is moving in an uncontrollable direction. At this time, it was evening. There were not many people around the street. After the appearance of bareheaded tattooed men, they were far away. The public security in the slums is not good. No one goes back to metal. However, in front of the windows of some surrounding buildings, there are many people quietly watching the situation on the street below. Many people even took out their mobile phones and started recording. They were originally attracted by the production team, watching a lively scene in front of the window. When the bald tattooed man broke into the production team, they knew that a good play was going to happen. As for the alarm, they don't want to make trouble for themselves. In the street, after the men with bald tattoos took out their pistols, they scattered, surrounded the crew and forced them towards the street side. In the face of this group of gun gangsters, Enron, though very scared, tried to keep calm. When she noticed that the building they rented was the original mafia stronghold building behind her, she hurriedly shouted to the flustered crew, "Everyone back in the building." Suddenly, when encountering this situation, most of the crew were in a state of no control. Hearing Enron's words, they quickly retreated into the building behind them according to what she said. At last, only Enron and Agent Zero were left outside. The bald tattoo man didn't care about this. How about hiding in the house? As long as he can't run. His eyes were drawn back from the door of the building and fell on Wade, who was still standing in front of him and did not step back. "Why, I really think I'm a superhero when I put on this broken prop. Believe it or not, I shot you." Seeing that Wade dared to stand in front of him, the bald tattooed man got angry. At last, he raised the gun directly and pointed to Wade's forehead. Wade ignored the threat of the bald tattooed man, ignored the pistol in his hand, looked around at Enron standing in front of the building door, and finally said to Agent Zero, "Protect them. These guys give them to me." Agent Zero looked up at a group of figures quietly watching in front of the windows of the surrounding buildings and reminded Wade. "Someone is recording, pay attention to the strength," Wade said impatiently. "I see that's verbose." Agent Zero's mouth twitches. "I wish I could step forward and kick Wade down, it's too long. Who can compare with you? But in the end, considering the current situation, it's not the time of internal fight." Agent Zero just rolled his eyes and didn't quarrel with Wade anymore. Instead, he stepped forward and stood in front of the gate, blocking all the crew and the safety at the gate behind him. Wade took advantage of Agent Zero verbally, and a smile appeared on his face under his helmet. Then he turned to the tattooed man who was pointing a gun at him, and his eyes were suddenly cold. For Agent Zero can show his face as the main character, but he can only act as a stand-in for him. Wade has been upset for a long time. At this time, someone sent to him, just to let him out. The bald, tattooed man is also angry at this time. Wade just ignored him, which made him feel that his majesty was challenged. At this time, Wade looked down at him. Although he could not see Wade's expression through the mask of war clothes, he could still feel Wade's naked contempt for him. "You want to die?" Bare-headed tattooed man gnashed his teeth and said that he was ready to pull the trigger. He wants these filmmakers to know that he has the final say. Whoever dares to ignore him must be ready to die. But just as his fingers were working, the pupils under Wade's mask shrank in a flash, and a thick and slender arm swung up sharply. Before the trigger was pulled off, it hit the wrist of the bald, tattooed man holding the gun. Bang! When the gunshots rang out, all the crew in the house behind Agent Zero changed their faces. Enron leaned out of Agent Zero's back and looked forward in spite of the danger. I saw that the arm of the bald, tattooed man holding the gun was pushed directly to the head by Wade, and the muzzle pointing to the sky was emitting a wisp of white gun smoke at the moment. Obviously, the gun was pushed away in time by Wade, and he didn't hit it. However, Enron did not relax but became more nervous. Even though Wade dodged the gun, the crisis has not been resolved. In addition to the bald, tattooed man, there are more than a dozen gangsters with guns outside. Enron doesn't think Wade can handle so many guns. Enron could not help looking anxiously at Agent Zero and asked anxiously, "What shall we do now? It's dangerous for Wade." Agent Zero looked at a group of hoodlums in front of him, but with a disdainful smile on his face, he said calmly, "Don't worry, just a bunch of clowns. Let's go in and give it to Wade." Agent Number Zero said, and pushed Enron back. He followed him into the original Mafia stronghold and turned to close the door. On the street, only Wade and a group of bald, tattooed men were left. Those who watched the bustle behind the windows of the surrounding buildings could not help but shrink back when the gunfire sounded, for fear of being hit by stray bullets. Some people left the window directly and gave up to continue to watch, but some people were not scared away by the danger, still hid behind the windows and watched quietly, and their mobile phones were still shooting the situation below. The bald, tattooed man thought he could kill the actor without knowing his life and death with one shot just now, but he didn't expect that under his gun, the other side would dare to resist. He only felt that his wrist hurt, and the hand holding the gun was pushed out uncontrollably. Although the gun rang, the hateful guy in front of him had nothing to do with it, and he still stood there well. However, the gun he had just shot didn't know where he had shot it. The bald, tattooed man was back to his senses. Although he was surprised by Wade's reaction speed, he just thought that Wade was lucky. He happened to block the muzzle of his gun before he shot it, but he believed that the next time this guy was not so lucky. The bare-headed tattoo man immediately moves under his feet and wants to back away. At the same time, his arms are pulled down, and he wants to point the muzzle of the gun at Wade again. But Wade didn't give him a chance to attack again. Just as he was doing something, Wade jerked his right leg up and kicked it out in front of him. Before the bald tattoo man could take back the pistol that Wade had blocked, he felt a pain in his abdomen, and a huge force came from his abdomen at the same time. The whole man flew out towards the back uncontrollably. Pa! Bare-headed tattooed man's body flew out for more than 3 meters, fell heavily on the ground, and the pistol in his hand also dropped aside. A dozen gangsters nearby were shocked and turned pale. They quickly aimed their guns at Wade. At the same time, 2 of them rushed forward to help the bald, tattooed man up. "Boss, are you okay?" "Ah, you fucking easy." The bald, tattooed man was picked up by 2 of his men. He felt cramped in the abdomen as if his intestines had been kicked off. This is because Wade deliberately kept his strength because someone peeped around upstairs. He only used a little stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, if Wade attacked with all his strength, he could kick the bald, tattooed man into 2 parts directly. Even so, he's not easy. With the help of 2 men, the bald, tattooed man covered his stomach, looked angrily at Wade, who was standing in place as if nothing had happened, and shouted to the people around him. "What the hell are you waiting for? Shoot! Kill this bastard!" The bald, tattooed man's voice just fell. Without waiting for his dozen men to shoot, Wade, who had been standing in the same place, rushed up first. While running, Wade raised his arms to block his eyes. At the same time Wade rushed up, the group of men with tattoos also pulled the trigger one after another. More than a dozen bullets were fired at Wade's position. Most of them were empty because Wade started first, but several of them hit him, sparking sparks on his chest, abdomen, and arms in front of him. But Wade's body shape is only a tiny meal. Then the hardtop bullet rushed to a group of hoodlums, then spread out his arms to start the attack. In fact, with Wade's physical quality, there are alloy armor battle suits to resist bullets. Even if the bullets hit the armor in the head, the impact is not enough to affect him. However, he is now an ordinary person. If a bullet hits his head directly, even if there is armor protection, ordinary people will have concussion. So in order not to expose his strength, Wade pretended to be an ordinary person, raised his arms to protect his head, and deliberately paused while being shot by the quilt. Although it is a double, how to say it is an actor, Wade is still very demanding of his acting skills. After rushing into the crowd, Wade started to attack directly. His fists were shot out quickly, hitting the faces of the two gangsters severely. The two faces were directly deformed under the heavy blow of the fist wrapped in alloy armor. The nose was flattened, the nose blood flowed for a long time, and the teeth in the mouth were broken several times. At the same time, they flew out of their mouths when their bodies fell backward. Come on. After falling to the ground, two people are more direct white eyes a turn dizzy past. Even though Wade has hidden most of his strength and controlled his strength and speed within the range that ordinary people can accept, it is far from what these people can bear. A face-to-face, there will be two people directly down, lost combat effectiveness. This is just the beginning. With Wade's figure in the black alloy armored combat suit flashing in the crowd, one by one, the hunchmen holding pistols were knocked down to the ground, but no one who was knocked down by him could stand up again. In these processes, the gunfire still kept ringing. I saw Wade's strength. No one regarded him as an actor and attacked with bullets, which was a monster. And their attack didn't affect Wade. The bullet hit the alloy armor suit, just wiped off the black paint on the surface, leaving some less obvious scratches on the armor surface, and even failed to make the armor deform obviously. Although H3 special alloy produced by Hydra is not as powerful as alpha alloy, it will still deform and fragment under strong attack, but there is no problem in resisting several pistol bullets. A sound of gunfire in the street, a spark in Wade's body behind the windows on both sides of the street. Those who are still peeping at them all stare at the tall figure with the bullet in the crowd. It's unbelievable. Didn't you make a movie just now? Isn't this an actor in props? How can it look like a real superhero now? Is it true that these gangsters are also actors? They are actually performing now. But when they saw a pile of photographic equipment that was thrown aside, they couldn't help but deny the idea. The director and the camera are not there. Everyone in the whole production team is hiding in the back house. No one else is shooting. This is not acting at all. What's the situation of this guy in a suit of armor like movie props? Look at the sparks on the armor from time to time after being hit by bullets. It's obvious that this armor is not the light plastic props they originally thought, but the metal armor made of high-strength alloy, which can easily resist the attack of pistol bullets. But if so, the armor is obviously not too light. How could this man be able to fight so flexibly and quickly with such heavy equipment? You know, even if you don't wear anything, it's hard for ordinary people to achieve the combat effectiveness he just showed. Only those super physical qualities, special forces, and fighting masters can achieve this effect, and it must be the top one. And if you change ordinary people, even if you wear bulletproof clothes, you will panic under the attack of bullets. However, this person is always calm, allowing bullets to strike a spark on his body, but not panic at all. He calmly knocks down many enemies one by one. This person is definitely a kung fu master with super strength and excellent psychological quality. See now, they almost understand. This crew should be true, and these gangsters should also be true. The bullets hit the armor sputtered sparks are not at all fake. It's the actor in the alloy armor battle suit who looks more like the real superhero in the movie than the actor. Seeing that the bullets they fired had no effect on this tall and majestic guy in black alloy armor, although these gangsters were still attacking, they were already timid. What kind of monster is this? How can it be intact under the attack of bullets? Even if you wear a bulletproof vest, you will inevitably be injured by the huge impact of the bullet when you are hit by the bullet. It is possible that you can directly break bones and internal organs when you are shot in a continuous shot. You can never be completely unaffected like this guy. The bullets in their hands can only make Wade's body a little meal at most, and there is no way to stop Wade's action. Under the fierce attack of the bullets, a dozen gangsters were all knocked down to the ground quickly, including the bald tattooed man who was picked up by his hands. Wade slapped them back to the ground. In a twinkling of an eye, the situation turned around, and Brown, who had been aggressive, helped all the people to lie on the ground. In the original Italian mafia stronghold on the street, although the crew hid in the house, they were also paying attention to the situation outside. At this time, looking at the only standing tall figure of Wade on the street, everyone was shocked and opened their eyes. At this moment, they can't tell whether they are making a movie here or whether they really meet a superhero. The protagonist in the script is almost this kind of strength. Enron had just witnessed the whole process of Wade beating down all the gangsters with a bullet. At this time, looking at Wade's standing figure, Enron suddenly reflected that he seemed to ignore a problem. This set of alloy armor is made by obedience. It has always been worn by Wade and Agent Zero. Enron has not directly contacted it, nor is it clear how much it weighs. After all, Enron is not a professional. She doesn't know a lot about some special alloys of Shendon Group. Although Su Wan introduced to her that this set of alloy armored combat suit uses H3 special alloy, she just thought it was to reduce weight. When they were wearing the alloy armor battle suit, they acted exactly as usual. Enron instinctively thought that the alloy armor battle suit was not heavy, but a set of light and thin props made of light alloy. But now I saw Wade's strong defense effect when he was wearing the alloy armor combat suit. Enron thought of the heavy outer armor of the cavalry cross-country vehicle. The armor of the Cavalier off-road vehicle can easily withstand the attack of pistol and bullet, but the weight is not low, which is almost the same as that of ordinary steel. Even though the alloy density of this suit is relatively low, it can achieve this defense effect. It can't be the ultra-light aluminum alloy she imagined before, let alone the light or hollow material in this way. The weight of this alloy armored combat suit, even if it is lighter than steel, is definitely more than 50 kg. A person wearing such heavy equipment can also play such amazing speed and flexibility, then its own strength must be more amazing. It seems that the personal bodyguard of the chairman of Shendon Group is much stronger than she originally thought. Enron can't help but compare Wade's performance with that of Chen Mo. Although there is a strong defense provided by the alloy armor battle suit, it also adds a lot of burden to him. After comparison in mind, Enron has to admit that the strength shown by Wade is much stronger than that of Chen Mo. But this is only compared with Chen Mo, who was still in high school. In Enron's mind, Chen Mo was able to be so powerful. Now his strength must be stronger than before, at least not weaker than Wade in front of him. Even the plane crash and the crash of the desert island survived, and he left the desert island safely without telling everyone. If Chen Mo's reply, "I'm still alive," had not been received before, even Enron almost thought he was dead. But now it's not the time to think about this. The crisis outside was temporarily solved under Wade's outbreak, but now it's not safe outside. Enron didn't let the crew out but took out the mobile phone from his pocket. Just now, someone in the production team called the police. Enron called Su Wan again to tell her what happened here. If something so big happened, you have to report it to the company. The company must send someone to deal with the later affairs. In the houses far away and around the street, many onlookers who witnessed what just happened were all excited. That's cool. What did they just see? Under the attack of more than a dozen pistols, A man wearing alloy armor battle suit, with bullets on his head, knocked down all the enemies to the ground cleanly and lost all the fighting power. If they had not witnessed the whole process, they would have thought it was a movie, although these people do seem to be making movies. At this time, they are full of curiosity about the movie. An actor in the crew can beat a gunman like a superhero in a suit of props. How wonderful will their movie be? Previously, people who filmed the following wonderful battle like a movie blockbuster with their mobile phones uploaded their videos to the internet. A superhero in Lowe's Angels. There are super masters hidden in the mystery group. Who knows which movie this is? It's a real superhero who fights a dozen armed bandits alone and is unharmed. Many people hiding in the distance and behind the window have taken videos, and soon there are several related videos on the network, and they have successfully attracted many people's attention. Title Party. Which movie is it? It's a great feeling. I haven't seen this clip. Which new movie should it be? Ask for the same name. That black armor is cool. Is it Batman's new equipment? But I haven't heard that Batman is making new movies. What's the matter with that crew? It doesn't look like the plot of the movie. It looks like the real crew has an emergency. How could it be? Didn't you see how powerful the armored one is? Bullets are not afraid. One man killed more than 10. It's definitely a movie. It's possible that it's Marvel's new superhero. Look forward to it. It's obviously taken by the mobile phone in the window, and I also found several videos taken from other angles. Although it's hard to believe, I still think it's true. When netizens on the internet quarreled over the authenticity of these videos, the police finally arrived at the scene. Several police cars flashed their lights and rushed over from afar. Just after the car stopped, a dozen policemen rushed down with pistols in their hands. However, when they saw that they had fallen to the ground and were wailing, and the tall figure in black armor standing like a sculpture on the street, they pointed their guns at Wade one after another. Hands up. Don't move. Although they were told that the crew had been attacked by more than a dozen gunmen, it was clear that the guy in strange black armor was even more dangerous. Don't shoot. He's with us. We are the victims. It's our police. You should catch those people on the ground. When Wade turned to look at the policemen coldly and the atmosphere began to get tense, Enron and the crew came out in time to stop the policemen and explained. Fortunately, they ran out in time, otherwise the police would probably fight Wade. The pistols in the hands of these policemen are also not a threat to Wade. If they dare to shoot him, Wade doesn't care about the charges of assaulting the police, just pick them up. At that time, these policemen are likely to be knocked down by Wade like those gangsters on the ground. Under the explanation of the public, and with Wade's no threatening action, the police on the alert beside the police car slowly relaxed and moved away one by one. You said you were the victim. A policeman put the pistol back into the holster at his waist, glanced at the street ahead, lying on the ground, and asked the crew member who had just spoken with a strange face. Of course, we were making movies. These guys came here to collect protection fees and attack us. If our actors didn't know how to do kung fu and this set of props could be bulletproof, we might all be killed, the crew member who just spoke said angrily. They were almost killed by the gang just now. The police even questioned the identity of their victims. After listening to this crew member's words and looking at the clothes of those gangsters on the ground and a pile of pistols dropped on the ground, the police also roughly figured out the previous situation. But at the same time, their hearts became more confused. A group of gangsters with guns have been eliminated by one of their cast members. These guys who make movies aren't stupid to make movies, are they? Think of the movie as a reality. No one can deal with more than a dozen armed bandits alone. This is the real world, not the Marvel movie. However, looking at the hunchman lying on the ground and a dozen pistols scattered on the ground, as well as the tall figure standing in the crowd like a man of steel, they couldn't find any other explanation. It can't be the crew members who have no combat power at first sight who beat them down. With full of doubts, everyone present was taken to the police station. Although the dozen gangsters who fell to the ground seemed miserable, Wade actually had left his hand. Most of them were just fractures with no life danger. After simple treatment, they were interrogated separately. In the end, the police got a surprisingly consistent confession from both sides. No matter the gangsters who were beaten or the crew members who were victims, they all proved that Wade, the stand-in actor of the crew, was a tall guy wearing a set of black armor props and shot all the gangsters down. The bullet marks on the armor and the deformed bullets scattered on the ground also confirm this. "How could it be?" the police chief said when he heard his report. "The props they make movies are better than bulletproof vests. Let's just buy their props as bulletproof vests. Then you can all become super special soldiers. A man can kill a dozen armed bandits. Even the most advanced bulletproof vest can't make people continuously resist the close-range shooting of dozens of bullets and can also be able to knock down all enemies." The police officer who came to report heard the director's words and said with a wry smile, "I'm afraid we can't afford this." The director asked with a frown. "What do you mean?" The police officer then told them what they had learned. "This crew is from Shendon Film Company. They use the latest super special alloy used by Shendon Group in supersonic private aircraft, which costs more than $1 million. $1 million. The director said it with wide eyes, and then he was relieved. It's not surprising that $1 million thing can have that kind of effect, and he also has a certain understanding of Shendon Group. After all, it's a famous large local company in Los Angeles. He has seen the video of Cavalier cross-country vehicle, and he also remembers the super bulletproof performance. However, he could not help exclaiming at the local style of Shendon Group. A movie prop was made of such expensive super alloy. It cost $1 million just to equip such a prop. I don't know how much the whole movie will cost. Even if the armor can be bulletproof, how did he knock down all the 10 gangsters?" The director turned to think of this again, looked up and asked his opponent. The policeman replied immediately, "The real identity of the stuntman is the personal bodyguard of the chairman of Shendon Group. He is a real top fighter with excellent physical quality and fighting ability. It's not a problem to fight 10 at a time." Director Wen Yan stops talking. As a top rich man with a wealth of at least 100 billion yuan, the bodyguards around him are not ordinary people, which makes sense. But at the same time, he can't help but look forward to this movie. The equipment and props are so bloody, the actor's skill is so powerful, and an accident in the shooting is just like the movie. I don't know what the real movie will look like. Moreover, the chairman of Shendon Group has sent out his bodyguards. It can be seen that the importance attached to this movie must not be the work of playing with tickets. When it is released, you can go to the cinema to have a look. There are not a few people who think the same way as the police chief. With the details of the case gradually exposed, people finally know the context of the incident. The videos on the internet are all true. The one who killed 4 sides was the personal bodyguard of the chairman of Shendon Group under the attack of a dozen gunmen. The cost of that set of alloy armor combat clothing props has also been exploded. $1 million. It's just a set of war clothes and props of the protagonist, and the cost has even reached $1 million, which should be the highest one among all superhero movies. In other movies, the superhero's equipment is either tights or armor, which looks cool, but in fact it's just a fake, and the cost won't exceed $10,000. And Shendon Film Company's alloy armor battle suit is not only extremely expensive, but also very powerful. It's not much different from the superhero's super equipment in the movie. After knowing that this is true, people will feel totally different watching those videos. It's not a movie, it's actually happening in reality. Although there are millions of super alloy armor battle suits that can withstand bullet attack, Wade's super strength is still exciting for many people, and he is also full of curiosity about the film. Before the Shendon Film Company's film on the internet and the media set off a great storm, many people have heard, and even many people have personally participated in the boycott of the film. But just after the attack, the voice on the internet changed quickly. The original one-sided request to change directors, actors, and scripts suddenly disappeared. More people talked about the leading role of the movie and the leading role of the bodyguard who was originally the chairman of Shendon Group. Originally, the identity of Agent Zero and Wade's bodyguards was a major point they questioned. No one thought that these two bodyguards could make the movie well. But now, although their acting skills are still unclear, at least in terms of strength, they are convinced. A person to a dozen gunmen down to the ground. This kind of combat effectiveness and the movie's superhero is not too different. Although Wade is acting as a substitute, Agent Zero and Wade are the same personal bodyguards of the chairman of Shendon Group. They don't have to think about it. He's not much worse than Wade. Moreover, in the whole process, Agent Number Zero has been in front of the crew and never evaded. He doesn't have Wade's bulletproof alloy armor. Standing in front of the crowd is actually very dangerous and may be hit by bullets at any time. But in the video, he never flinched and dodged. Even after the gang shot, there was no look of panic on his face. The calm and cold look on his face attracted many people. Even in the eyes of many people, Agent Zero's tall figure in front of the crew is even more handsome and powerful than Wade, who defeated a dozen gunmen. It's nothing to be afraid of bullets in an alloy armor combat suit, but without any bulletproof equipment, you dare to face bullets flying around. This kind of courage is not what ordinary people can have. People can't help but exclaim that it's really worthy of being the bodyguard of the chairman of Shendon Group. At the critical moment, he stood up, attacked bravely, defeated all the gunmen with his own strength, and bravely stood up and blocked bullets for others with his body. From this point alone, they have gained countless good feelings. Acting is not so important at this moment. For this movie, the voice of boycott is suddenly much less. Although there are many people who are agitating, it is not as effective as before. More people begin to look forward to this movie, and they plan to go to the cinema after the movie is released. This film, which didn't get much attention at first, was even boycotted by many people, but because of the unexpected fire. Several big movie companies are all annoyed. Seeing that their plan is about to succeed, I didn't expect an accident to turn Shendon Group upside down. And this accident initiator, Sony Company, is extremely angry. Originally, it was intended that the film could not be shot normally and deliberately sent people to make trouble. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly intensified and developed to the point of shooting. Shoot as well as shoot. Finally, it's okay to stir up the movie completely. As a result, it not only failed to break up the crew, but also helped them turn around the bad situation in one fell swoop, which attracted the attention and expectation of many fans. All their previous efforts are in vain now. And it's not over. The news released by Shendon Group made their original suppression of public opinion collapse completely, and all previous efforts were put into practice. Shendon Technology Company announced that it will soon release the portable projection device matched with the holographic smartphone. The volume of this device is only the size of Matchbox. With the holographic smartphone, the original 3D holographic projection function can be greatly enhanced. The standard holographic smartphone that can't do 3D holographic projection can also do 3D holographic projection when equipped with holographic projection device. Moreover, the price of this kind of portable holographic projection device will be much lower than that of the corresponding holographic smartphone. In this way, the standard holographic smartphone that can't watch 3D holographic films, because it can only do 2D projection, can also be used to watch the 3D holographic film being shot. The higher version of the portable holographic projection device can let users experience the more shocking 3D holographic projection effect. People have no doubt about the news released by Shendon Technology Company. Shendon Technology Company does have the technical strength, and their move is obviously for the promotion of 3D holographic films, and it is impossible to lie. After this news, the original sales volume of holographic smartphones fell sharply. The sales volume picked up rapidly, not only recovered to the original data soon, but also continued to improve a lot. Many people originally intended to buy holographic smartphones, but when they saw the standard version of holographic smartphones on the internet, they could only make 2D projection and could not watch the 3D holographic films that Shendon Group was shooting. After unfair comments on users, they were affected to a certain extent and temporarily stopped buying holographic smartphones. Now, Shendon Technology has clearly released the news that it will sell the matching holographic projection device before the 3D holographic film is released, and the price will be much cheaper than the mobile phone, so their original concerns will be completely eliminated. Coupled with the impact of the attack on the crew, they are more looking forward to the 3D holographic film, and their desire to buy holographic smartphones is also aroused. The sales volume of holographic smartphones quickly recovered, and even the sales volume lost due to the influence of the negative public opinion was quickly replenished. Before, Bradley was worried that after the sales volume of holographic smartphones dropped, he would continue to mass produce and overstock a large number of stocks. Now, it seems that he wants more. Even thanks to Chen Mo's wise decision, otherwise, if they sell as much as they want and produce as much as they want, they will not be able to meet the surging market demand at all under the condition that the sales volume is surging. After the attack on the crew, not only did the film's attention increase in a straight line, but also the sales volume of holographic smartphones recovered. After the overall public opinion was broken, Shendon Group completely got rid of the previous adverse effects, and all aspects of its business returned to normal. After the attack on the crew, Chen Mo also sent a group of security personnel to the crew to be responsible for the safety of the whole crew during filming. Previously, Chen Mo thought that there were agents number 0 and Wade in the crew, which was very safe, so he did not send security personnel. However, after this attack, although there was no casualties in the crew, it was actually quite dangerous. If they didn't respond in time and had good luck, someone would probably be injured in the gunfight. Although the strength of Wade and Agent 0 is strong, it is difficult to ensure the absolute safety of all people when they are seriously attacked, let alone to expose all their strength in front of all people. With the special security personnel of Shendon Security Company, the security of the production team will be very guaranteed if the production team is fully protected. The film crew soon began to work again, and the filming of the film was going on in an orderly manner. At the same time, Shendon Technology's portable holographic projection equipment has been put into production, but it has not been directly sold to the outside world, but is only in storage. Bradley also asked Chen Mo for instructions on whether to release it now, but Chen Mo rejected it. According to Chen Mo's plan, the portable holographic projection device will not be officially released until the 3D holographic film is released, and the effect will be the best at that time. Now the 3D holographic film has not been completed. Even if the user purchases the portable holographic projection equipment, he cannot fully experience the shock effect of 3D holographic projection without enough 3D holographic video resources. It is just equivalent to upgrading the original projection effect of the holographic smartphone. Although there will be some sales volume, but it can't stimulate the user's purchase passion at once. It's better to wait until the 3D holographic film is released and attract users with the shock effect presented by the 3D holographic film, which will inevitably cause great repercussions. Not only the users who are ready to buy will buy it, but also many people who are not planning to buy it will be easily affected. It is necessary to buy the portable holographic projection equipment and holographic smartphones for viewing 3D holographic films. In addition to the portable holographic projection equipment, the large-scale holographic projection equipment for cinemas was also designed and put into production later. Before the completion of film shooting, it is inevitable to produce enough. Shendon Group has purchased nearly 10,000 large-scale real estate located in the prime area of major cities around the world, which are also in the process of reconstruction and decoration. A large amount of money is being poured out, and the construction progress is very fast, and the time is fully available. When Enron's 3D holographic films are made, Shendon Group will have nearly 10,000 3D holographic theaters covering most of the countries and regions in the world, almost all big and medium-sized cities. Nearly 10,000 cinemas seem to have a lot of numbers, but compared with cinemas, the number is actually less than 1/10. On the one hand, the main problem is that Shendan Film Company has only such a 3D holographic film under production. When the 3D holographic cinema is officially open to the public, in fact, only such a 3D holographic movie can be shown, while other ordinary cinemas usually show more than 10 movies at the same time, even if these movies are not comparable to 3D holographic movies. But after all, the number of people watching this movie is there, and the number of people watching this movie can't match all the cinemas at the same time, several or even dozens of films compared to the total. At least in the early stage, these nearly 10,000 3D holographic cinemas are enough to show 3D holographic films. When there are more 3D holographic films in the later stage, Chenmo will naturally increase the number of 3D holographic cinemas. In addition to Shendan Film and Shendan Technology, other companies are also busy with the tasks assigned by Chenmo, and all have made some progress. On that evening, Chenmo felt that the space in his mind had changed a little, and it was time to cross again. In the twinkling of his figure, Chenmo came from the castle above to the secret laboratory on the underground floor, where he was used to crossing. When consciousness enters the space, the original chaotic space barrier becomes transparent again. Outside the space, countless bright spots are scattered around like stars, weaving a bright sky around the space, and the nearest place, 3 bright spheres are quietly emitting mysterious brilliance. Chenmo skillfully throws his consciousness into one of the light balls, and a world projection appears in his mind. A pair of pictures flashed constantly, and soon 4 distinctive figures appeared one after another. A group of burning human flame flies in the air at an extremely fast speed. The burning flame drags a long tail flame behind him. It's an ordinary human jet. A seemingly ordinary white youth suddenly stretched his limbs and body, and the whole body became a kind of length and shape beyond the limit of ordinary people's body, as if the body was not made of muscles and bones, but of highly elastic rubber. A sexy girl with long blonde hair has formed an energy field like an energy mask with her hands, blocking the collision. Then the tall figure suddenly disappears in the air in a flash. The last one is more special. Compared with the normal appearance of the other 3, the surface of his body seems to be covered with a thick layer of rock armor. Like a stone man, the whole body is tall and strong, full of explosive force. The speeding truck hit him. The front of the car was completely sunken in, but he was intact, pushing the whole heavy truck away easily. Among the 4, Chenmo saw a familiar face again. Captain America Steve Rogers. As like as 2 peas in rubber, the young man who can stretch freely is exactly the same as Steve. But obviously it's not Steve. This is the second time Chenmo has met a character like Steve. Chenmo is also familiar with this movie. You can know their identities only by watching these 4 people's symbolic abilities. A fireman, a rubber man, an invisible woman, and a stone man. These 4 guys are obviously Magic 4. Their abilities seem to be similar to those of the mutants, but they come from different sources. The ability of mutants is innate and comes from variant genes, but they are acquired variants. The 4 of them were accidentally bombarded by the space storm in the space station and suffered a very special radiation. When they returned to the Earth, they found that they had a magical super ability. The technological level of this world is higher than that of the real world, but it's still a lot worse than that of the Avenger Alliance, so there's no attraction for Chenmo in terms of technology. The only thing that interests him is the super ability of 4 people. However, the way they gain superpowers is not a mature and perfect way to strengthen them, but a sudden cosmic storm. Just like the birth of Hulk, it is an accident and has no replicability at all. Most importantly, their variation is completely uncontrollable, with great randomness. The ability of invisible women and firemen is good, but the ability of Rubber Man and Stone Man Chenmo is totally unacceptable. He doesn't want his body to become like a lump of plasticine, and he doesn't want to completely lose the appearance of human beings and become a stone man. Even if Chenmo tries to board the space station with them and accept the baptism of the cosmic storm containing special rays, What ability he will get will be totally unpredictable, may be strong, may be weak, or even become a monster. In fact, Magic 4 is not very strong, just like the mutant. For Chen Mo, who has the X gene serum that can be controlled and strengthened, the world doesn't mean much. So although this is a world that Chen Mo is very familiar with and has superpower, Chen Mo is not going to go. Of course, if the other two worlds are even more worthless, Chen Mo doesn't mind going to have a look. It's okay to do research with 4 people. Maybe it will be a little rewarding. Then Chen Mo put his consciousness into the second photosphere. The picture of world projection reappears in Chen Mo's mind. Coincidentally, this time, 4 figures also appear in Chen Mo's mind, but this time, the 4 figures are more special than the Magic 4 heroes. There are only 4 tall and big green figures running and jumping between buildings. They are very agile. In their hands, they hold 2 knives, steel forks, long sticks, and double truncheons. 4 cloth belts of different colors are flying behind the middle brain of the running. However, what is not equal to their flexible body shape is that behind them they all carry a huge turtle shell. If you look carefully, you will find that these 4 big and vigorous guys have grown a black. With such recognizable appearance, Chen just recognized their identity when he saw them. Ninja Turtle. Chen Mo has seen this movie. These 4 giant ninja turtles, which are similar to human beings, were originally just 4 pet turtles. After accidentally removing some kind of mutagen, they changed. This is what they are now between tortoises and human beings. Special physique endows them with strong physical quality and good fighting skills. Their strength is very strong compared with ordinary human beings. However, Chen Mo still doesn't see it in his eyes. This kind of half-animal and half-human strengthening method itself is unacceptable to Chen Mo, and the strengthening effect is not very strong, or even better than the effect of the improved super soldier serum, which has no great significance for Chen Mo's own strength improvement. Even if Chen Mo mastered the method of turning animals into orcs, it would be useless for him to build an orc army and stage a magic war. This movie world is also quickly abandoned by Chen Mo. If the later world is not better, Chen Mo will choose to study the Magic 4. When consciousness put in the last light beam and saw the projection of the world, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up, and with no hesitation he directly chose to cross. In a flash of white light, Chen Mo appears in a dense forest. The iron and steel battle clothes were released from the space. Chen Mo quickly finished dressing, and then rose up to a leopard-shaped mountain in the middle of the forest. Chen Mo is not a stranger here. He soon flies in from the leopard's huge mouth. In front of the mountain with naked rocks and the shape of leopard's head, there are many tall buildings. It seems that the more prosperous and advanced modern city than New York is hiding in this huge forest valley. The name of the city is Wakanda. Chen Mo is back to the world of Avengers again. When he left last time, Chen Mo was not alone. In addition to the old housekeeper and Hill and Block Romlo, he returned to reality with him. There were also a group of 9-headed snakes elite agents. It is by them that Chen Mo can rebuild the Hydra organization in the real world. But this time back, Chen Mo did not bring anyone, still return alone. There are Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. in the world. Chen Mo wants to help others. He doesn't need to bring back the old housekeeper, Hill and Block Romlo. The world represented by the third light ball is the movie world of the Avenger League series. To be exact, it should be the world of Iron Man 3. Because what Chen Mo sees most in the world projection is the picture of Tony Stark in his Steel War clothes. Besides, there are some weird humans with orange light on their bodies. Chen Mo is very familiar with the plot of Iron Man 3, but the world has been changed a lot by him. Chen Mo is not sure whether the plot will follow the original path. However, it doesn't matter. With Chen Mo's control over the world, Chen Mo is confident that he can control even if things develop beyond the level of the plot. Chen Mo gave up Magic 4 and Ninja Turtles and chose this world. Apart from the fact that he is most familiar with the world and has become his own base camp, the most important reason is because of the people with orange light on them. It is an immature way to strengthen human body. Although it is very unstable and used by some evil people, Chen Mo sees great value in it. In the past, when Chen Mo left the world to return to reality, he was at the top secret base of Hydra. But last time, after finishing all the arrangements and preparations at Hydra base, he came to Wakanda. In addition to another search and acquisition of new vehicle spaceships and coveralls, Chen Mo also assigned some tasks to Princess Suri. This time, she just came back to see how things are going. Chen Mo flies all the way to Princess Suri's laboratory after entering Zhenjin Cave from Leopard's Mouth. The busy Princess Suri in front of the computer heard the sound of the air behind her. She quickly turned around, but saw a dark steel war suit slowly falling behind her, and finally her feet hit the ground, making a clear and heavy sound. In her surprised eyes, the iron and steel war clothes opened quickly. Chen Mo stepped out of the war clothes and looked at the surprised Princess Suri and said with a smile, "Half a year, how are the tasks I gave you before?" Chen has just come to the road from Jarvis. At this time, it is 6 months since the alien invasion of New York City. It's a long time for half a year, but it's not too long for the research. Chen Mo is not sure if there's any progress in the research of Princess Suri, but since it's here, just ask. After the initial surprise, Princess Suri soon recovered, not rushing to answer Chen Mo's questions, but saying unexpectedly, "Where have you been for half a year since you disappeared? I've tried all kinds of ways and I can't find you." Chen Mo can't help laughing when he hears the words. Chen Mo is not in the world at all this half year. How could Princess Suri find him? Even if her hacker technology and technological strength are strong enough, it is impossible to find Chen Mo's trace. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't explain, Princess Suri didn't continue to ask. Instead, she answered Chen Mo's previous questions. At the same time, her face fell down. "Not much progress," said Princess Suri, shaking her head. "The research and development of the energy shield has encountered problems and has been in a standstill. It has never been able to achieve the expected results. However, the materials you gave me, such as energy weapons, small aircraft, biological soldiers, and Leviathan biological giant beasts, have been basically digested. We can produce them at any time, but Leviathan giant beasts are too large and want to make them. It's a lot of trouble, but we can make it." With that, Princess Suri looked at Chen Mo with some trepidation. She was afraid that Chen Mo would scold her. Chen Mo is not dissatisfied. The research and development of energy shield is not easy, let alone the giant energy shield that can cover the whole Wakanda. It's normal that the research meets difficulties. Even Tony Stark's steel war suit has been improved for a long time, which makes it more and more powerful. Chen Mo just finished searching for Wakanda before crossing last time, and then he returned to the real world in the forest around Wakanda by the way. This time he just came here because he was close, so he came by to have a look, without urging. Anyway, the energy shield and biological weapons are mainly aimed at the invasion of Mieba. Now there is not a short time for Mieba to invade the Earth, but it is not urgent. Chen Mo didn't stay in Wakandado either. After listening to the King of Wakanda who came later, Eric Kermango reported the development of Wakanda and the whole Africa in 6 months and 1 year. He put on the steel war clothes again, opened the stealth device, crossed Africa and the Atlantic Ocean, and flew towards New York at a high speed. New York, the original Stark Tower, after the alien invasion, has now become the headquarters of Avenger Alliance, and the word Stark on the building has also been replaced with the mark of Avenger Alliance. Over the landing platform stretched out horizontally at the top of the building, the air suddenly began to fluctuate like a ripple, and then a set of dark steel battle clothes appeared in the air, slowly landed towards the platform. After landing, the steel battle suit opened quickly, and Chen Mo came out of it, and at the same time he put the battle suit back into the space. Standing on the platform, Chen Mo looks around. New York is still a prosperous scene. Even the surrounding area is more prosperous than Chen Mo originally remembered. Many skyscrapers are obviously just built around the Avenger Alliance building, just like the stars and the moon. 6 months away, New York has changed a lot. In the last war with the Zetas, although the civilians in the battle area were all evacuated in time due to Chen Mo's advance arrangement, which did not cause too many casualties. The buildings in the war area with Stark Tower as the center were greatly damaged. The destruction of the Zetari soldiers and small aircrafts is good. The biggest destruction is those Leviathan monsters with huge size and amazing destructive power. They are often only a slight touch. You can crash a large area of solid building, many times directly crash the building. In addition to the fierce fighting and the continuous explosion, this large area around the Stark building, although not to say reduced to a piece of ruins, is also like going through a fierce war, seriously damaged. In just half a year, the area has been rebuilt. Many of the originally higher buildings in the forest look more prosperous than before. It can't be seen that they have been destroyed by the alien army. If it wasn't for Chen Mo who experienced the war, why didn't it happen? Looking at the rebuilt New York City, Chen Mo takes back his eyes and turns to the Avenger League building. The building still uses Jarvis as the intelligent control system. Don't touch me. I have the highest authority. So when Chen came to the bulletproof glass door close at the edge of the platform, the door opened automatically to welcome his owner back. Entering the gate, there is a large hall, which is also the main hall of the Avenger Alliance building. Before Chen Mo returned to the real world, they often gathered here to chat, which is basically the public activity area for all people. But at this time, this originally bustling hall is empty. Instead of asking Jarvis or contacting anyone else, Chen went to the bar on the side of the hall and made his own coffee. Then Chen Mo took his coffee, sat down on the sofa in the center of the hall and began to drink his own coffee. Chen Mo is very familiar with the world. He has passed through it 3 times before. He has improved his strength by using the plot, and at the same time, he has established several huge and incomparable super forces in the world. Through Hydra, Shendan Bureau, and Wakanda, Chen Mo has almost mastered the whole world. It can be said that this is Chen Mo's base camp. Chen Mo's power here is much stronger than the real world. Although Chen Mo has not lived in this Avenger League building for a long time, it is the superhero team he has set up in person. The headquarters of Avenger League. Chen Mo returns here, just like he went home. Chen Mo hasn't finished a cup of coffee, but a sound of footsteps suddenly rings from the door of the hall. Then a tall and sexy blonde girl comes in from the door, walking at the same time. The girl says impatiently towards her back, "Dad, can you stop picking me up? I'm already in college. I'm not a kid and my strength can completely protect myself. You can go shopping with Mommy and her, or do research with Ethan and her." With the girl's words, a tall figure came in after her, but his face was full of helplessness. When he left, his daughter was only a few years old, but now she has grown up. Before that, she managed to pick up her father when she was in high school for a period of time. Who knows now that she just went to college, she began to dislike herself. As for shopping with his wife, he would rather fight with the soldiers of Zetari for 300 rounds, working with Ethan. Then it's easier for him to compete with Leviathan. I just want to be a good father and take good care of my daughter. Why is it so difficult? Isn't it said that the daughter is the father's intimate little cotton-padded jacket? Isn't everyone else's daughter and father in a good relationship? How can I be despised? Just as Steve Rogers lost his face, he heard Sharon Rogers cry out with surprise, "Daddy!" Steve Rogers was very happy when he heard that his daughter had never called herself so affectionately. Did he feel that what he said just now hurt his father's heart and deliberately coaxed himself? "It's my daughter. I still have my father in my heart. It's not in vain that I rode a motorcycle to pick her up and send her to school for such a long time." Steve Rogers looked up at his daughter with a happy face, but the next moment his face froze. Sharon Rogers called Daddy, but did not look at him. Instead, she rushed to a familiar figure sitting on the sofa in the middle of the hall. Chen Mo, who was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, saw Sharon Rogers coming to him with a surprised face, reached for the coffee cup and put it on the coffee table. Then he stood up from the sofa with a smile, opened his arms and hugged Sharon Rogers. At the same time, his right hand habitually touched her head. Our Sharon is tall again. Chen Mo, like the same kind father, stroked Sharon Rogers' head and said with a smile, Sharon Rogers is the daughter of Steve and Carter. She is his younger generation. She and Tony Stark recognize him as godfather. Chen Mo naturally regards her as her own daughter. Sharon Rogers is actually tall and not shorter than the average man, but in front of Chen Mo, she can't reach his chin. At this time, she lies in Chen Mo's arms with her whole head on his chest and lingers. My father is a liar. They have not grown up for a long time. Looking at Sharon Rogers, who nestles in Chen's silent arms like a little girl, Steve Rogers only feels bitter in his heart. Daughter, I'm your father. How come you've never done this to me? Even once. Steve Rogers was very jealous of Chen Mo at this time. If it wasn't Chen Mo but anyone else, Steve would rush up and shout, "Let go of my daughter, let me come." But now he can only stand there with red eyes, looking at his daughter and Chen Mo where they are intimate, who makes Chen Mo his master. Even if his daughter is robbed by Chen Mo, he can only break his teeth and swallow blood. Chen has noticed Steve Rogers for a long time, especially the expression of envy and hate on his face, which is hard to see on the Captain of the United States, that is, when Sharon Rogers is involved. Chen Mo can't help laughing at the conversation that Lenovo heard before. It seems that Steve Rogers' wish to be a loving father still hasn't come true. In fact, the relationship between Sharon Rogers and Steve is much better than at the beginning. It's not much different from the father and daughter in most families. It's just a long way from the intimate and speechless process Steve Rogers wanted. In other words, Sharon Rogers is far less attached to him than to Chen Mo. It's not that Steve Rogers has less feelings for Sharon than Chen Mo, mainly because Steve Rogers is relatively old-fashioned and won't please girls. At the beginning of the Strategic Science Reserve Team, if Chen Mo didn't help, he and Carter didn't know when they would get together, let alone give birth to Sharon Rogers. It can be said that without Chen Mo, there would be no Sharon Rogers, and there would be no Steve Rogers now living a happy life with his wife and daughter every day. So even if he saw that his daughter was more close to Chen Mo than to himself, Steve Rogers was just a little jealous, and he would not be really angry. Master, you are back at last. Steve quickly recovered from his daughter's betrayal and went to Chen Mo and said happily. For Steve, Chen Mo is not only his master and commander, but also his life mentor and guide. If there is no Chen Mo, he is just a waste, who is too thin to be accepted even if he wants to join the army. It was Chen Mo who taught him Kung Fu, taught and encouraged him to find his own life direction, and step by step to the present. Practice martial arts, join the army, strengthen, fight, join the Shendan Bureau, guard the earth. In the New York War, after destroying the army of Zeteri, Chen Mo gave him the whole Avenger Alliance. He can become today's Captain of the United States, is completely the shape of Chen Mo. For Chen Mo, Steve Rogers has a deep admiration besides respect and respect. Well, sit down and try the coffee I just made. Chen Mo patted Sharon Rogers on the head. Sharon Rogers got out of Chen Mo's arms reluctantly, but he sat on the sofa next to Chen Mo. Steve Rogers saw this and had to sit on another sofa beside Chen Mo alone. Daddy made the best coffee, Sharon Rogers boasted as she enjoyed her coffee. Chen Mo can't help laughing when he hears the words. When the girl is in the villa, she often pesters him for coffee, but to say the best, Chen Mo thinks that the coffee made by old Eddie is the most delicious. Chen Mo also poured Steve Rogers a cup. 3 people just sit on the sofa, leisurely drink coffee together. After a long-lost cup of coffee, Sharon Rogers suddenly took a look at Steve Rogers, eyes turned, then reached out and grabbed Chen Mo's arm, began to sue. Daddy, can you talk about Daddy? He still insists on driving me to school every day on his World War II motorcycle. I'm not a kid anymore. Chen Mo also heard Sharon Rogers' complaint before. At this time, hearing her complaint again, he couldn't help looking at Steve Rogers and asked in doubt, "You ride her every day. What do you do in rainy days?" Steve Rogers said nonchalantly, "We have the mental power to be umbrellas." Although Chen Mo didn't look at it, he also knew that Sharon Rogers forced his lips and looked at Steve Rogers. Chen Mo's heart couldn't help but feel helpless. This stupid apprentice. Even if there is mental power, who would like to go to school every day has to use mental power to prop up a protective shield to keep out the wind and rain. And Sharon Rogers has gone to college, and then let his father pick him up every day. will be laughed at by the students. It seems that it's necessary to give a class to Steve Rogers's pet madness who is in the wrong position and correct it. Thinking of this, Chen Mo looked at Steve Rogers and said seriously, "Steve, Sharon has grown up. I know you love her very much, but sometimes too much interference can become a burden. She has a driver's license and can drive. She can drive to school by herself." Steve heard that Chen Mo was right, but when he thought about the kidnapping of Sharon Rogers last time, he could not help worrying. But the world is more dangerous than she imagined. Her strength is not enough to deal with all the dangers. I don't want the last time to happen again. Chen Mo also knows about Steve Rogers' worries. Although Sharon Rogers, strengthened by super soldier serum, has 3 times the physical quality of ordinary people, plus mental power and self-healing ability, there is no problem in dealing with ordinary enemies. But as the core members of the Shield, they all know how dangerous the world is. Sharon Rogers' strength is good to pick up a few ordinary Zatari soldiers, but as long as the number of enemies is a little more or the strength is more powerful, it is difficult to guarantee absolute safety with Sharon Rogers' ability. How could Steve Rogers, the father, not worry about it? Sharon Rogers actually had a pink beetle. She used to drive her car to school when she was in high school, but since Steve Rogers came back, her favorite little beetle has been idle. Steve's World War II motorcycle became Sharon Rogers' exclusive vehicle every day, and American Captain Steve Rogers became Sharon Rogers' exclusive bodyguard. Although Sharon Rogers resisted, it is undeniable that with Steve's protection, Sharon Rogers' safety has improved a lot. Sharon Rogers knows that, but she still doesn't want to be sent by her father on a motorcycle every day, which makes her feel like a child in need of protection forever, rather than a superhero of Avengers League. When Sharon Rogers saw Steve still refuse to give up, she couldn't help but look up to Chen Mo and ask for help. Chen Mo couldn't help laughing. How much she hated Steve's motorcycle, but he really had to deal with it. The imposed indulgence was not good for Sharon Rogers' growth. It's necessary for him as a teacher to help his apprentice correct his mistakes. In fact, the way is very simple. Since Steve Rogers is most worried about safety, just solve the safety problem. Chen Mo immediately turned to look at Sharon Rogers and asked, "Are you going to drive your Beetle to school?" "Of course, my pink Beetle is the best car, and Tony has modified it for me. Many parts have been replaced and upgraded. The horsepower, speed, and cross-country ability are no worse than any top car. The bulletproof ability is more able to withstand sniper gun shooting and short-range explosion," Sharon Rogers said, glancing at Steve and continuing, "I think it's safer to drive by myself than to make a motorcycle." Steve Rogers was about to retort when he saw Chen Mo suddenly stand up from the sofa and say to Sharon Rogers, "Go, show me your Beetle." In the underground exclusive parking lot of Avenger Alliance building, Chen Mo saw the pink Beetle. Just by looking at it, Chen Mo knew that Tony Stark, the favorite sister of the maniac, had given birth to the blood. The body armor and main structure are all made of alpha alloy. Ordinary bullets and explosions can't damage the car at all. It's very difficult to hurt Sharon Rogers in the car. But the window part is the biggest weakness. Even if Tony Stark uses the bulletproof glass with the highest strength to resist the ordinary gun attack, it is not too difficult for a super fighter like Steve Rogers to break it. This should also be the reason why Steve Rogers never let Sharon drive to school by himself. Although he is riding a motorcycle, with the close protection of his American captain, ordinary enemies can't pose a threat to Sharon as long as they can't defeat him. Raise your hand and pat on the top of the car. The touch from your hand tells Chen Mo that the strength of this car is very good. In the surprised eyes of Sharon Rogers and Steve, Chen Mo appears a metal cube more than 20 cm square in his hands and puts it on the roof. Then, Chen Mo took out his customized holographic smartphone from his pocket and threw it directly at the cube. The mobile phone began to split and reorganize rapidly in the air. Soon, it became a black humanoid armor with a height of only 20 cm. Sharon Rojas and Steve found that the small black armor looked like Chen Mo was wearing the armor as like as 2 peas in armor, but only a small size. Sharon Rogers couldn't help but look at the tiny black armor with the same movements as the real people, which was flexible and fell on the roof. "How lovely, Daddy. Is this a robot Barbie for me? Wow, he can still move himself." Hearing this, Chenmo can't help but look at the miniature transformer falling on the roof of the car. It's more than 20 cm tall. He's walking towards the source of the fire. He thinks if Sharon's definition of loveliness is not normal. Besides, she can't help but become a mechanical Barbie in her mouth. Chenmo wants to correct, but finds that Sharon Rogers is right. The transformer itself is a kind of mechanical life. There's no problem in calling it a robot. As for Barbie, the miniature transformer made of holographic smartphone has no big difference in size from Barbie. There's no mistake in calling it a robot Barbie. It's hard not to call it a machine Altman or a machine armored warrior. Sharon Rogers couldn't help thinking that Daddy knew me. Steve Rogers looked at his daughter's excited look. Can't help but a burst of chagrin. Why didn't he think of it? Girls seem to like Barbie dolls. If they gave Sharon a beautiful Barbie doll earlier, she would be very happy. Steve Rogers didn't know that if he really sent an ordinary Barbie doll, it would be thrown into the locker by Sharon. He would never touch the second one. He would probably be angry because Steve treated her as a child. As the daughter of the American captain and the sister of Iron Man, Sharon Rogers has a totally different preference for Barbie than ordinary girls. Compared with Barbie with beautiful skirts and curly hair, Sharon Rogers prefers the powerful alloy armor in front of her. Just as Sharon Rogers and Steve were staring at the miniature transformers on the roof of the car, or surprised or upset, the next moment, the changes in front of them made both eyes wide open at the same time. The little robot, the size of a Barbie doll, walked up to the metal cube about the same height and reached for it. As his hands continued to cross the cube, a blue arc suddenly emerged on the surface of the cube and quickly spread over the pink beetle below. Soon the blue arc will completely wrap the small beetle, and amazing changes will happen. The body of the beetle that had been parked there suddenly moved. Library click, with a sound of mechanical operation and collision, which is very similar to that of steel wore clothes. The shell of the beetle quickly splits and expands outwards, and the internal complex mechanical structure is exposed. In a dazzling deformation, the beetle is rebuilt into a huge robot. The original car shell became the pink armor on the surface of his body, but the mechanical structure of many parts of his body was still exposed. It looked complex, powerful, and full of the beauty of science fiction, but the pink armor makes this powerful robot less fierce. The round head and two antennae on the top of the head are the same bulge, which makes it more lovely. Sharon Rogers and Steve were stunned to see the amazing changes of the Beetle car. This car is Sharon Rogers' favorite. Even if Steve took her to and from school every day and didn't use it very much, she also brought the car when she moved to New York and forced Tony Stark to upgrade it in all aspects. She can be sure that, although the car has been improved by Tony Stark and its performance is much stronger than that of ordinary cars, it is still an ordinary car and has absolutely no deformation ability. Tony has been studying the deformation function, but so far it is only limited to the slight deformation in armor clothing and use. It is impossible to achieve the level of transforming a car into a powerful robot. There is no doubt that the changes of this car are all due to Chenmo. Sharon Rogers can see that the process of turning the car into a robot just now is very similar to that of turning Chenmo's mobile phone into a small robot. And the strange blue arc that just came out of the cube and shrouded the whole car is obviously the reason for this amazing change. "Daddy, what is this?" Sharon Rogers looked at Chenmo, who was standing next to the giant robot, and asked. Now she doesn't think this kind of robot is just a kind of moving toy. Although the pink cute robot with obvious Beetle features feels more like a Barbie doll, it's nearly 4 meters long. The tentacles on its head are about to reach the garage ceiling. It's a powerful, tall body protective armor covering key parts of the body, and 2 doors outside the arms. A gun of amazing caliber is born for fighting. This is a devastating war machine at all. Chenmo takes back the fire source held in the hand of the miniature transformer flying in front of him, and then puts it back in his pocket, which changes back to the form of a mobile phone. Then he pats the armor on the tall robot transformed from a beetle car nearby. He tells Sharon Rogers. It's a transformer, a mechanical life transformed by alien technology. Sharon Rogers nodded and said to herself, Transformers, mechanical life that can be transformed, is a very appropriate name. But listen to Chen Mo continue to say. After transformation, your car has been given life. The fire in its chest can continuously provide powerful energy, maintain its survival, action, and fight, and it does not need to add gasoline. Moreover, it can freely change between the car form and the robot form. Under the robot-human form, its combat power is very strong. It's not only powerful but also fast and flexible. With 2 powerful beam guns equipped with both arms, it's more powerful than Tony's steel battle suit. Speaking of this, Chen Mo looked at Sharon Rogers with shining eyes and said with a smile, With its close protection, I think Steve will be relieved that you drive to school, right, Steve? Chen Mo and Sharon Rogers turn their heads and look at Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers looks up at the pink giant robot that is much bigger and stronger than his super muscular man. Compared with Tony Stark's steel war suit, it has to be admitted that the Transformer is really powerful enough to protect Sharon Rogers. With security in Sharon Rogers' will, Steve Rogers nodded in Sharon's expectant eyes. Well, you can drive to school from tomorrow, but you have to drive this car. Sharon Rogers almost jumped up and cheered. Yeah, great. But Sharon Rogers soon managed to control her excitement with a serious assurance on her face. Don't worry, Dad, I won't drive any more cars. This Beetle is my only car, Sharon Rogers said, but turned to look at Chen Mo and asked excitedly, How can I control it? Chen Mo explained immediately. Transformer is a mechanical life body with certain intelligence. You are its master now. You can give orders to it directly. Sharon Rogers, a little excited, stepped forward 2 steps, looked up at the big pink giant in front of her and said excitedly, Back to car form. As soon as Sharon Rogers' voice came down, the Transformer's tall body changed rapidly. At the same time, he fell on the ground and quickly recovered the shape of the pink beetle car before. With the help of Optimus Prime, Jarvis has fully obtained the operation method and authority of the fire source, and can control the fire source at will to transform the mechanical equipment into a new transformer. There was no transformer in this world. At present, the world's technology has nothing to do with Decepticons. So normally, after the mechanical and electronic products are activated and transformed by the fire source, they will not become Decepticons. Instead, they are like the normal transformers of Autobots who prefer peace. For the control of this new transformer, Chen Mo has 2 ways. One is to embed the program of Jarvis in advance, like the micro-transformer previously used to control the transformation of holographic smartphones. The other is to set the core program through the fire source during the transformation. This time, Chen Mo uses the latter method, and Chen Mo sets the identity of the Beetle Transformer as the guardian of Sharon Rogers. Although it is also good to use Jarvis for control, these transformers can only be regarded as his separate body, with no independent consciousness. Jarvis controls them separately. Since it is a gift to Sharon Rogers, Chen Mo still wants to give her a real transformer. And under the setting of fire source, the loyalty to Sharon Rogers is directly branded in his fire. As long as the fire is not extinguished, its loyalty to Sharon Rogers will not change. Guarding Sharon Rogers will be its lifelong faith. Looking at Sharon Rogers, who got into the car with a happy and excited face, Steve also had a knowing smile on his face. With a supercar that can turn into a giant robot, Sharon Rogers can't wait to drive away from the Avenger League building and experience the new performance of the Transformer Beetle. With a strong bodyguard, Steve Rogers didn't worry too much. Sharon was allowed to go out and play by himself, while he and Chen Mo went back to the hall upstairs again and sat talking. What's the situation in this period of time? Is everyone okay? Chen Mo leaned on the sofa and asked Steve Rogers. This half-year situation is quite stable. Although many people learned about the existence of aliens because of the last war with the Zetas, they became full of worry and fear that there will be another alien invasion. Fortunately, the whole society is not in disorder, and the overall situation is stable, with no great consequences. Chenmo hears the speech and nods his head. He suddenly knows the existence of the aliens, and they come to attack the Earth. He also witnessed the powerful force they showed when they invaded New York. It is impossible not to panic and fear. It's good that there's no trouble. It's also thanks to their success in defeating the Zetas, winning the war and making the people on Earth regain their confidence. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so stable now. Many people will do some extreme things in panic and despair. Briefly speaking about the recent situation, Steve Rogers immediately talked about the situation of all the Avengers. As for all of us, the rest of us are okay, basically the same, but Tony, Steve Rogers couldn't help but say that, with a little worry on his face. Shortly after you left, Tony moved out of the Avengers League building and went back to Los Angeles with Pepper. Pepper said that he spent most of his day in the lab developing Steel War clothes. Sometimes he didn't sleep for several days in a row. It seemed that he was stunned. Chenmo could not help frowning at the words. In the movie, Tony Stark is the same. It seems that influenced by the New York War, Tony Stark is suffering from anxiety. When he hears wormhole, New York, and other related words, he will have difficulty in breathing and feel powerless. Chenmo speculated that it was because he flew into the wormhole with a nuclear bomb and saw the endless army of Zeteries in the universe. Shocked by the powerful and incomparable power of this alien civilization core, and almost died in the wormhole, Tony Stark's mind must have been greatly stimulated, and this would lead to serious anxiety. It's reasonable to say that under the intervention of Chenmo, Tony Stark in the previous New York War didn't fly into the wormhole with a nuclear bomb like in the movie. He almost died in space when he ran out of fuel. He shouldn't have suffered from anxiety, but now it seems that everything hasn't changed much. On the other side, at Malibu Beach, Los Angeles, in a huge luxury villa at the top of the coast, Tony Stark is testing his new steel battle suit. 46. 47. Oh. In the basement at the bottom of the villa, Tony Stark sat alone at a table and shot up his arm with an injection gun. 48. Oh. At the end of the fight, Tony Stark put down the injection gun, picked up the gauze in his mouth and wiped up the blood beads on his arm. Micro-sensor implantation completed. As he wiped the blood on his arm, Tony Stark said, with an eager look on his face. Just then, Jarvis's voice sounded in the room. "Sir, please give me a few hours to calibrate." "No more. Tony Stark can't wait to test his new suit, calibrate something, and do it later." "As you wish, sir." Jarvis's voice rang again. "I have also prepared a safety manual for you." "I don't need that." Tony Stark can't wait for the calibration of the sensor. He doesn't have the heart to read any safety manual. In the style he always has, of course, directly. "Well, let's start." Throwing the blood-stained gauze on the table, Tony Stark stood up and strode toward a circular platform in the middle of the room. "Sir, you haven't had a rest for 72 hours, Jarvis tried to persuade Tony Stark, but he ignored it. Standing on the platform, Tony Stark turned to look at the row of Mark I and Mark II in the display cabinet on one side of the room, and several original versions of Steel War clothes, just like the conference speech, said solemnly. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the delivery room. I'm glad to announce to you that your powerful little brother is about to be born." Tony Stark finished, turned to look at the scattered parts of the war clothes on the table in front of him, and his face became solemn. Mark 42, Adaptive Active Navigation Assembly Armor. Start the assembly process. As soon as Tony Stark's voice fell, the parts of the war clothes on the table in front of him suddenly glowed blue as if they were activated. Tony Stark said with a smile on his face, "Jarvis, have some music." With Tony Stark's instruction, the vinyl record player on the next table was started, and a melodious music started. Tony Stark twisted with the music for a while and felt very good. "This time, I was busy for 3 nights and closed my eyes in 72 hours. Finally, it's time to test the final results." He has spent a lot of effort on this set of Mark 42. It's very different from the previous ones. It depends on this test if he can achieve the desired effect. Tony Stark immediately stopped his body wriggling with the music. looked at the pile of war clothes on the table a few meters away in front of him, raised his arms sharply, and made a white crane pose with bright wings. After waiting for several seconds, nothing happened. Tony Stark frowned. Waste, take back the position. Tony Stark angrily taps the part where the sensor is injected into his arm. Then he takes a white crane's wing position again. This time the parts of the war clothes on the table finally respond. In a sound of thruster running, one of the parts rose slowly from the table. Then the main thruster started violently. A white flame erupted, and the part of the battle suit flew towards Tony Stark, just on his left hand. Then the part quickly expanded and deformed, and soon wrapped the whole palm to forearm. Then two more parts flew over the table, landed on Tony Stark's shoulder and upper arm, and spread out. In a flash, his left arm was completely covered by armor. Tony Stark raised his arms again and put his right hand forward. Once again, he posed as a white crane with bright wings. This time, another part of the war suit flew over and wrapped his right hand. Tony Stark couldn't help laughing. "Haha, no problem. Come on." Tony Stark raised his arms and made a gesture of dressing up. The parts of the war clothes on the table floated from the table and flew towards Tony Stark one by one. The biggest difference between the Mark 42 made by Tony Stark and the war clothes made before is the great change of dress style. Mark 42 is no longer a complete armor, but has been broken down into dozens of individual combat clothing parts. Each part is equipped with a propeller, which can fly independently in the air. Tony Stark implanted 48 micro-sensors in his body. When he made some preset special actions, the sensors in his body would capture these action instructions equivalent to gesture operation and control Mark 42 to dress according to the instructions. Even if it's a long distance away, as long as he puts on the dress position, no matter how far away, Mark 42 will start quickly, fly towards Tony Stark's position, and dress quickly in their respective positions according to the sensors. If it succeeds, the agility and speed of the suit will be far faster than all the previous ones. But just as Tony Stark lifted his leg to catch the armor coming from his leg and finished dressing his right leg, two parts almost came to him at a high speed. Look at the rapid momentum of their rush and the sharp sound of air braking. Tony Stark couldn't help but dodge. An armor part passed by him and hit him with a bang on the glass of the initial war clothes exhibition cabinet behind you, directly inlaid. Tony Stark, another armored part, had no time to avoid it completely, so he had to raise his arm to block it. When? There was a sound of metal impact, but the fast-moving armor component crashed out after hitting Tony Stark's armor, hitting the ceiling and damaging the lights. It may be a little too fast, slow down a little bit and then slow down a little bit. Tony Stark quickly ordered to Jarvis, but before he finished, an armored part flew towards his head. If he was hit, it would be a disaster. At least his face, which he thought was handsome and intimidating, would not be able to protect. It would turn into a light pig's head. Maybe his teeth would be knocked out. Tony Stark hurriedly ducked, and at last he was both dangerous and dangerous. Finally, Tony Stark looked at the opportunity, raised his left leg to catch the other leg armor and installed it. Then, another triangular part of the war suit suddenly flew out of the table and hit Tony Stark's crotch. Oh! Tony Stark's eyes couldn't help staring. His hands covered the bottom of his face with pain. Obviously, the impact on the key part just now is not light for Tony Stark. But it's not over yet. Just as Tony Stark can't move under his hand, another part of the war clothes slams into his back waist from behind, and Tony Stark, who is pushed by the huge impact force, pours out towards the front. Just as Tony Stark's face fell to the ground, he stretched out his hands. The thruster was turned on, and the thruster's thrust was used to stop the force on the ground. At the same time, the thruster under his feet was also turned on, so that Tony Stark was suspended in the air and slowly returned to the platform with some instability. "Can you be light, Jarvis?" "Just landed," Tony Stark said to Jarvis. Then several parts of the war clothes fell on Tony Stark and quickly began to expand and deform. Soon they combined to form a set of steel war clothes, completely wrapped Tony Stark's body, leaving only his face exposed. Just then an armored part came from behind Tony Stark, wiped his head and flew over, just hit the table where the record player was placed, smashed the record player directly, fell to the ground, and the melodious music in the room stopped abruptly. And that armor quickly flew from the ground. It was the mask armor of the war suit. Looking up in the air, as if looking at his mask armor, Tony Stark said in a low voice, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." As his voice fell, the mask armor flew towards Tony Stark. However, when passing the table where the record player was placed, the mask armor accidentally hit the corner of the table and turned up and down. Then Tony Stark flew. Tony Stark saw it, started the thruster at his feet, jumped up from the ground, put his head under his feet in the air, just caught the armor coming from the mask, and let it return to where it should be. Standing upside down to catch the armor, Tony Stark's figure immediately fell towards the circular platform, half kneeling on the ground in a classic superhero landing position. "I'm the best." Behind Tony Stark's mask there was a touch of pride and pride. However, when Tony Stark was satisfied with himself, the armor inlaid in the center of the glass suddenly flew towards him from behind. It hit him so hard that it flew forward and rushed him out. Moreover, the set of steel war clothes that had been basically assembled also fell apart in a flash under the collision. Tony Stark lay on the ground in a pile of loose parts of his war clothes, unable to get up for a long time. Just as Tony Stark was aching and struggling to get up, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded. "It's always pleasant to see you work." Tony Stark ignores Jarvis's cold humor. He plans to change Jarvis's program back and delete all the humor programs he added before. This test was a failure, but he also knew about the situation of the steel battle suit. The problem is not big. If we make a little change and improve the program, we can almost solve the problem just now. However, he has been working for 72 hours in a row. Before that, he was in a good state of excitement. Now he has a bad fall. Although he has not suffered any injury, he has recovered from the previous state of excitement and feels very tired. "Come here first and then work on, he can't bear it." Tony Stark left the lab and came to the living room, regardless of the steel war clothes scattered on the ground. It's late at night. Pepper Potts is sleeping alone in his bedroom, while Tony Stark doesn't mean to sleep, but sits on the sofa and turns on the TV. It's not that Tony Stark doesn't want to sleep, but he can't sleep at all. Even if he doesn't sleep for a long time, he will wake up in a nightmare, so he will stay up in the middle of the night and go to the laboratory to work. In the New York War half a year ago, although Tony Stark didn't enter the wormhole, he just fought with ordinary soldiers in the city. He didn't experience the desperate feeling of energy exhaustion and near death in the wormhole. Anxiety was not as serious as in the movie. However, Tony Stark is still under great pressure and threat from the huge number of alien Zettari legions, Rocky, the powerful Protoss coveting the Earth, and other possible stronger existence behind them. The whole Earth seems to be surrounded by many powerful forces. At any time, it may be invaded by an alien force more powerful than the Zettari army. Chenmo, the biggest spiritual pillar, disappears again after the New York incident. Tony Stark feels the pressure is so great that he has to find ways to enhance his strength. Under such great pressure, Tony Stark always sleeps and has nightmares. When Pepper sleeps, he goes to the lab downstairs to improve, upgrade, and strengthen the war clothes. Steel battle clothes are his strongest strength. Only stronger battle clothes can make him find a sense of security. Before the New York War, Tony Stark's steel war suit was only Mark IV. Now, in the absence of Chen Mo, he has updated the steel war suit to Mark 42. I can imagine how much Tony Stark has spent on steel battle clothes in this short half-year. Even so, Tony Stark still doesn't feel at ease, and his anxiety hasn't improved because of the continuous upgrading of the steel war clothes. But in addition to the continuous upgrading of the steel war clothes and making more powerful steel war clothes, Tony Stark doesn't know what else he can do. Sitting on the sofa, Tony Stark turns on the TV and wants to watch it for a while. Anyway, I can't sleep when I go back to my room. I might wake up Pepper. There was no good show in the middle of the night, and Tony Stark kept adjusting the radio with the remote control aimlessly. All of a sudden, the TV picture flickered, and there was a color stripe picture only when the signal was interrupted. Tony Stark thought the signal was bad at first, but when he continued to change channels, he found that the screen did not change at all. Are all the TV signals off? But then Tony Stark found out. In the middle of this color stripe picture, there is a black sign composed of 10 circles. In the center of each circle, there is a special symbol like some kind of text. In the middle, there are 2 crossed long knives. Just as Tony Stark frowned, the TV picture suddenly changed. An old man in a robe with a long beard and a cold face appeared in the picture. He walked slowly with his hands on his back, and there were several people kneeling on the ground beside him. On the opposite side of them, a line of masked soldiers were pointing their rifles at them as if they were going to shoot. A cold voice slowly sounded in the TV. "Some say I'm a terrorist." As soon as the voice was finished, Tony Stark listened to an instruction on TV. "Fire." In the picture, the soldier with the gun immediately pulled the trigger. In a burst of gunfire, several people kneeling in a row immediately fell to the ground. Tony Stark's eyebrows are more wrinkled. It doesn't look like acting. These people on TV are actually being executed. The first old man in robes appeared in the picture again, and the cold voice sounded again. "I think I'm an old teacher. America, are you ready for another class?" When Tony Stark heard this, he couldn't help feeling bad. In 1864, in Shaxie Town, Colorado, the U.S. Army attacked and slaughtered the families they left behind while the friendly Zion warriors were hunting, and then occupied their land. With the cold voice, there are some pictures of Indians on TV. Obviously, the Zion nationality, he said, was one of many Indian tribes slaughtered by the United States in the westward movement of the United States. When the United States developed the West, it did massacre the Indians who occupied the western land, but Tony Stark didn't know what the cold old man was talking about. But before that kind of bad feeling is becoming stronger, the cold voice of the old man in the robe sounded again. 39 hours ago, the U.S. Air Force Base in Al Yazalam, Kuwait, was attacked, right? Yes, I did it. An old military church full of women and children. At that time, the soldiers were going out to exercise and warriors were not there. Tony Stark's face changed when he heard the words, and he hastily ordered, "Jarvis, check the situation at Al Yazalam Air Force Base." Soon, Jarvis's voice began to ring. "Sir, there was a terrorist attack on Al Yazalam Air Force Base 39 hours ago. There was an explosion in a church at the base, and all the people who were attending the church died." At that time, the soldiers at the base were conducting military exercises outside. Jarvis's report confirms the words of the elderly in robes on TV. This is not a TV program, but a real terrorist hijacking the TV signal. Tony Stark looked angrily at the cold, bearded old man on TV, but listened to him continue to speak slowly in his cold, emotionless voice. "President Ellis, you have always refused to accept my education, but now you can only listen obediently. You know who I am, but you don't know where I am, and you can never predict my actions. This is actually a terrorist threat video." At this time, the picture suddenly flashed again, showing the picture of the studio. A male host sat behind the stage and said to the camera, "It seems that our signal is back. Let's take a look at the recent terrorist attacks." Tony Stark looked at the news, only to know that there have been several terrorist attacks recently. The main messenger behind the scenes is the cold old man with a long robe and a big beard who just appeared in the picture. Mandolin. From the first terrorist attack, he stood directly in front of the stage, declared responsibility for each attack, and attacked the United States with unbridled abandon, and issued various accusations, incitement, and threats. The United States has launched many forces to find him, but so far, all the search operations for Mandolin have failed. Except for the video materials they actively released and the videos they recorded, which are broadcast directly on the TV as they are today, Mandolin and his terrorist organizations have not been exposed. As he said, "You know who I am, but you don't know where I am, and you can never predict my actions." Now there have been several terrorist attacks, but the U.S. military has not been able to find any clues. Even their way of attack is not clear, let alone find their location. Now the whole United States is on high alert, and there is some panic among the people, because they don't know where Mandolin will attack next time. Tony Stark also realized that this cold old man called Mandolin was very dangerous. So far, they have launched several consecutive terrorist attacks against the United States, causing a lot of casualties and damage. But the U.S. government and military cannot find any clues, hidden very deep. And they are obviously different from those backward terrorists living in caves that Tony Stark used to kill. They can invade the U.S. radio and television network, broadcast terrorist threat videos at will, and even point the finger at the U.S. Although Tony Stark has always been worried about the enemies from the outside world, but this group of terrorists led by Mandolin let Tony Stark cannot help but pay attention to it. Tony Stark immediately ordered Jarvis to collect the information of Mandolin on the internet, but found that the information published on the internet is very limited. If you want to get further information, you have to go through special ways. Originally, the Avenger Alliance was the best choice, whether it was Captain Steve Rogers or Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who could help him get the most comprehensive information from the SHIELD Bureau or Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. But because of anxiety, Tony Stark left the others, took Pepper out of the Avengers League building, and returned to Los Angeles alone. In the past 6 months, he has devoted all his time to the development of new Steel War clothes. He has almost no contact with all the Avengers, but he does not know how to speak at this time. In the end, Tony Stark was linked to Agent Phil Coulson of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Service. Phil Coulson is also Chen Mo's direct subordinate in the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support. They had contact before. At the beginning, Chen Mo took Phil Coulson and Block Romlo to rescue him from the terrorist base in Afghanistan. In addition, although he moved out of the Avenger League building, he is still a member of the Avenger League. Phil Coulson did not refuse to meet him. In the morning, Tony Stark and his girlfriend Pepper Potts had breakfast together. Pepper left the villa under the escort of Harpy and went to work in Stark Industry. Tony Stark called Phil Coulson again. He didn't want Pepper to know about it so that she wouldn't worry. Shortly after the phone was hung up, the glass door of the villa was knocked, and Phil Coulson appeared in a black suit with a kind face. In the living room, Tony Stark sat on the sofa, leaned over to look at Phil Coulson and said solemnly, "What the hell is going on, this Mandolin? Seriously, can you tell me about him?" Phil Coulson looked at Tony Stark and didn't answer immediately. These things were originally classified and ordinary people were not entitled to know, but Tony Stark was a member of the Avengers League, but he was entitled to know. After a little meditation, Phil Coulson said, "So far there have been 9 bombings, only 3 of which have been made public by the U.S. government. The key problem is that the explosive device they used cannot be found, and no debris has been found at the scene of the explosion. Look for me, I can help. I have a lot of high-tech equipment, automatic armor. There's also a bomb disposal device that can catch explosives in mid-air." Phil Coulson asked, looking at Tony Stark's excited face, haggard face, and bloodshot eyes. "How long have you not slept well?" Tony Stark said indifferently. "Einstein only sleeps 3 hours a year. Compared with him, I am far behind." Phil Coulson can't help but say it with a heavy heart. "Tony, everyone is worried about you." Phil Coulson is not a member of the Avenger Alliance, but as Chen Mo's direct subordinate of the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support, he is responsible for the cooperation and liaison between the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support and the Avenger Alliance. Phil Coulson knows more about Tony Stark's relationship with the Avengers at this time. When Tony Stark heard Phil Coulson's words, he couldn't help but pause. In his mind, Sharon Rogers, Dr. Ethan, and other figures came to mind. But soon, Tony Stark recovered, put these ideas aside, and looked at Phil Coulson and asked, "Why didn't the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau make a move?" Tony Stark believes that if the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau attacks Mandolin, they will be eliminated quickly. Phil Coulson, however, said helplessly, "The Pentagon panicked. In the recent New York incident, the powerful alien core invading the Earth caused great panic in the United States. They need to show more strength to stabilize the people's hearts. Now the most important thing is to stop Mandolin, but it's not about superheroes. It's about the U.S. government and military. The Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics is mainly responsible for major events that threaten the Earth's security. Such terrorists are usually solved by their own countries. It's like a homicide in Los Angeles will be handled by the Los Angeles police, not directly by the FBI or the military. All of these terrorist attacks have taken place in the United States. At present, the threat level is not too great. Without further deterioration of the situation and the U.S. government's handover to the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, we will not directly intervene in this matter. Tony Stark can understand Phil Coulson, too. After all, the personnel and strength of the Bureau of Land Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support are limited, and its main responsibility is to protect the Earth's security. Although Mandolin has made several terrorist attacks, it is far from threatening the Earth's security. Compared with the army of Za'Tari, it is not even a small minion. The Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics can't be in charge of everything. It's more appropriate for the government and the military to deal with the terrorists like Mandolin. The Bureau of Land Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics has used ox knives to kill chickens. But Tony Stark is not going to give up. According to Phil Coulson, the U.S. government and military don't want their superheroes to take part in it, but they want to deal with it by themselves and rebuild their image in the people's mind. But Tony Stark doesn't like them. According to the current situation, it is not easy to find and eliminate these terrorists with the strength of the U.S. government and military. This group of terrorists, led by Mandolin, is definitely not comparable to those in the past. They seem to have a very powerful technological force in their hands and can invade the U.S. radio and television network at will, yet they are not found. Their strength and background must be very different. If they continue to be allowed to do so, more people will die in their hands. As an American, Tony Stark can't turn a blind eye. Even if the U.S. government and military do not welcome it, Tony Stark will not stand by to rescue civilians who may die in the next explosion. With Phil Coulson gone, Tony Stark began to study the 9 previous bombings. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony Stark has collected and analyzed all the data of the 9 attacks, including the data from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency obtained from Phil Coulson, as well as the information and archives intercepted from the FBI and the CIA. Although the artificial intelligence system, Jarvis, of Tony Stark is much weaker than the Jarvis, strengthened by the fire source in Chenmo's hands, it is a very powerful artificial intelligence in the world. It is difficult to invade the network of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, but the network of FBI and CIA can be broken as long as it takes more time. While Tony Stark was investigating the terrorist attacks on the other side, Stark Industries, Tony Stark's girlfriend and CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts, had an old friend. Pushing open the door of the meeting room, Pepper Potts stepped in. The man waiting inside turned around when he heard the voice. Pepper Potts looked at the man in a straight suit, a tall man with a face full of surprise and accident. In front of this person and her memory, that hunchback, wretched, sloppy figure completely cannot be linked to go together, looks like 2 people at all. Pepper. The man looked at Pepper Potts coming in and said with a smile. Killian, Pepper Potts said with some uncertainty. The other side didn't seem to see Pepper Potts' surprise. He looked up and down at Pepper and said with a smile, Nice look, you look really good. Pepper Potts looked at Killian and said incredulously, Oh my God. You look good too. I really can't recognize you. What are you doing recently? Pepper Potts couldn't imagine how a person could have changed so much. If she didn't have the appearance to see the original, she would have doubted whether the person in front of her was the Aldrich Killian she knew at that time. Not only the figure and body shape, but also the temperament of Aldrich Killian. Compared with the original obscenity and slovenness, now Aldrich Killian is full of strong self-confidence and energy, which is almost the same as before. In the face of the surprised Pepper Potts, Aldrich Killian's face is an indifferent smile, understatement said. I didn't do anything, but I've been receiving physical therapy for the past 5 years. Besides, it's Kirian Tafin. Please call me Aldrich. Pepper Potts looked at the confident, high-spirited Aldrich Killian in front of him, whose expression could not be restored for a long time. Before joining Stark Industries, Pepper Potts had worked with Aldrich Killian, but that was many years ago. At that time, Kirian suffered from rickets. He was short, rickets, thin, and very obscene. But he wanted to ask her out all the time, which made Pepper Potts very tired. Pepper Potts didn't want to see Aldrich Killian when he asked for a meeting, but anyway, they had worked together for a long time before, so it's not good to refuse him without mercy. In the end, Pepper Potts accepted Aldrich Killian's request for a meeting. Originally, she just wanted to have a casual chat and get rid of him as soon as possible. However, the huge change in Aldrich Killian's body made her forget her plan directly. Nice to meet you, Killian. The great changes in Aldrich Killian made Pepper Potts not hate him as much as before, but she still didn't call him by his name directly as the other party asked. Anyway, they were just ordinary colleagues, not close to each other. They sat down together on the sofa in the reception room. After a brief exchange of greetings, they soon talked about the business. After years of avoiding the president's ban on unethical biotechnology research, my think tank has developed a humble little thing. I call this idea ultimate biology, Aldrich Killian said, taking out a silver palm-sized metal box. First took out a finger-sized device from inside and stuck it behind the ear, then took out a universal remote control-like device and pointed to the wall lamp above the reception room. I have to turn off the light. As Aldrich Killian pressed the remote control, the light above the reception room went out and the room suddenly darkened. Aldrich Killian then reached out and grabbed 3 silver steel balls the size of quail eggs from the silver metal box, gesturing to Pepper Potts. About the human brain, Aldrich Killian said, throwing 3 steel balls at the tea table in front of him. The 3 steel balls rolled ahead of each other and gradually spread. When they were more than 10 centimeters away from each other and formed a triangle, the 3 steel balls suddenly stopped and stopped. Then, at the top of the 3 silver steel balls, a yellow light suddenly lit up, and a beam of light was emitted from the 3 steel balls, interwoven in the space above to form a picture as bright as a star river, occupying the whole room. These 3 seemingly ordinary steel balls are actually a kind of portable holographic projection device, which looks no worse than the holographic projection device in the biochemical crisis world, and the projection range is much larger. The area of this meeting room is about 100 square meters. However, the holographic projection of the bright star river is full of the whole space, which makes Pepper Potts feel like being in the boundless universe. Well, wait, that's the universe. I made a mistake. It should be this, Aldrich Killian said, and he operated the remote control. The picture of the universe star river in the space changed, and a blue star cluster appeared, which seems to be also composed of numerous bright stars. The whole star cluster is composed of numerous blue light spots, among which there is a yellow light like the electric light passing through the channel, moving rapidly and breathing regularly. Blue and yellow light in the star cluster intertwined looks as magnificent as the bright universe before Wei Li. This is the brain. They are very similar, aren't they? Aldrich Killian looked at Pepper Potts and said with a smile. Pepper Potts looked up at the constant flow of yellow light in front of him, like the star cluster brain picture, and could not help muttering to himself. "Oh, it's incredible," Aldrich Killian said triumphantly when he heard Pepper Potts's admiration. "Thank you, this is my brain." "What?" Pepper Potts turned to Aldrich Killian in surprise. Aldrich Killian raised his hand to the room and made a star-like projection of the brain's neural current, he said proudly. "You are in my mind now like a live broadcast," Aldrich Killian said, pointing sideways to the finger-sized device just pasted behind his ear. Seeing that Pepper Potts was still confused, Aldrich Killian immediately stood up directly from the sofa, stepped onto the broad tea table in front of the two people, and extended his hand towards Pepper Potts. "Come up, I'll show you." Pepper Potts was curious about the technology Aldrich Killian was going to show, so he didn't refuse. He immediately stood up and took Aldrich Killian's hand to the tea table. "Now give me a pinch." Aldrich Killian raised an arm and handed it to Pepper Potts. "I can take it. Pinch it." Pepper Potts didn't seem to be joking when he saw Aldrich Killian, so he put out his hand and pinched him on the arm. And as Pepper Potts's fingers worked, a piece of the blue, starry sky that was projected around them suddenly turned yellow and spread around like a network, and then recovered. "What is this?" asked Pepper Potts in surprise. "This is the primary somatosensory cortex, the pain center of the brain." Listening to Aldrich Killian's explanation, and combining the changes just seen with his own eyes, Pepper Potts finally believed that the beautiful spot in front of him was the projection of Aldrich Killian's brain. Aldrich Killian looked at Pepper Potts's expression, smiled a little, and then raised his hand to operate in the air. "But this is what I want to show you." With the operation of Aldrich Killian, the brain projections around the two men also enlarged and moved with his operation. The nerve potential of the ultimate creature has been fully developed and controlled. "Now look here." At last, the projection around the two men stopped and finally appeared in front of Pepper Potts in a blank area like a black hole in the star sea. It's essentially an empty slot. It tells us that our brain, our DNA system, is destined to be upgraded. Wow. Just as Pepper Potts was attracted by Aldrich Killian's ultimate biology theory, in the reception room, across a glass wall public rest area, Harpy Hogan was staring at a rebellious young man sitting not far from him. Harpy Hogan used to be Tony Stark's bodyguard, but after Pepper Potts was appointed president of Stark Industries, his job became to protect Pepper Potts, and not long ago, he was appointed security minister of Stark Industries by Pepper Potts. The young man he was focusing on was one of Aldrich Killian's men. Originally, Harpy Hogan was just waiting outside the reception room for the sake of the safety of Pepper Potts. However, after noticing the slight intimacy between Pepper Potts and Aldrich Killian in the reception room, as an old subordinate and good brother of Tony Stark, Harpy Hogan focused on Aldrich Killian. And when he looked at Aldrich Killian's profile through the visitor record, he was surprised to find that he and Tony had ever met this guy. As a top bodyguard, Harpy Hogan has a strong ability to recognize people. Anyone who has ever met him can recognize them again, but just now he didn't recognize Aldrich Killian at all, because the gap between this guy and his image in memory is too big. At the scientific conference in Switzerland, this guy was still a crutch, limping, stooped, emaciated, and obscene. Now he has magically become a tall, straight, and handsome man, who seems to be much younger even in his age, just like a new man. This made Harpy Hogan have a huge doubt about him. In addition, the man brought by Aldrich Killian was arrogant and rebellious. He was obviously not a good man, and even made Harpy Hogan feel that they were very suspicious. In the reception room, Aldrich Killian has put away the holographic projection device, and Pepper Potts has returned to the sofa. "Imagine that you can invade the control center of any organism and recode DNA," Aldrich Killian said with excitement and pride that he was obviously very proud of his ultimate biological technology. "It's incredible," Pepper Potts said, but his face was no longer full of the original exclamation. Instead, he became serious. "Unfortunately, it sounds like it can be highly weaponized, such as Super Warrior, Private Armed, and Tony can't." Tony. Pepper Potts just said half, but Aldrich Killian interrupted her directly with a disdainful look. "In fact, I invited Tony to cooperate with us 13 years ago, and he refused me, but now it's different. The person in charge is a new talent. She doesn't need to be obedient to Tony, and she's not as conceited as Tony." For some reason, Pepper Potts seemed to feel a deep hatred in Aldrich Killian's tone and eyes. Pepper Potts's feeling is not wrong. She does not know that, although Aldrich Killian said it lightly, it was a disgrace that he could never forget about 13 years ago. At the Swiss Conference on Science and Technology, Aldrich Killian once asked Tony Stark for cooperation, but Tony Stark, who was busy chasing girls and was eager to go back to the hotel room with Maya Hansen, a beautiful female biologist, to roll the bed sheets, promised to cooperate with him verbally and cheated him to the roof and wait for him. While Tony Stark is in the room and Maya Hansen is happy, Aldrich Killian is on crutches, waiting for Tony Stark in the cold winter sky with excitement and hope. In the end, Tony Stark didn't appear naturally, and Aldrich Killian turned from full of expectation to despair. This kind of teasing and insulting sometimes can really make a person who is already weak in self-esteem despair and collapse, and then generate some extreme ideas. In the end, Aldrich Killian didn't jump from the top of the building, but his hatred for Tony Stark was deeply buried in his heart, waiting for the right time to burst out. But this time he came to Stark Industry not to avenge the insult of that year, but to really want to cooperate with Stark Industry, although his ultimate goal is not simple. At that year's technology conference, although Aldrich Killian was pigeoned by Tony Stark, he did not achieve nothing in the end. The think tank he founded has been joined by a very capable young scientist, and this is Maya Hansen, the woman biologist who had a night out with Tony Stark. And it's all because of Maya Hansen's research that he became a tall and straight handsome man from a lame, rickety, emaciated and wretched appearance. She has developed a virus that can enter the repair center of human brain, recode it, wake up immune cells, prevent all diseases, and even regenerate limbs. Externally, they call this project Ultimate Creature, and internally, its real name is Desperate Virus. 5 years ago, after a major breakthrough in the study of Desperate Virus, Aldrich Killian applied it to himself. The Desperate Virus not only cured his rickets, but also changed him from a wretched cripple to a tall and handsome man. It also gave him powerful power and special ability beyond ordinary people's imagination. But now the virus is still not perfect. The failure rate of strengthening is very high, and in order to improve the virus, Aldrich Killian found Pepper Potts. In fact, Aldrich Killian's goal is Tony Stark. He wants to help him improve the virus through Tony Stark's strong research and development ability. In addition to her own ability, the reason why Maya Hansen has been able to improve the virus to the present level is more because of a set of formulas left for her after Tony Stark read her research in Switzerland and rolled the sheets. Thanks to the formula left by the genius Tony Stark, her research, which had been in a stagnant state, made a breakthrough and finally helped Aldrich Killian transform and strengthen herself. But now it seems that the idea of putting Tony Stackla on the chariot through Pepper Potts can't be realized. I'd like to help you, but I can only say I'm sorry. Pepper Potts looked at Aldrich Killian with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "Military weapons manufacturing was also an important industry of Stark Industry. However, since Tony Stark was kidnapped in the Middle East and realized the huge damage and harm caused by weapons falling into the hands of terrorists, he closed the arms manufacturing department of Stark Industry and completely ended the arms business. For his decision, Pepper Potts is very supportive and firmly supports it. So when she learned that Aldrich Killian's project for cooperation is a highly weaponized human body strengthening project, she no longer had the interest in the beginning. In the face of Pepper Potts' firm refusal, Aldrich Killian did not show anger or disappointment and did not seem to take it to heart. At the door of the office building, Aldrich Killian said goodbye to Pepper Potts with a smile, then turned around and walked towards the Black Land Rover in front of him. The rebellious young man, who had been waiting outside the reception room, opened the back door for Aldrich Killian, and when he got in, he closed the door and sat in the cab. The Land Rover started slowly. In the back seat, Aldrich Killian's face sank rapidly. When Tony Stark refused, and today Tony's girlfriend Pepper Potts refused again, Aldrich Killian's heart was not as calm as it seemed. He could not help but think of that cold, lonely, and desperate night 13 years ago. Suddenly, a hot orange light appeared on his face like magma, and a fierce color appeared in his eyes. Since we can't cooperate well, we have to change the way. Aldrich Killian raised his head abruptly, and said coldly to the young man who was driving ahead, "Eric, when you're done tonight, get Pepper Potts." Eric Severn, who was driving ahead, said with a confident smile as he chewed gum, "Don't worry, boss, this woman can't run." At the door of the office building, Pepper Potts didn't know that Aldrich Killian, after being rejected by her, had directly hit her with the idea of using her to force Tony Stark to surrender and help him improve the desperate virus. After seeing Aldrich Killian get on the bus, Pepper Potts turned straight back to the office building, where she still has some work to do. Happy Hogan, standing by, looks at the black Land Rover SUV driving towards the gate, but takes out his mobile phone from his pocket and takes a picture of the black Land Rover's license plate. On the square in front of the Chinese theater in Los Angeles that night, a man with a short beard and a bit of depression was sitting on a bench in the corner, holding a string of soldiers' identity cards hanging on his neck in his hands and turning unconsciously, as if waiting for something. The anxiety and uneasiness that he revealed was out of line with the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere around him. As the most famous movie theater in Los Angeles, many people come here every day for sightseeing or watching movies. People come and go in the square, which is very lively. No one notices the abnormality of the man sitting in the corner. Before long, a young man in a suit and tie, but with his neck open and his face unruly, came from a distance with a small suitcase, under Aldrich Killian, Eric Severn. When he came to the square, Eric Severn glanced around casually and soon found the man sitting in the corner. He strode towards him with his suitcase. Eric Severn strode towards the down-and-out man in the corner of the square. Behind him, a broad and strong figure quietly followed him into the square and stopped in front of a stand selling sunglasses. He picked up a pair of sunglasses casually from the stall. Harpy Hogan put them on and looked at a mirror in front of him. It seemed that he was looking at the mirror, but in fact he quietly adjusted the angle of the mirror and used the mirror to secretly observe every move of Eric Severn behind him. Harpy saw that Eric Severn gave the suitcase to the depressed man, and then they said a few words, but because of the distance and the noise, Harpy didn't hear what they said. However, the two people secretly ran here to meet each other in the evening. It was obvious that there was something to hide. Harpy Hogan's eyes couldn't help falling on the suitcase in the hands of the depressed man. Eric Severn and the depressed man just said two simple words and then directly turned around and left. It was the gratitude of the depressed man on the face. After seeing Eric Severn go, they couldn't wait to open the suitcase and check it. Happy Hogan saw Eric Severn disappear out of the square, took off his glasses immediately, turned around and strode towards the fallen man. The despondent man took a quick look at the contents of the suitcase, closed the suitcase directly and got up to leave. However, he had just bowed his head and walked out a few steps before he was hit head-on by Harpy Hogan. Touch! The suitcase was smashed to the ground and opened. Some key-like fishtail-shaped metal pieces were scattered all over the place. "Sorry, friend," Harpy Hogan said, squatting down and picking up with the depressed man. When the other side didn't pay attention, Harpy hit a piece of metal in the palm of his hand. The despondent man was only cleaning up the scattered metal pieces and didn't notice the small action of Harpy. However, when he looked up and bumped into Harpy, Harpy found that there was a hot orange light like magma on his face, as if there were rock slurry surging under his skin. Harpy Hogan was startled by the strange sight, but he tried to hide the shock in his heart. He didn't show it on his face. He pretended to get up as if nothing had happened and prepare to leave while the other side continued to clean up. He believed that as long as he gave Tony what he had in his hand, he would be able to figure out what it was. However, Harpy didn't notice that Eric Severn, who had gone away before, didn't really leave, but was hiding in the distance and watching the man who was down. When he came forward and knocked the suitcase off, Eric Severn found out that it was wrong. At this time, Happy just walked out of a few steps and felt that his shoulder was hit heavily, just as he had deliberately hit a depressed man before, and Happy felt that the strength of each other was much greater than that of ordinary people. Rao is a man of great stature, strengthened by the improved super soldier serum. He has more than 3 times the strength of ordinary people, and he was hit by the other side and reeled. He finally got back on his feet. "Hi, man." So coincidentally, we met again. Why don't you need to protect your beautiful boss and go to the movies alone? Harpy Hogan looked at Eric Severn, who was laughing in front of him, and his brow began to wrinkle. Just now, he saw that the other party had left, but now he suddenly came out again and hit him. He didn't think it was a coincidence. The other side is likely to find out what he just did, but Harpy was not afraid. He was a top professional boxer, or he could not be the bodyguard of Tony Stark, the top rich man. Later, he was strengthened by the improved super soldier serum and his strength sword. He was confident that no one would be his opponent except the abnormal superheroes in the Avengers League. Although this guy seems to be powerful at present, he can't be stronger than him. Aren't you the same? Oh no, you still have a boyfriend. Are you going to see romantic movies together? Harpy Hogan is with Tony Stark. He hasn't learned any other skills. His ability to satirize and sarcasm is the true story of Tony. Eric Severn's face froze and sank when he heard the words. Behind him, the man who had just packed his suitcase saw Eric Severn reappear and confronted the strong guy who had run into him. He quickly reacted and looked at Harpy with the same face. You've taken our things, you'd better hand them in at once. Eric Severn looked at Harpy's clenched right hand and said with a fierce threat on his face. Happy Hogan heard that he knew that his little action had been seen by the other side. Now that it has been found, Happy no longer hides it. He raised his right hand, pinched the piece of metal between his fingers and said to Eric Severn, "You mean this? I don't think you can take it back." Eric Severn looked at the sheet metal held in his hand by Harpy. His eyes couldn't help but coagulate, and he immediately reached for Harpy's arm and said coldly, "That's not your thing." Harpy didn't pay attention to Eric Severn, but when the palm of the other side grabbed his arm, he found that he underestimated the guy. The pressure on his arm told him that Eric Severn was much stronger than he thought, but when he tried to break free, he found that he could not break free. This bodyguard of Aldrich Killian is even stronger than him. But up to now, Harpy has no time to think about other things. Seeing that his right arm can't break free, he clenched his left hand and punched Eric Severn in the face with a punch. It's reasonable to say that Harpy has 3 times the physical strength of ordinary people. The speed of punching is so fast that ordinary people can't avoid it at all. But when Harpy's fist hit in front of them, Eric Severn turned his head quickly and easily passed Harpy's fist. But Harpy didn't stop attacking. As a top boxer, Harpy's fist technique was not weak at first. Later, he often competed with Tony, Wang Jin, and others for practice. The fist technique has made great progress. Eric Severn, though his physical quality is better than him, but his fighting skill is much weaker than him. Although he evaded it with his quick response, most of Harpy's attacks, however, were still under Harpy's constant attack, and he had to let go of the hand holding his right arm. But after the arm finally broke free, Harpy's attack became more fierce. His continuous double fists made Eric Severn more difficult to dodge. Finally, Harpy hit him heavily on the bridge of the nose. In the face of the unexpected strength of Eric Severn, Harpy did not keep his hand, which can be said to be the use of full strength. If it was an ordinary person, Harpy would be enough to break the bridge of the nose of the other person. The concussion was light, and it was likely to directly kill him. But this fist hit Eric Severn, but it only made a wound on the bridge of his nose which didn't affect him. But it's a good thing to say, after all, Eric Severn's strength is there, and his physical strength is certainly not too bad, but the next moment is a surprise to Happy Hogan, and his face is full of consternation. As like as 2 peas of orange, Eric's face lit up with the same lava light on the face of the man who had just picked up the thing, but it was even more dazzling. This lava-like light soon surged to the position of Eric Severn's broken nose, but the broken wound seemed to have lava flowing out of the skin, shining a more dazzling light, quickly filling up the broken wound, almost in a blink of an eye, and the wound just hit by Harpy's heavy fist quickly healed and disappeared. In fact, Harpy also has Chen Mo's self-healing ability to help him strengthen, but with his self-healing ability, the wounds just like that need at least 1 minute to be able to fully heal. Absolutely can't be like Eric Severn, almost just in a blink of an eye to completely heal. As far as he knows, even Chen Mo, the most self-healing commander among them, can't heal so quickly. How does this guy have such a strong self-healing ability and even more powerful power? And what about the magma-like orange glow on their faces? This powerful self-healing ability seems to be related to that orange light. Just as Harpy was shocked to see Eric Seven's instantly healed wound, Eric Seven rushed towards him angrily. Harpaline rushed to attack Eric Seven, but was dodged by the other side. Before Harpaline could close his fist and attack again, Eric Severn suddenly reached out his hands and grabbed Harpy's arm, then threw Harpy out. Harpy's own strength is more than 3 times that of ordinary people, while Eric Severn's strength is even stronger than Harpy's. The huge strength directly threw Harpy's thick and heavy body out of 10 meters, knocked over a stall, and fell on the ground severely. Thanks to Happy's strong body and no injury, he quickly got up from the ground and met Eric Seven again with his teeth clenched. Originally, when the two started to fight, they didn't attract too many people's attention in the square, and the people around them just looked at them from afar. However, when they saw that the strong and heavy Harpy had been thrown out for more than 10 meters, the faces of all the people changed. This is obviously not what normal people can do. Many people ran towards the distance in panic. In the middle of the square, there are only Eric Severn and Harpy who are fighting together again, and the despondent man standing by with a suitcase. Seeing Eric Seven and Harpy fighting together, the depressed man should even want to help. The things in the suitcase that Eric Seven gave him are very important to him, but they are illegal human experimental drugs prohibited by law. They can't see light, and the appearance of Harpy is likely to expose their affairs. He can't allow such things to happen. However, due to his poor reinforcement effect and unstable internal strength, it needs to be consolidated to help Eric Seven deal with the weak enemy. Even when he opened the suitcase directly, he picked up a saucer device the size of a palm, put the end with the iron plate in it into his mouth, and sucked hard. A touch of orange light reappeared on his face again, and the familiar power surged in his body again. But just as he was going to help Eric Seven deal with Harpy, his face suddenly changed, because he found that the strength in his body did not rise to a certain level as before, but continued to increase and became more and more violent. It made him panic. He knew exactly what it meant. Many of the people who had been reinforced with him had this situation, and in the end they all died, not even the body. In his panic, the despairing man, like a drowning man grabbing a straw for help, hurriedly shouted to Eric Seven, who was fighting with Harpy not far away. "Seven, help me, help me." Eric Seven heard the shouting behind him and turned his head to look at the past. When he saw the more and more bright orange light on the depressed man, his face suddenly changed. In such a short time, the orange light on the face of the depressed man has spread to the whole body, and it's getting brighter and brighter. The whole man is like a huge light bulb, and his mouth is full of painful wails. Eric Seven is very clear about what will happen next, which is the purpose of his coming here tonight. But the fight with Harpy Hogan just now made him forget the chess piece for a while. Unexpectedly, he used the desperate virus at this time. Eric Severn could no longer care about Harpy Hogan on the other side. He let the other side hit him hard in the face, but he turned around and ran towards the square. Harpy Hogan doesn't know what's going on, but it's not good to see the increasingly bright state of the depressed man and Eric Seven's reaction. It's obviously the rhythm of explosion. Harpy couldn't care to take care of Eric Severn anymore. He glanced around and hurriedly hid behind a nearby stall. As for whether he could block it, Harpy had no bottom in his heart. Just now, Eric Seven showed much more power and self-healing ability than him. Even he ran away in a hurry. It can be seen that the destructive power of the explosion is absolutely strong. The people in the square also found the monster glowing like a burning iron, and they fled towards the surrounding area in a more panic. But how could they get there with their speed? Seeing that a violent explosion is about to take place, and the people in the square are about to die in the sea of fire, at this time, a violent sound of breaking the air suddenly rings over the square, like the sound of shells falling towards the ground. Boom! All the people felt the ground shake suddenly. The next moment, they saw a tall figure in a black steel war suit falling beside the monster, who was all over the body and was howling. Harpy Hogan looked at the familiar figure. His eyes suddenly brightened, but before he could say anything, Chen Mo had quickly reached out and grasped the human bomb whose eyes and mouth were already beginning to shine out, which could explode at any time. The thruster at his feet started, and he quickly rose up with him. In a blink of an eye, he flew out of the square. Happy Hogan and the people all couldn't help looking up at the two figures rising rapidly above the square. In the sky, the hot orange light is more and more prosperous. When it rises to more than 100 meters from the ground, the light has reached the extreme, just like a small sun. Boom! At the next moment, with a deafening explosion, a huge hot fire burst out over the square. Without waiting for the response of the people below, a strong shock wave swept down from the air and directly blew the people on the square to the ground. Several huge screens hung outside the Chinese theater building, and the street in front of the square just passed by the glass of some passing vehicles is directly broken. Fortunately, there is a distance between the explosion and the square below, and the shock wave generated by the explosion has weakened a lot when it reaches the ground. Although the square and the surrounding areas are in a mess under the impact of the explosion, they have not caused casualties. Most of the people are only slightly collided and scratched when they fall, and there is no big problem. After the explosion, Harpy Hogan was the first one to get up from the ground and look anxiously into the air. When he saw the familiar figure floating in the air, Harpy's heart couldn't help but relax, and his face showed a happy smile. The people in the square and the street soon found Chen Mo in the air, and someone immediately shouted excitedly, "It's the commander! He saved us! Well done, commander!" When people were cheering loudly, Eric 7, who had already run to the edge of the square, looked around and found Chen Mo in the air. Then his face couldn't help but change. He hurriedly accelerated to the chaotic street. With his super strength and special ability strengthened by the desperate virus, even if the Iron Man or the American captain came, he would not be afraid, but Chen Mo is different. Chen Mo is not only the commander of Avenger Alliance, but also the most powerful superhero on Earth. Even the furious Hulk and the God of Thunder from the sky are not his rivals. Although Eric 7 is arrogant, he dare not fight him head-on. Maybe only the boss can deal with him. At this time, he can't take back the desperate virus stolen by Harpy. He must leave here quickly. The street in front of the square was full of cars with broken glass and rear end. Eric 7 rushed to the road, but he didn't stop. Instead, he jumped up and ran to the alley opposite the road on the roof of a car. The explosion just now not only shattered the glass of many cars directly, but also caused a series of rear ends on the road. However, due to the low speed, the accident was not serious. Most of the people in the car were okay, but the road was completely blocked by these cars. The people on the bus were also flustered after the sudden explosion just now. After the road was blocked, many people quickly opened the door and ran down. The cheers on the square attracted their attention. Then, they all found the figure floating in the air. His dark armor is reflected by the flames from his feet and hands. It's only half a year since the alien invasion in New York. Everyone is familiar with the superhero who defeated the powerful alien and saved the Earth. He never looked back into the wormhole, still deeply imprinted in their brain. Although they don't know what happened just now, they can roughly guess from the cheers in the square that it must be the commander who just saved them. Otherwise, the sudden explosion just happened would not be as simple as shattering their car glass. In recent years, the terrorist Mandolin has made several terrorist bombings in a row, each time with many civilian casualties, which makes all of them feel uneasy. This explosion is probably caused by that group of terrorists. Fortunately, the commander came in time, otherwise they do not know how many people will die in this explosion, become one of the victims of terrorist attacks. But just as they were cheering and shouting the commander's name, they found that the mighty figure in the sky suddenly turned around and dived down towards them. At the time of the explosion, Chen Mo did not continue to hold the human bomb and bear the explosion at a close distance. Instead, he moved to the lower tens of meters in a flash at the moment of the explosion. Although iron and steel war clothes have certain heat insulation ability, they can only cope with ordinary fire and explosion. If the temperature caused by explosion is too high, it will still affect the war clothes. The temperature in the explosion center of the human body caused by the desperate virus is as high as 3,000 degrees Celsius, which surpasses most missiles. If Chen Mo stays in the explosion center, although he is not in any danger, he will be burned, but the iron and steel battle suit is likely to be damaged. After all, the electronic components inside the battle suit cannot bear the high temperature at all. After the explosion, Chen Mo was suspended in the air, and his eyes swept over the ground quickly. He soon found Eric Sawin, who was jumping on the roof and wanted to escape. When Eric Sawin was about to escape into the alley across the road, he suddenly felt a rapid sound of breaking the air behind him. Before he looked around, he felt a strong wind passing over his head. Then he saw a tall figure in black steel and armor blocking his way. Eric Sawin's pupil shrank. Damn it, it was found. Standing on the roof of an SUV with a broken windshield, Eric Sawin had to stop. Looking at Chen Mo floating in front of his eyes, Eric Sawin's expression is very dignified. He is very clear that if he is caught by Chen Mo, there will be no good end, so he can't be caught. Although Chen Mo's strength is very strong, he is also full of confidence in his strength after being strengthened by the desperate virus, especially his special ability to control the high temperature, which happens to be the killer of steel battle clothes. Even if Chen Mo can't be defeated, it's possible to escape. What's more, if he is really allowed to defeat the famous commander, it doesn't mean that the virus they have is even stronger than they think. Perhaps the original plan of the boss can be changed, and the original goal can be higher. Think of here, Eric Sawin's face cannot help but emerge a cruel color. At the same time, a stream of magma-hot energy emerged from under his skin. All the exposed parts, his face and neck, were all covered with orange light. His hands, especially his hands, were completely turned into a dazzling orange-yellow color, just like the red iron in the furnace, emitting amazing heat. You can even vaguely see the outline of the skeleton inside. Then, Eric Sawin's legs suddenly exert force, and a huge force far beyond ordinary people erupts, which deeply dents the roof of the SUV, and his body, driven by this huge force, leaps out of the roof at a high speed and pours on Chen Mo in front of him. The people on the surrounding road were shocked to see this scene and opened their eyes. This man even took the initiative to attack the commander. Contact the previous explosion, obviously. This guy is the terrorist who made this explosion. Seeing that the two men are about to collide, those who are quick to respond have turned around and started to run far away. They want to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible, but most of them are standing in the same place without moving. Some of them are not responding. Some of them are full of confidence in the commander. Even the powerful alien legion and the Protoss Chen Mo can defeat them. This young man with an inch head, although you can shine, you can't be Chen Mo's opponent. Chen Mo looks at Eric Sawin's red arms, but he doesn't care. He knew the heat of the hot, iron-like arms. Not only do they look like magma, but they actually have a hotter temperature than magma. As Chen Mo knows, the power of the virus is very powerful. It should not be under the super soldier serum, or even more than a lot. Not to mention the strengthening ability of the body, the strong self-healing ability, and the ability to make the body emit high temperature are not possessed by the super soldier serum. And this ability to produce high temperature just restrains the steel battle clothes. The high temperature of 3,000 degrees is more than twice the temperature of magma and molten iron. Moreover, their bodies can continuously produce heat, transfer it to the objects they touch, and melt it in a very short time, which is faster and stronger than any means of heating. Even though the indestructible Edelman alloy can withstand tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature, it still won't melt, but it can't completely block the heat transfer. Once it is grasped by Eric Sawin's hot arm containing high temperature, the strong heat will soon enter the armor through the outer armor. The fact that Edelman is not afraid of high temperature does not mean that the electronic components inside the warsuit can withstand the high temperature enough to melt the steel. In the movie, Tony Stark's armor is completely restrained in front of these ultimate creatures, transformed by the desperate virus. Under the interference of high temperature, the powerful performance of the steel warsuit cannot be exerted at all, and several sets of warsuits are removed by Aldrich Killian by his bare hands. Since Chen Mo knows the high temperature, he won't let Eric Saywin seize the war clothes. If he breaks the internal components of the war clothes, it will be very troublesome to repair them. In the face of the fierce Eric Saywin, Chen Mo glanced at a large number of civilians standing in the surrounding car room, but they didn't retreat and move in the opposite direction. At the same time, the thrusters behind and under his feet increased their power, and the dazzling light pushed the war clothes forward at a high speed. Eric Seven saw that Chen Mo didn't use the powerful long-range weapons on his battle clothes or the invincible sword of the king, but rushed to him directly with bare hands and empty hands, and his eyes could not help flashing a little excitement. This well-known commander is just like this. He is so despised. It seems that he just regards himself as an ordinary terrorist and wants to subdue himself directly and catch him. Unfortunately, he didn't know the power of the ultimate creature at all. Maybe he has a chance to defeat the commander of the world today, step on his body, and achieve the reputation of ultimate creature. At that time, they don't have to hide in the dark to pretend to be terrorists anymore. Even the most powerful superhero commander on Earth is not their opponent. Who else can stop them? Eric Severn opens his arms excitedly and grabs Chen Mo, who is rushing towards him. As long as he catches his hands, he can quickly transfer the heat to the inside of the armor. The steel battle suit will be paralyzed immediately. Even the commander can only be killed. However, when Eric Saywin's hot energy hands were less than 20 cm away from Chen Mo's chest armor, Chen Mo's body shape was suddenly backward, his right leg was suddenly raised, and he kicked Eric Saywin in the abdomen. Eric Seven's attention was focused on catching Chen Mo's hands. He didn't see Chen Mo's movements at all, and didn't have time to make any response at all. He only felt a black leg shadow flash at the corner of his eyes. At the next moment, he felt that his abdomen was like being hit by a train, and a huge and incomparable force hit his stomach severely. A sharp pain then came. Intestines seemed to be kicked into several sections by this huge force, and the bone in the waist was directly broken in a sound of kara. In the eyes of the surrounding people, Eric Seven's body was kicked directly by Chen Mo and doubled in the air. Taking the broken waist as the center, Eric Severn's upper body and lower body came into contact directly. The figure who had been flying forward originally flew out towards the back faster than before. All the people felt that an orange light in their sight was rapidly passing through the sky. The guy who had just attacked the commander with great momentum, just like human magma, crossed a parabola, crossed the whole road, and fell heavily in the middle of the Chinese theater square. When Eric Seven and Harpy were fighting, most of the people in the square had already run away. With the explosion just now, the center of the square was already empty. Eric Seven was kicked by Chen Mo and flew over. He hit the ground heavily, smashing several stone slabs on the ground. And he himself was spread on the ground like a puddle of mud. His abdomen was deeply depressed. His legs were as soft as noodles. Happy Hogan, standing on the edge of the square, looked at Eric Seven, who had been kicked by Chen Mo, and felt his stomach was cold. It's really cruel. Through the fight just now, Harpy knows how strong Eric Severn is physically. His heavy fist, which is enough to kill ordinary people, can only cause minor injuries to this magma-like guy. Under the flow of magma, he can recover as before in a blink of an eye. If you keep fighting, he is not the opponent of this guy. In fact, it's still playing against Eric Seven in a playful mood without using all his strength. Otherwise, as long as he can activate the high-temperature ability, it's easy to kill Harpy. But such a tough guy can't even walk away in Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo just kicked him half dead in one foot without using any weapons, and completely abandoned him on the ground. People around the square saw that after a short silence, cheers broke out again. Looking at Chen Mo, who was flying after Eric Seven and landing slowly in the square, everyone's eyes were full of fanaticism. Too strong, worthy of commander. If these hateful terrorists want to escape from him, they are dreaming. But cheers to cheer, but no one dare to lean forward. As like as two peas, They remember clearly that the guy who was brought up by the Chen bombing was just like a magma before the explosion. It was just like the guy who was paralyzed on the ground. Who knows if this terrorist will explode suddenly as before? If there were not commanders here, they would not be surrounded by the square, but would have been far away from the terrorist who would explode. With Chenmo here, even if this guy wants to explode himself, the commander will bring him to the air in time as before. It's not a big deal to experience an air shock wave and roll on the ground. It's not everyone who has the chance to watch the commander's battle in close quarters. Like the alien invasion in New York before, give them 10 courage and no one dare to enter the battle area. Under the intensity of that horrible battle, ordinary people simply want to die. Even across the TV screen, they are very nervous and hard to breathe. If they arrive at the scene of the battle, they will be scared to death if they are not killed by aliens. But the immediate situation is much safer. They dare not join in the fight with the aliens. It's okay to see the commander bully the terrorists, but soon they began to doubt their decision. Eric Severn, who was lying on the ground, began to shine more blazing light all over his body, especially his abdomen, which had been seriously deformed and deeply sunken, seemed to have completely turned into a hot magma. Eric Severn's clothes quickly burned under the strong heat, and soon burned to ashes, revealing the lava flowing below. The abdomen, which was originally deeply sunken and was almost attached to the ground, was quickly filled under the surging lava and restored to its normal shape. Then the red lava cooled slowly, revealing a block of sharp abdominal muscles. The next moment, in everyone's shocked eyes, Chenmo kicked and broke his spine, and Eric Severn, who was already disabled, stood up again. Although the hot magma in his abdomen receded, there was still a dazzling light under his whole skin. Most of his clothes were burned down. At this time, only some broken cloth strips were left hanging on his body. The pain on Eric Severn's face still hasn't gone away. He looks angrily at Chenmo, who stands several meters away from him. He reaches out and pulls off his ragged clothes. Then he pours on Chenmo again. Chenmo wanted to try his power again, but looking at Eric Severn, who was red, naked, and hurtling at him, Chenmo had no interest in continuing. In the face of Eric Severn, who was frantically attacking him, Chenmo's body didn't move a minute, just raised his right hand and aimed the electric arc pulse gun in the palm at Eric Severn. Eric Severn's speed is very fast, but it's much slower than Chenmo's. Before he can catch up with him, a dazzling beam of light has been shot at him first, and a big hole has been blown directly in his chest. The body, which had been rushing forward at a high speed, suddenly stopped in place under the action of the electric arc pulse gun. Eric Severn felt only a pain in his chest, and then his strength began to lose rapidly. At the same time, he also lost control of his body completely. With all the rest of his strength up, Eric Severn slowly looked down at his chest. He saw a fist-sized hole in his chest. At the edge of the hole, he could see the burnt bones and viscera. Through the hole, he even saw the clothes he had just torn off on the ground behind him. He was shot through the chest directly, making a big hole through the front and back. In the past, when he was hurt, the heat flow in his body would automatically rush out, helping him to repair the injury quickly. Even the severed arm could grow again in a few seconds. But this time, he didn't feel the familiar heat, and there was no magma pouring from his chest to repair the injury. On the contrary, the original heat in his body is also rapidly weakening. Just as the iron is immersed in ice water, the temperature in his body drops rapidly and soon returns to the normal temperature and continues to drop. Under the skin of Eric Severn's body, the original magma-like orange-red light quickly faded. His eyes glared at Chenmo, but Eric Severn's body fell to the ground uncontrollably. The look in his eyes disappeared quickly. Finally, he looked up to the sky, fell to the ground, with a trace of reluctance on his face, and lost his voice completely. In view of the fact that Eric Severn had been kicked out of his spine and was able to repair it quickly and return to normal, Harpy Hogan and the people around the square waited for a while and saw that Eric Severn's body had never changed, so it was certain that he was really dead. The cheers that had been interrupted by Eric Seven's rise again rang in the square as he fell down completely. The ordinary people look at Chen Mo standing up in the center of the square, and their faces are full of fanatical worship. Only Harpy Hogan looks at Eric Seven, who is naked and has fallen to the ground. His face is full of sympathy. In terms of strength, Eric Seven still needs to be above him. Even in the face of Tony Stark, he will definitely have a fight. Unfortunately, what he meets is Chen Mo. This is the most powerful superhero on Earth that even Thor can defeat. From beginning to end, he didn't even touch Chen Mo's armor. First, Chen Mo kicked him for tens of meters. His lumbar spine broke and he fell on the square like a rag doll. It's not easy to stand up again with strong self-healing ability, but Chen Mo's record of electric arc burst the heart directly and fell down again, but this time he was completely dead. Happy can't help sighing that it doesn't matter whether he is strong or not. It's the most important thing to follow the right boss. Even if the boss is not reliable, the godfather of the boss is good. He is the best example. Tony Stark is obviously an unreliable boss. When he was a playboy, he didn't know how many times Tony and all kinds of sexy beauties were in the hotel, while he was on guard outside and had to bear the sound of a wall. Even in the presidential suite of five-star hotel, the sound insulation effect of the room is not so good. It is no easier to bear the attack of that voice than to deal with a real attacker. It's just 2 times at a time. I can't stand Tony coming here in 3 days. Actors, models, journalists, and ladies are going to fight in turns. Many times he was ready to quit his job. He thought a female bodyguard was more suitable for Tony Stark. Fortunately, Chen Mo appeared later. Under the instruction of Chen Mo, Tony Stark can be said to have changed his ways. He was honest and finally came together with Pepper. And he, because of the great contribution of protecting Miss Sharon Rogers, was endowed with a powerful power by Chen Mo and became a member of the Avenger Alliance in the New York incident, although it was at the bottom. But that's enough for him to be proud of. And now he doesn't have to follow Tony Stark. The post of Industrial Security Minister of Stark is worthy of his status as the bottom member of Avengers League. As for Pepper's bodyguard, Harpy thought he was protecting the commander's daughter-in-law. Compared with the former boss Tony Stark and the current boss Pepper Potts, Harpy thinks Chen Mo is his real boss. After all, they are all members of the Avenger Alliance, while Chen Mo is the commander of the Avenger Alliance and the boss of all of them. Look at himself and look at the poor body lying on the ground without clothes. You will know how important it is to a boss. When others cheered, Harpy Hogan held his head high, walked out of the corner with a proud face and came to Chen Mo's side. "Master, you are back at last." Chen Mo looks at the thick and strong Harpy and smiles on his face. "Well done, Harpy." Although there is war armor in the way, Harpy can't see the smile on Chen Mo's face, but he can still hear the closeness in Chen Mo's voice and hear Chen Mo's praise. Harpy's face can't help laughing happily. The praise and affirmation of Big Boss are more important than anything. For Harpy, Chen Mo always likes it. He is loyal, brave, practical, and reliable, and has a good ability. Although Harpy failed to defeat Eric Severn and prevent the suicide bomber from exploding, he was able to suspect Aldridge Killian and Eric Severn according to the clues, and follow them all the way here to find out their action. It's very rare. It has to be said that as a top bodyguard, his observation and intuition are still very strong. The reason for the failure is that the reinforcement received is too weak. Only the improved super soldier serum has 3 times the physical quality of ordinary people, and the monk is unable to immune to the self-healing ability of fatal injury. But his opponent's desperate virus is much stronger. It's hard not to be defeated by Eric Severn. "How is your family doing?" Thinking of what Steve had said before, Chen Mo couldn't help asking Harpy. Harpy has always been with Tony and Pepper, and should know their situation best. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Harpy's expression became worried. "Master, go back and have a look. Tony should be out of work." Chen Mo was shocked when he heard the words. What's the matter? He's so decadent now. He's locked up in the basement all day and he's not even interested in Pepper's armor, Harpy explained with a worried face. I told him today that there was a rich and handsome man who wanted to catch up with Pepper. He didn't respond at all. I'm afraid he might not be. Here Harpy stops, but Chenmo still hears his meaning, but his heart turns a white eye. Harpy is afraid that Tony's sexual orientation has changed. But it can't be said that Harpy's worry is superfluous. Some homosexuals are born, but many of them are changed day after day. The most common situation is that some playboys who spend their time in flowers play all kinds of top beauties and have lost interest in women. It has to be said that Tony Stark's performance is really similar to this situation. Guarding a beautiful woman, I don't sleep well in my arms at night, but I sneak out of bed and run to the basement to make armor. I don't even sleep for several consecutive nights, as if I deliberately hide from Pepper. That is to say, Chenmo knew that Tony was affected by the invasion of the Zetari people. He felt a sense of crisis, so he couldn't sleep and ran to study the Steel War clothes. Otherwise, he might have doubts about Tony's sexual orientation like Harpy. Looking at Harpy with worried face, Chenmo couldn't help but stare at him and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, do you think Tony's going to hide in the basement instead of running out in armor?" Harpy can't help but be shocked when he hears the words. With his understanding of Tony, if it's what he thinks with Tony's character, it seems that he will go out directly like Chenmo said. When Tony and Pepper were not sure about their relationship, this guy didn't go home to get women. When he finished, he had to ask Pepper to help him deal with the aftermath and send people away. If he is really not interested in Pepper, he will never lock himself up to study any armor, but will directly release himself and do whatever he wants according to his own ideas. Thinking of that situation, Harpy only felt goosebumps come out of his body. Fortunately, it seems that he thought more about it. Tony is still that Tony. Moreover, now that Chenmo is back, even if Tony is really crooked, he believes that Chenmo will be able to break him back. It's only Chenmo who can manage Tony in the world. As for Tony's pro-Laozi, Howard Stark, it's good if they don't have a fight. I expect him to take care of Tony, but the worse he will do. When Chenmo saw that Harpy wanted to understand, he immediately ordered, "Ask the personnel of the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau to come here and take the body away. I'll go back to the villa first." With that, Chenmo started the thruster at his feet and soared into the air. He made an arc in the air and flew towards Malibu Beach. Harpy Hogan looked up at Chen Moyuan, and when the flame of the Steel War clothes disappeared completely, Harpy took back his eyes and turned to the square. Eric Seven's body is still lying in the middle of the square without any change, but the people around him are slowly approaching. Obviously, after finding that the crisis has been solved, they want to walk up to him and have a close look at the glowing terrorist killed by the commander. Remembering what Chen just said, Hapeding quickly took out his cell phone and called Agent Phil Carlson. At the same time, he greeted the people around him and stopped them from approaching Eric Seven's body. Malibu Beach is located in the southwest of Los Angeles. It's not far away. Chenmo is wearing a Steel War suit, flying at a high speed and arriving in an instant. Looking at the luxury villa standing on the cliff, Chenmo has a feeling of going home. The thruster behind increased horsepower, and the Steel War suit quickly dived down to the garage gate. When Chenmo's figure approached, the garage door opened automatically. Chenmo's figure rushed in with two long flames from the garage door. The black Steel War clothes swept along the arc-shaped passageway. In a flash, they had already rushed out of the passageway and entered the garage under the villa. With his hands outstretched, the flight stabilizer in the palm of his hand shoots out two dazzling flames. Chen Muping's figure quickly turns over and stands up. As the propeller under his feet gradually closes, Chen Muping's body falls down rapidly, and soon falls heavily on the ground, making a heavy sound of bang. Hearing the sound, Tony Stark, who was staring at a piece of holographic projection in front of him on a circular platform in the middle of the garage, suddenly turned around. When he saw Chenmo's familiar black armor, his face suddenly became full of surprises. "Dad, you're back at last," Tony Stark said excitedly as he left the question in his mind and walked towards Chenmo. While Tony Stark spoke, the armor in front of the steel battle suit quickly deformed and opened, revealing the tall and majestic figure of Chenmo. Step out of the war clothes. Chen Mo looks at Tony Stark with open arms in front of him and excitedly embraces him. He can't help but think of Harpy's doubt on Tony Stark's sexual orientation. Although he knew that Tony had no problem, he didn't have the habit of hugging men. Seeing Tony Stark come up to him to give him a hug, Chen Mo raised his hand and hit him on the head with a shudder. Pa! Ouch! Chen Mo's strength is not light, but Tony Stark has been strengthened by super soldier serum and he has been knocked to the stars. His head hurts. You don't have to touch it. There must be a big bag on the forehead. Tony Stark covered his forehead and looked at Chen Mo with a sad face. He was about to complain, but he saw Chen Mo with a flat face and looked at him coldly. Even though he felt a sudden change of heart, he took a step back, rubbed his forehead and pretended not to look at Chen Mo again. But Chen Mo did not let him go. Although he lowered his head, Chen Mo's stern voice still sounded in his ear. If you don't stay well in New York and work with Steve and them, what's the matter with you running back with Pepper? Tony's neck shrank when he heard Chen Mo's reprimand. Before Chen Mo left, let Steve Rogers take over the Avengers Alliance, take charge of the daily management and command of the battle, and explain that they should obey Steve's leadership and help him deal with relevant events together. Now, in addition to Thor, the god of thunder, escorting Loki back to Asgard, other people including Hawkeye, Natasha Romanoff, Dr. Bruce Banner and others are all staying in the Avenger Alliance building, often rushing to deal with various special events threatening the world's security around the world. Only Tony Stark left New York with Pepper and Harpy. Pepper and Harpy don't matter. They are like Dr. Ethan and Sharon Rogers. They are the reservists of Avenger League. They don't need them to work at ordinary times. But Tony Stark is the absolute main force of Avenger League. His leaving without permission obviously disobeys the order of Chen Mo. It's no wonder Tony felt guilty when he saw Chen Mo's cold face. His behavior can be regarded as a deserter. Although Chen Mo won't be shot as directly as in the army, it's inevitable to clean him up. Thinking of Chen Mo's simple and rough education, Tony Stark felt a sweat in his head. Although the bag just knocked out by Chen Mo disappeared under the self-healing ability, Tony Stark felt that there seemed to be a wave of pain all over his body, which seemed to be a painful memory deep in his memory. As a fighting master with strong fighting skills, Chen Mo often guides Tony Stark's fighting, but usually it's not enough. Although he works harder, he doesn't suffer too much. However, if Tony Stark makes any mistakes, the strength of fighting teaching will be greatly strengthened, and the final result is that Tony's self-healing ability will follow the promotion of. Even though Tony Stark is a mighty Iron Man outside, he is just a son without any resistance in front of Chen Mo. When I beat my son, Tony Stark has no choice but to beg for mercy. Even if he is wearing steel battle clothes, he is not Chen Mo's opponent with bare hands. What can he do without begging for mercy? For Chen Mo, Tony Stark is both respectful and scared. In the face of Chen Mo's reprimand, Tony Stark didn't try to make fun of it as before, or just pretend to be pitiful and beg for mercy, but stood there and faltered. Chen Mo, seeing Tony Stark's appearance, can't help but slow down with a little fatherly care and slowly said, "Tony, what's going on?" Listening to Chen Mo's broad and gentle voice, Tony Stark can't help looking up at Chen Mo and looking at the concerned look on Chen Mo's face. Tony Stark can't help thinking of the time when Chen Mo rescued people from the terrorists' cave in Afghanistan. At that time, Chen Mo looked at him with such a concerned look. After that, when he was an orphan for decades, he had a father who thought he was strict and powerful. Whenever he was in danger, Chen Mo rushed to rescue him in time. Like a loving father, he always stood up when his child was in danger. Even the extraterrestrials, as powerful and huge as the Zetas, are still wiped out by Chen Mo. Recalling Chen Mo's flying into the wormhole alone that day, Tony Stark's heart was still shocked. In the wormhole in the endless space, there were so many Chi-Terry troops in the whole sky, and the Chi-Terry carrier, which was countless times larger than the air carrier, was enough to make anyone scared. That wormhole is like a passage to the hell of terror. Tony Stark asked himself that if it was him, he could not rush in without hesitation like Chen Mo for that wormhole and the endless Atari army behind it. His heart was full of fear. Chen Mo not only remained the same from the beginning to the end, but also, by his own power, destroyed the entire Zeteri army and completely eliminated the threat of the Earth's destruction. Not only these powerful aliens, but also the legendary existence from Asgard, the powerful Thor, is not Chen Mo's opponent. During the battle between Chen Mo and Saul, Tony Stark watched the battle all the way. The shock brought by the battle was no less than Chen Mo's previous efforts to wipe out the army of Zeteri. Thor, the Thunderbolt with the power of the Thunderbolt, is enough to destroy all things. Any Thunderbolt has the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Even in a steel suit made of alpha alloy, Tony Stark is not confident that he can take any attack from Thor. However, Chen Mo's strength was far inferior to Soul, a myth of human victory over the Protoss. At this time, standing in front of Chen Mo's tall and great figure, looking at Chen Mo's serious eyes with concern, Tony Stark suddenly felt that since this period of time, the huge stone which had been dead pressing in his heart suddenly broke, only felt that his heart was light, and the whole person became relaxed. It's like a child threatened by a small gangster, suddenly seeing his tall and powerful father killed with a gun. The original anxiety and worry seem to dissipate in an instant, and there is no fear under his father's protection. The thought of Tony Stark's face also became relaxed. Looking up at Chen Mo, Tony Stark, like a wounded child, told his father about his grievances. "Dad, I admit I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm in a very bad situation at this time. For a long time I haven't told anyone. Since the New York incident, everything has been different. I've experienced all that myself. Although it's all over now, I can't explain it," Tony Stark said. He could not help recalling the great pressure he had been under, and his voice was excited. But he didn't find it. Just as he was excited to tell the secret he had hidden for a long time, at the door of the laboratory behind him, a slim figure in a white professional dress was standing there with a face listened to him with concern. But when Pepper came back from work, he came down to look for Tony Stark and just heard his story. Although Chen Mo saw the appearance of Pepper and didn't speak, Tony Stark was excited at this time, and his attention was on Chen Mo in front of him, and he didn't notice Pepper behind him, and he continued to talk about his long-term anxiety to Chen Mo. "God, alien, other dimensions, and I'm just a man hiding in an iron shell. I haven't collapsed yet because Pepper has been with me. But Dad, I can't sleep. When Pepper went to bed, I was doing my own business here, knocking and beating and constantly improving my war clothes. The Zetas will never be the last invaders. The danger is coming. I want to protect Pepper. I can't lose her." When Pepper heard this, she couldn't help but look at Tony Stark with tears in her eyes. She walked towards him quickly, but she just walked behind Tony and was about to give him a hug from behind, but she heard Tony continue to add, "And of course the armor, which is part of me." Pepper, who was standing behind Tony Stark, couldn't help turning a white eye when he heard the words. Most of the previous touching moment disappeared. His open arms were put down again and he hugged his chest. He said with a bad face, "I see you're just running away." Tony Stark was startled by the sudden sound behind him. When he came back, his face changed. He said something bad. He quickly turned around and pulled out a bright smile. He said to Pepper, "Hi honey, you're back just in time. Look, Daddy's back." Pepper looked at Tony's stiff smile and thought of the voice he had just confided to Chen Mo, but his face was too tense. He gave Tony a white look, and then he hugged Tony's head and put it into his arms. She didn't expect Tony to bear so much pressure in the past 6 months. Before that, she always thought that Tony was just obsessed with the study of war, and she only chose to tolerate him. Until then, she finally knew the truth. She had no complaints about Tony Stark, only her heart. Tony Stark buried his face in Pepper's chest, but Tony's height was much higher than that of Petite Pepper. At this time he buried his head in Pepper's chest, and his lower body with a strange posture bent his knees, pouted and squatted, looked very ugly. Chen Mo looks at the two people who show their love in the paint, but they are also speechless. Looking at Tony's puckered ass, he has an impulse to kick it. But how strong is Chen Mo's will? In front of his daughter-in-law, Chen Mo, the father-in-law, still controls his impulse to clean up his son and chooses to save Tony some face. Fortunately, their brains were still clear. They remembered that Chen Mo was beside them, and they didn't go down directly, and they didn't need Chen Mo's feet to remind Tony. After caressing Tony Stark's hair for a while, Pepper suddenly pushed him aside while Tony was enjoying it and arching his head to find a comfortable position. Tony Stark was pushed out to the side without any precaution, and he finally got back on his feet. He turned around and looked at Pepper wrongly, but he still had some meaning. Pepper ignored Tony, smiled, and walked up to Chen Mo and said, "You're back at last. Tony's illness should be cured." Tony Stark sniffed and said, first blushing, but then he looked up at Chen Mo and agreed. "Dad, it's good that you're back. I feel my anxiety is better." Chen Mo takes a look at Tony Stark, and he is in a much better condition than before. The reason why Tony Stark suffered from anxiety disorder was that he was not strong enough. He was worried about another invasion of the same alien force as last time, or that other powerful enemies could not deal with it. Under the serious anxiety, he would constantly develop new steel battle suits and enhance his own strength day and night. Now, Chen Mo, the super strong man who defeated the external man and the god of thunder, has come back. The burden of protecting the earth is naturally borne by Chen Mo. Even if similar crises break out again, Chen Mo can cope with them. The heavy pressure on Tony Stark will dissipate naturally, and the anxiety will be cured naturally. Tony Stark felt relaxed and didn't have to worry anymore. He couldn't help turning his head to look at Pepper beside him. He wanted to take her to bed now and make up for all the things he had left behind. Or they can go out for a honeymoon and have a good time, which drives him crazy. It's time to relax. As for other things, isn't there a father? When the sky falls down, he is the tall man. When Chen Mo saw Tony Stark's appearance, he had the intention of leaving everything to him to deal with, and his eyes became dangerous. Tony Stark didn't notice Chen Mo's eyes. He was looking at Pepper with a bad smile, which made her blush. Naturally, she knew what was going on in Tony's mind. Just as Tony Stark winked at Pepper, he suddenly heard Chen Mo's cold voice behind him. "I'll only be back for a few days this time. I hope your illness will not recur after I leave." Tony Stark's face changed a lot when he heard that. The pressure just dissipated suddenly came back to him. He felt that it was difficult to breathe. It seemed that he was going to get sick again. He was still able to pay attention to the tone and emotion of Pepper's eyebrows. He turned around in a hurry, looked at Chen Mo in a panic, and said excitedly, "Dad, you just came back. How can you go again? What do I do when you leave?" Pepper's expression also became anxious. After listening to what Tony had just said to Chen Mo, she naturally knew the pressure Tony faced. If Chen Mo was a super strong man, Tony's pressure would be much smaller. If he left again, Tony's situation would be the same as before. Chen Mo glanced at the two men, but at last he looked at the circular platform where Tony Stark stood before and said calmly, "Don't you have so much armor? If you use the Sea of People tactics, it's estimated that even Saul will have to be beaten to the bottom of his arse." When Tony Stark saw Chen Mo's eyes looking at the platform in the middle of the laboratory, he knew that Chen Mo knew his secret weapon bank. But he knew the power of his armor very well and quickly explained to Chen Mo, "Don't be kidding, Dad. Besides you, who else can make Saul's ass run away? Even if I use these armor together, he will only hammer one and smash them all into scrap iron. You can't go." Chen Mo glared at Tony Stark, who began to play tricks, angrily and harshly. "Are you going to hide behind me forever? I can't stay with you all the time. What do you do if someone wants to hurt Pepper?" Hearing Chen Mo's words, Tony Stark couldn't help turning his head to look at Pepper. The rogue expression on his face gradually disappeared, and then a bit of meditation appeared. The whole look became serious, but soon Tony Stark frowned, looked up at Chen Mo and said with some loss, "I know that I have to rely on myself, but I have tried my best, but the power of the steel battle suit has been developed to the maximum by me. No matter how to improve it, the power improvement is also limited. It can't be Saul's opponent at all. If the Zetari come again, we can't win without you." With the help of Chen Mo, Tony Stark is much more powerful now than in the movie. Tony Stark in the movie is just an ordinary person when he doesn't wear steel war clothes. But now Tony Stark has 3 times the physical quality, self-healing ability and mental power of ordinary people after the enhancement of super soldier serum and X-gene serum. Even if he doesn't wear steel war clothes, he can deal with Za'Tari soldiers. But it's also limited to this. Compared with Thor, Thor's strength is still far from his opponent, even if he put on his strongest steel shirt. Chenmo looked at Tony Stark, who was lost and confused, but nodded and said slowly, "That's right, your strength is really weak." Tony Stark thought Chenmo would comfort him, or promise to stay. Unexpectedly, he was so straightforward and gave him a hard repair. Tony Stark only felt a pain in his chest and had the impulse to spit blood. "Is it so direct as you?" Looking at Chenmo with a sad face, Tony Stark felt that he was seriously ill again. Ignoring the expression on Tony Stark's face, Chenmo's feelings were unaffected and continued slowly. "But I just found something that may help you to improve your strength." When Tony heard the words, he was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help being very happy. When he said this from Chenmo, Tony Stark would not doubt it at all. Chenmo must have found a way to improve his strength. It's like the super soldier serum and X-gene serum he was injected with before. "Dad, if there's anything I need to do, just tell me," Tony Stark, on the contrary of his previous negative state, said cheerfully. It seems that he was ready to leave everything to Chenmo just now. He is not the same as Pepper. Pepper looked at Tony's shameless appearance and gave him a helpless stare, but then he looked at Chenmo expectantly. He was also curious about what he said could improve his strength. Pepper knows very well that only by improving his strength can Tony be cured. Chenmo glanced at the two people he was looking forward to, but he didn't continue to talk about improving their strength. Instead, he walked to the round platform in the middle of the laboratory and looked at a group of holographic projections suspended in front of the platform. Although Tony Stark was worried, he could only follow Chenmo. This holographic projection shows a set of materials, including a picture and file of a young soldier, some news about suicide bombings, and a set of thermal images of 3,000 degrees Celsius. "Are you investigating the Mandolin bombing?" Chenmo looked at the information and said to Tony Stark. Tony was surprised at the words. "How do you know?" This material was just screened out by Tony Stark, but there is no record related to Mandolin. At first glance, it seems that it has nothing to do with Mandolin. After some analysis and comparison, he found the connection between this matter and Mandolin's terrorist attack, but he didn't know how Chen just came back. Tony Stark started the investigation after he had learned about Mandolin from Agent Phil Coulson. After mapping thermal statistics over the past 12 months using weather satellite data and comparing all the bombings that took place during that time, Tony Stark found that a soldier in Tennessee also committed suicide before the terrorist attack in Mandolin. From the thermal image, the explosion was almost the same as those attacks made by Mandolin. The temperature at the scene of the explosion was as high as 3,000 degrees Celsius, and no explosives were found. It's obviously not just a coincidence, but before he could investigate further, Chenmo suddenly appeared. After Chenmo finished reading all the materials in front of him, he turned around and looked at Tony Stark, who was puzzled, pointing to the pictures of the scene of the explosion on the materials, and said to him, "Because I just went through an explosion like this." Tony Stark's face was startled. Another attack by Mandolin. Thinking of the previous base explosion, Tony Stark's face sank and he asked Chenmo anxiously, "Where is it this time?" Next to Pepper is looking at Chenmo with worried face. "Los Angeles, China Theater," Chenmo said slowly. "What?" Tony Stark and Pepper screamed almost at the same time. The Chinese theater is a famous Hollywood attraction. In addition to being a large movie theater, the giant star handprint on the square attracts many tourists to visit it every day. If the explosion happens there, it will inevitably cause great casualties. "How are the casualties?" asked Tony Stark in a hurry. Chenmo hears the words but says slowly, "2 dead." Tony Stark's eyes widened at the words and he said incredulously, "2 dead." When Pepper heard Tony, he couldn't help but glare at him. "What do you mean? Less dead?" Tony Stark took notice of Pepper's eyes and quickly explained, "No, honey, I'm just surprised that there were only 2 people killed in that kind of explosion at the Chinese theater." When Pepper heard the words, he was puzzled. He looked up at Chen Mo. To be exact, there was no civilian casualties. 2 of Mandolin's men died. One of them blew himself up and the other tried to escape, and I killed him. Hearing this, they were stunned at first and then quickly responded. Yes, since Chen Mo was present, he would not watch the tragedy happen. There was no civilian casualties, obviously because of Chen Mo. Dad, what's going on? Tony Stark looked at Chen Mo and asked. Chen Mo experienced an explosion and killed one of Mandolin's men. He must know more about what he didn't know. However, Chen Mo did not have the patience to tell him in detail and said rudely, Harpy is at the scene, so you'd better wait for him to come back and ask him. With that, Chen Mo stopped talking to Tony Stark, turned to Pepper and said to her gently, Pepper, I'm hungry. Make me something to eat, said Pepper with a quick smile. What would you like to have, steak or pasta? I learned several Chinese dishes from Carter before. Would you like to try them? The two said, walking towards the laboratory door side by side, leaving Tony Stark there. Tony Stark can't help but feel angry when he sees no one to take care of him. As soon as his father comes back, his daughter-in-law doesn't care about himself, and his family status plummets. He wanted to keep his breath in the lab, but looking at the disappearing figures on the stairs outside the glass wall, Tony Stark hesitated, felt the strong hunger in his stomach, and immediately gave up begging for help and hurried to catch up. Wait for me, I'm hungry too. When the 3 finished their dinner, Harpy finally came back. He didn't have the treatment of Chen Mo. Someone specially cooked for him, so he had to buy a few hamburgers to fill his stomach on the road, eating them while driving back to the villa. Yes, Harpy had several hamburgers for a meal. With his body shape, he had a large amount of food. After being strengthened by super soldier's serum, he had a higher demand for energy. In addition, he had just had a war with Eric Saywin. He had a serious physical consumption and a large amount of food. He had no time on the way until he arrived at the villa. He would not fill his stomach. After dinner, the 3 of them sat on the sofa in the living room and drank coffee. Of course, Chen Mo wanted to drink the coffee. Tony Stark just mixed a cup with the light. He also wanted to take the opportunity to ask about the explosion, but Chen didn't pay attention to him. He just chatted with Pepper. Of course, it was mainly Pepper who told Chen Mo about his bad performance during this period, and Chen Mo swept him with dangerous eyes from time to time, which made Tony feel hairy. He sat in the corner of the sofa with a cup in his hands, trying to reduce the number of problems his own sense of existence. Even if Chen Mo opens his mouth and checks his kung fu, he doesn't care to ask about the explosion. A woman is too careful. She just keeps her alone in bed at night and runs to play armor. She just speaks ill of him in front of him. But who let him be responsible for his own fault, and there is a father for her to rely on, in addition to their own way to recognize counseling. It seems that she should be careful in the future. If she often complains with her father, she will not have a good life. When Tony Stark was trembling, Harpy's return finally rescued him from the edge of danger. Tony immediately asked Harpy about the explosion, and Harpy explained the reason and process carefully from the beginning to the end. Pepper also stopped complaining with Chen Mo, listened to Harpy's story carefully, and was surprised to hear that it was related to Aldrich Killian. However, when he thought of the information about the so-called ultimate creature that he introduced to him in Stark Industry today, Pepper had to admit that Killian was very suspected indeed. In the end, Harpy also focused on the suspect of Aldrich Killian. It must have something to do with Aldrich Killian, who exploded after using the unknown potion brought by Killian. If it wasn't for the Master to arrive in time and take that guy up to the sky, the explosion would have killed at least 100 people. Tony Stark and Pepper can't help but be afraid after hearing this. Fortunately, Dad is back, otherwise it will be another tragedy. What's more, this is what I found at the scene of the explosion. It fell from the sky when the explosion happened. It should be something on the body bomb, Harpy said, handing Tony Stark a distorted soldier's identity card. Tony Stark took the iron card and said the name. Jack Taggart, another veteran. Tony Stark remembered the former suicide bombing of Tennessee, which was very similar to the explosion of the man in the Dutch act. Killian, mandolin, veterans, potion, explosion. While Tony Stark frowns and ponders the connection between these clues, Chen Mo, sitting on the sofa in the distance, suddenly takes out a piece of information and throws it to Tony. Thinking Tony was directly hit on his head by the folder, woke up and instinctively caught what hit him, glanced at it, saw it was a document. Tony Stark could not care to be angry, looked at Chen Mo with a puzzled face. What is this? After Chen Mo threw out the document, he continued to pick up the coffee cup and drank it slowly. He didn't look at Tony Stark, he said coldly. See for yourself. Tony Stark had no choice but to look down and open the folder in his hand. There are some documents in the folder. Tony Stark saw an inch-long picture pasted on the documents at the first sight. It was the suicide suspected of Mandolin bombing in Tennessee that he had investigated earlier. Tony Stark took a look at the name of the document under the photo, Chad Davis, which is exactly the same as what he had done before. Tony couldn't help but look up at Chen Mo. Seeing that Chen Mo still didn't pay attention to him, he lowered his head and continued to look at the document. While Tony was looking through the documents, Harpy Hogan, who was on the other side of the table, joined him curiously. When he saw another picture posted on the form, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "It's him." "Damn it, Harpy, keep your voice down. My ears are going to be deafened by you." Tony Stark, covering his buzzing ears, turned to look at Harpy Hogan furiously. Harpy didn't pay any attention to him at all. He reached for the 1-inch photo in the document and said excitedly, "This is the guy who exploded tonight." Tony Stark's ears were buzzing with Harpy's, but he could hear him clearly. He didn't care to scold Harpy anymore. He looked down at the pictures on the document. Looking at the 1-inch photo of Chad Davis in uniform, Tony Stark couldn't help but look at the name at the bottom of the photo. Tony Stark raises his left hand. It's the soldier identification card that Harpy just gave him. It's also Jack Taggart. How could it be so clever? 2 people in this document died of suicide bombings. Tony Stark immediately realized the importance of this information. The key behind the recent series of bombings is probably in this document. Tony Stark couldn't help but look at the title of the document, and in the upper right corner of the document was printed the feasibility medical report. "Medical report," Tony Stark murmured, then looked up sharply at Harpy and asked in a deep voice, "Harpy, did you just say that this man exploded after using some kind of potion given to him by Killian's men?" Harpy sniffed and nodded seriously. "Yes, when I fought with the bodyguards of Killian, I saw that he used the kind of medicine, and then he began to shine all over, like the old fellow who burned red, and soon exploded." Tony Stark looked down at the document again, and found that in addition to the title of the feasibility medical report, there was a large MIA mark in the upper right corner of the document. MIA is an abbreviation for missing fighters, but it's clear that Chad Davis is not missing fighters. A thought flashed through Tony Stark's mind. He grabbed the paper and turned it over. AIM. Harpy looked at the abbreviation. His eyes suddenly brightened and hurriedly said, "Aldrich Killian's company is abbreviated to AIM, the Institute of Advanced Conceptual Mechanics." When he was at the company before, Harpy had doubts about Aldrich Killian. Then he investigated his background, including his company name. "Killian," Tony Stark said in a deep voice, with a cold flash in his eyes. He can now be sure that this is the work of Aldrich Killian. He may be the running dog of the terrorist Mandolin. Just then, Pepper, who had been standing by, said suddenly, "That kind of potion should be the ultimate biological potion they are developing. Today Killian comes to the company and wants us to join in their ultimate biological plan and improve this potion together." Tony Stark can't help but look at Pepper, but listen to her as she remembers and continues. According to his description, the drug can develop human brain and nerve potential, strengthen brain repair center, and even rewrite DNA. Yes, the guy who fights with me can be repaired soon after being injured, much faster than our self-healing ability. Tony Stark listened to them and suddenly felt that they were a little familiar with what they said, but for a while he couldn't remember where he had heard it. However, with a clear goal, Tony Stark can no longer sit still. With the information in his hand, Tony Stark calls Jarvis directly and begins to invade the main system of AIM. Although Tony Stark's Jarvis is much worse than Chen Mo's Jarvis, which has been strengthened by fire sources, in terms of intelligence level and other capabilities, It is the top artificial intelligence in the current world. Even the FBI and Homeland Security Bureau's network. As long as there is enough time, Jarvis can also enter. Although the host of AIM has a high degree of defense, it still can't resist Jarvis's invasion. Soon, Tony Stark successfully enters the host of AIM and finds the information he wants. In the company's internal secret materials, Tony Stark found some videos, some of which were marked with interview of experimental candidates. After he clicked on several, Tony found that these experimental candidates were all disabled soldiers, including Chad Davis and Jack Taggart in his materials. Some of them have broken legs, some have only one arm left, no one's body is sound. In these videos, he also found the figure of Aldrich Killian, and when he saw himself, Tony Stark suddenly remembered who he was. That night in Bern, Switzerland, more than 10 years ago, Tony Stark couldn't help but think of a beautiful and sexy figure flashing in front of his eyes, but he took a sneak glance at Pepper, who was standing beside him, and looked at the video carefully. Tony Stark shook his head and threw all the pictures out of his mind and looked at the man in the video again. Although his facial features are very similar to the rickety and obscene man in his memory, the whole body temperament has almost changed dramatically. Compared with the changes before and after the injection of super soldier serum by American Captain Steve Rogers, Tony knows that this should be the effect of the unknown medicine. He can't help but think of what Chen Mo said before and found something that can improve his ability. It should refer to this kind of medicine. Tony Stark couldn't help being more curious about the condition of the drug. Turn off these interview videos and turn on another one. Aldrich Killian reappears in the picture, speaking passionately to a group of disabled soldiers in the opposite experiment. You used to be abandoned and incomplete, but after today, you will be the pioneer to promote human evolution. Tony Stark and Pepper frowned as they listened to the stirring speech. Find the ultimate biology project, Pepper said suddenly. She still remembers the complacency and excitement on Aldrich Killian's face when he mentioned the ultimate creature to her in Stark Industry today. Tony Stark took a look at Pepper and didn't ask much. He turned off the video and typed it directly on the virtual screen in front of him. After a new search, some new folders and videos appeared on the screen. Tony glanced at the file name and opened a new video. At the beginning of the video, a title appears on the screen. The Ultimate Biological Project, the first phase of the injection experiment. Looking at this title, the eyes of several people on the scene could not help looking more seriously at the screen, and finally could see the true face of this medicine. In a flash, there are several monitoring pictures. It seems that in an underground building for some years, several young men and women only wearing shorts and underwear came in under the guidance of several medical staff in white coats. It was the wounded and disabled soldiers who had passed the interview before. They were taken to a row of vertical fixtures and held in place, and Aldrich Killian's demagogic voice sounded. Well, everyone, before you start, I can guarantee that when you look back, there is nothing more unforgettable than to participate in this arduous task as the first batch of candidates. Today is your honor. Let's start. With the order of Aldrich Killian, the medical staff injected an orange medicine into their bodies, and amazing changes took place. Their body parts are like lava flowing in the interior, emitting a dazzling orange-red light. Happy quickly pointed to the screen and shouted, "That's it. Those two guys were just like them at that time, with such a light on them." But what happened in the next picture was that they were all shocked and stared. In the picture, the one-armed woman who had just been injected with medicine suddenly screamed. At the same time, her broken left arm became a hot orange-red magma as if it had melted, and it was surging towards the bottom. With the rapid spread of magma, in just a few seconds, a brand new arm will grow again, and the lava will soon cool down, and the orange-red light will gradually fade away for the most part. The exposed arm is almost the same as the normal arm. When Tony Stark saw this, his face became dignified. Indeed, as Harpy said, the self-healing ability of these ultimate creatures is much better than them. According to the horrible self-healing speed in the video, ordinary means can hardly kill them. Just when a few people marveled, a more miserable scream suddenly came to mind in the video. The picture then turned to the side, but it was a strong man standing next to the woman who had repaired her arm. He was looking up and howling. There was a more dazzling light than the woman. It seemed that there was a huge hot magma stirring in his body. It was very unstable and could burst out at any time. The figure of Aldrich Killian also appears in the picture, looking at the strong man who has begun to lose control and greeting the medical staff around him in an angry voice. "Get out of here! Hurry up! Get them all out! Get out!" The medical staff at the scene quickly put all the other participants down from the shelf and helped them to leave as quickly as possible. In this short time, the situation of the strong man has become more serious. The magma under his skin has spread to most of his body, and even his eyes have turned orange-red, emitting a penetrating light. The mouth that cries miserably and opens forcibly also begins to shine outwards. As his screams became more and more shrill, the light in his mouth became more and more intense, and finally became a dazzling light beam, which came out of his mouth. The skin of the whole body is also completely submerged by the magma. The whole person is like a hot lava monster. A hot light penetrates through the skin from the body, like a small sun. The light on his body is more and more abundant. When the light is so strong that he can hardly see his body shape, the surging energy in his body finally bursts out. A loud explosion, accompanied by the dazzling fire, drowned the whole picture. When the fire disappeared, the whole basement had fallen into a sea of fire. All the experimental equipment and instruments had been blown out, leaving only a mess. And the man who screamed just now disappeared completely, and there was not even a bit of debris left. That's why no explosives were found at the scene, because they are bombs themselves. Tony Stark muttered to himself as he watched the explosion in the virtual projection. This kind of medicine is not perfect. Not every strengthening can be successful, but he even found a buyer and sold them to Mandolin to make terrorist attacks. This damn bastard. Just as Tony Stark was cursing, there was a sharp hum in the living room. Several people in the living room couldn't help but be attracted by the sudden sound. Soon they found that the sound came from the TV sound, and the picture of the LCD TV hanging on the wall of the living room also changed from the originally screened Downton Abbey to a color stripe picture when the signal was interrupted. But in the middle of the picture, there is a strange emblem composed of 10 interlaced rings, 2 crossed long knives, and some unknown mysterious symbols. When he saw the emblem, Tony Stark's eyes could not help but coagulate. He had seen the symbol once before, and it was displayed in the suddenly interrupted TV picture as it is now. "It's Mandolin," said Tony Stark, frowning and sinking. At this moment, not only Tony Stark's villa, but also the entire U.S. radio and television network was forcibly connected by a group of unknown signals. The original TV pictures were all interrupted. Without exception, all the TVs in use became this picture with strange marks. This is not the first time for many people in the United States. Mandolin has forcibly invaded the American radio and television network several times before and issued a terrorist warning. Besides Tony Stark, many people have seen it. Now, when watching this picture on TV again, people can't help but think of a series of terrorist bombings and the evil terrorist who made it all Mandolin. When countless viewers in the United States were staring at the hijacked television picture, and their faces were in deep pain, the picture of color stripes suddenly flickered. A section of explosion, commotion, and scream flashed quickly, and then freeze in a blood-red picture. In the middle of the picture, there is still a special mark composed of 10 circles, double knives, and mysterious symbols, which is connected with the terrorist and violent pictures that flashed before and full of evil atmosphere. Then the picture flashed again, and there appeared Mandolin's gloomy face with a big beard. "Dear Mr. President, there are only 2 classes left. I plan to finish them before Christmas." Staring at the camera coldly, Mandolin said slowly in his gloomy voice. At the same time, U.S. President Ellis is watching this picture in the office of Air Force One. In recent years, the continuous suicide bombings have made Mandolin a super terrorist in Cambodia, and in his previous series of speeches and threats, he has clearly targeted President Ellis. So the first time the TV picture was hijacked, President Ellis received the report and turned on the TV to watch it. Mandolin was sitting on a chair in a wizard's hooded robe. On the floor under his feet was a middle-aged man in a suit. However, his face was full of panic and despair. Mandolin, holding a pistol in his hand, pointed to the middle-aged man on the ground and said casually, "Meet Thomas Richard. He's a good name and a great job. Thomas is an accountant at Laux Oil." With the introduction of Mandolin, the picture gives a close-up of Thomas Richard on the ground. Listening to Mandolin's bleak voice, Thomas opened his mouth in despair and cried out. Even across the screen, people can feel his fear and despair at this time. Falling into the hands of terrorists, there is hardly any good end. When President Ellis heard Mandolin mention of Laux Oil Company, his face changed and his face was instantly dignified. Mandolin ignored Thomas's tears at his feet, stared at the camera and said earnestly, "I believe he is a very good man." Looking at the camera, Mandolin pauses for a while, then suddenly turns his voice and says coldly, "But I'll shoot him in the head, in 30 seconds, live broadcast." Thomas Richard on the ground broke down on the spot when he heard Mandarin's words, and the hearts of all the people in front of the TV could not help but be pulled up. Mandolin raised his other hand and pointed to an old telephone beside him. "The number of this phone is in your mobile phone. It's amazing. How can I save it? Americans, if your president calls me in 30 seconds, Thomas will survive. Fight." Hearing Mandolin's words, President Ellis couldn't help but pick up his mobile phone. After unlocking it, he was surprised to find that a dial-up interface had been displayed on the screen, which was displaying a string of phone numbers. His mobile phone didn't know when it had been controlled. "How did he get into my cell phone?" President Ellis asked in a dignified voice to his advisors. The consultant's expression has also become very dignified but still very rational advice. "Can't be controlled by terrorists." But President Ellis didn't hear it. He took off his glasses and whispered, "I must make this call," the consultant said again with a serious face. "I strongly object." President Ellis rose from his chair and said firmly, "This is the only way to do it now. The American people are watching in front of the TV. I can't let them down." As President Ellis pressed the dialing key, the old phone beside Mandolin rang. Bell, bells, bells, bell. When the old telephone rang, there was a thrill in Thomas Richard's frightened face, and the people in front of the TV were relieved. At this time, Mandolin in the chair did not answer the phone, but suddenly raised his hand and pointed the pistol at Thomas Richard on the ground, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! All the people in front of the TV could not help but feel the sudden gunfire, and President Ellis was even more shocked. And just shot and killed a man's Mandolin, but a calm face sitting in a chair, cold looking at the camera, slowly said, "The last class is left. Mr. President, run away and kiss your children goodbye. No one, no matter the Army or Iron Man, can't save you. We'll see each other soon." The TV picture soon returned to normal, but all the people who saw the live broadcast couldn't calm down for a long time. Mandolin shot and killed Thomas Richard directly in front of everyone, which was not only a direct provocation to President Ellis, but also a warning to all Americans. Thomas Richard, who was killed by him in the live broadcast, is an accountant of Laux Oil Company, an American. His killing directly stimulated the most sensitive nerve in American heart. Today is Thomas. Will they be the next one? Will 9/11 happen again? Mandolin has caused many explosions. Although not many people die every time, the dead are all Americans, and the way of attack is very secret, making them defenseless. They don't know if next time, Mandolin will directly start to rebuild the World Trade Center or other busy commercial areas with a large number of people. After Mandolin's ultimatum, the whole American people have become panic-stricken. They are full of worry about the last lesson in Mandarinku. In Tony Stark's villa, Tony and Pepper, who had just watched the live broadcast of Mandolin, also had a dignified face. In Tony Stark's eyes, there was an angry flame. "Jarvis, find out the source of the TV signal." Tony Stark gave the order in a deep voice, and the other party didn't seem to cover up the source too much. Jarvis soon found out the source of the TV signal. "Sir, the signal is from Pakistan. The specific coordinates have been located. Well, get ready for the war suit. I'll go now. Tony Stark's icy face was full of murders. Tonight it's Mandolin's death. Wait. Just as Tony Stark was about to turn around to go to the lab ship's war suit, Chen Mo, who had been sitting on the sofa, suddenly stopped him. Looking at the angry Tony Stark, Chen Mo said slowly, "It's not the first time that Mandolin has invaded the radio and television network. Why hasn't the U.S. government found their signal source before, and this time Jarvis can find them so smoothly?" Under Chen Mo's burning eyes, the angry Tony Stark calms down gradually. Chen Mo is right. Last time he saw Mandolin's terror warning, he also asked Jarvis to check their signal source, but he found nothing. This time it was so smooth, it seems that the other party didn't hide it at all. Tony Stark calmed down and naturally thought of a possibility, which is a trap, and it's probably against him. Then we will let them continue to be so rampant and make more explosions. Almost caught in the other side's trap, Tony Stark angry but also can't help shouting. Chen Mo hates iron but not steel and glares at Tony. Tony Stark, who is in the middle of excitement, can't help but shrink his neck but listen to Chen Mo's angry voice and scold him. "You fool! Does a video make you lose your mind in anger? How could a terrorist in Mandolin have technology to invade the national radio and television network and put his phone number into the president's mobile phone?" Chen Mo's words calmed Tony Stark instantly. Right. Most of these terrorists are extremists. Although they are crazy, they do not have very high technical strength. Their weapons and equipment are very backward. Most of them are armed civilians with AK-47 and rocket launchers, hiding in barren areas such as mountains and forests. Their combat effectiveness is not very high, let alone invading the U.S. radio and television network, or even storing phone numbers in the president's cell phone. There must be an organization with cutting-edge technology behind it. Who do you think it will be? Chen Mo looks at Tony Stark with a clear face and asks slowly. Tony Stark sniffed, turned his head sharply to the virtual screen floating in front of him. In one corner of the picture, the striking AIM sign made his eyes suddenly bright and excited. "Aim you Ray right. They must be behind Mandolin. They not only provide him with human bombs, but also help him to invade the radio and television network and carry out terrorist threats." There was a chill in Tony Stark's eyes. Aldrich Killian, as long as you catch him, Mandolin can't run. After that, Tony Stark quickly operated on the virtual screen directly. Soon, a satellite map appeared on the screen and a red light point constantly flickered on the map. Jarvis set up a flight plan. "Let's go to Miami." Looking at Tony Stark, who was full of anger, Pepper could not help but flash a little worry on his face. Through Harpy's previous description, Pepper also has a general understanding of the strength of these ultimate creatures. But in terms of physical fitness, these people should also be injected with improved super soldier serum, and they have stronger self-healing ability, as well as the ability to generate high temperature or even explosion. Tony Stark has a steel war suit, but Pepper is still very worried. If the other side's self-explosion, the steel war suit may not be able to defend. And since Mandolin's previous signal in Pakistan is a trap, who knows if the secret base of the ultimate biological project is another trap? Maybe there is a group of ultimate creatures, like Eric 7, waiting for Tony Stark to deliver them to the door. But when Pepper was going to dissuade, Chen Mo, who had been sitting on the sofa, suddenly stood up and said, "Come on, I'll go with you." To see Chen Mo going with Tony Stark, Pepper was relieved. Compared with his uneasiness with Tony, Pepper had 100% trust in Chen Mo. With Chen Mo and Tony Stark, Pepper is no longer worried about Tony's safety. Tony Stark had no objection to Chen Mo's going with him. Before that, he had changed to anxiety disorder because of his lack of strength. Although it was relieved at this time, it was not completely recovered. He was also worried about problems. Chen Mo escorted him. That would be great. Then the two did not delay. Equipped with their own battle clothes, they flew out of the villa directly from the channel on the side of the laboratory, towards the east coast of the United States. Their destination is Miami, Florida. The distance between Los Angeles and Miami is nearly 4,000 kilometers, but at the speed of steel battle suit it flies at full speed, but it reaches over Miami in half an hour. Under Jarvis's guidance, the two flew past downtown Miami to hover over a huge estate in the eastern suburbs, shaded by trees. This is a huge retro manor. It is surrounded by plants and surrounded by a high fence. You can't see the inside from the outside. Tony Stark looked down at the quiet, empty manor and frowned with a bad feeling. Jarvis scanned the whole estate. An invisible scanning beam of light came out of the steel war suit and went down to the manor to cover it, scanning from the beginning to the end. "Sir, there is no one in the manor." "How could it be?" Tony Stark's brow is getting deeper. It was hard to find Aldrich Killian's nest, only to find that it was empty, and there was no one on the whole estate, which made Tony Stark a little unacceptable. Even if it's an ambush, it's better than nobody. The enemy hiding in the dark is much more terrible than the enemy on the surface. Chen Mo, who was floating beside Tony Stark, was also surprised. He didn't expect that Aldrich Killian would be so alert. From the time he killed Eric Severn to the time he left with Tony Stark for Miami, he only had a meal and sat for a while, which added up to more than an hour in total, and less than 2 hours on the way. Aldrich Killian completed the evacuation of the secret base, and at the same time, he took the time to let Mandolin release another fear, the threat of terror, and even to set a trap for Tony Stark. It seems that Aldrich Killian is more cunning and cautious than he thought. After Eric Severn had a problem and was killed by him, he didn't carelessly think that there would be no risk of exposure here, but he risked staying here, didn't panic to interrupt all plans and evacuate immediately. Instead, he quickly changed the original plan in response to the change of the situation, calmly evacuated and let them jump into the air. The trap set for Tony Stark in Pakistan by using the live signal of Mandolin should have been arranged for a long time, but it was used in advance. The whole plot should have been planned for a long time, and every step has been calculated. Although Chen Mo's appearance destroyed some of his plans, it did not let him completely mess up, and he responded very quickly. It seems that they found it wrong and fled ahead of time. Tony Stark looked at Chen Mo and said with some reluctance. Chen Mo looked down at the beautiful manor surrounded by green trees and said quietly, "It should be the Chinese theater that has alerted them to search around." Immediately, they searched the manor and found some traces. As like as two peas in the manor, Tony Stark found a studio with the same layout as the scenes before Mandarling's threat video. Apparently, the live broadcast on television wasn't in Pakistan, but it was filmed here. This made Tony Stark's mind a little confused. The Mandolin the U.S. government is looking for is in the U.S. Moreover, even if Aldrich Killian provides technical support to Mandolin, there is no need for him to come to his secret base. Mandolin's identity is very sensitive. Once exposed, the consequences are very serious. He really does not need to take this risk. But Tony Stark didn't figure out the reason for this for a while, so he had to press the bottom of his heart for a while and continue to search. In the underground of the main building and garden of the manor, they also found several huge basements, one of which is located under the main building. Although the semi-basement with a large area has been emptied, it still left some traces of the laboratory. This was supposed to be the place where they studied the desperate virus. The basement of the garden is deeper underground, which has left many traces of explosion and high-temperature burning. There are even signs of melting of bricks in many places. The viewing environment should be the place they saw in the confidential internal video of AIM, where they conducted the desperate virus experiment. All kinds of signs show that this huge manor was the secret base of AIM's ultimate biological plan. From that studio, it seems that this ultimate biological plan is not only about human body strengthening, but also about the super-terrorist Mandolin. But the specific connection is not clear to Tony Stark. What shall we do next? Standing in an open space in front of the manor's main building, Tony Stark looked at Chen Mo and asked vaguely. This time, Tony Stark was a little lost. Although he found the place where AIM carried out the desperate virus experiment, the other side had run without trace and left no clue. However, Chen Mo is not too disappointed. Although Aldrich Killian is cunning, he seems to be just a joker. If he can escape this time, he can't escape the next time. Facing Tony Stark's question, Chenmo said calmly, "They'll do it, just wait. If they make another explosion, aren't many people going to die?" Tony Stark was a little worried. After all, Mandolin had never done anything before which caused many civilian casualties. Chenmo takes a look at Tony Stark and shakes his head. No, their next goal has already been set. In Tony Stark's confused eyes, Chenmo said slowly, "Remember the menace of Mandolin on TV." Tony Stark recalled the terrorist threat of Mandolin he had seen in the villa before. He quickly responded. He couldn't help looking at Chenmo and said excitedly, "The last class. You mean his next target is President Ellis. But how could they have killed the president? They can't, but we can." On the other side, Aldrich Killian has evacuated to the sea with many of his men from the original manor. Aldrich Killian was supposed to let Eric Severn deal with the explosion attack on the Chinese theater, and then go to arrest Pepper to threaten Tony Stark. But after the expected time passed, he never heard from Eric Severn. Instead, he heard about his death on TV. Aldrich Killian knew that because of the sudden appearance of the commander, Eric Severn not only failed to complete the bombing mission, but also was killed. Although Chenmo's accident upset his arrangement, Aldrich Killian did not intend to terminate his plan. Holding the virus and a large number of ultimate creatures, strengthened by the virus, Aldrich Killian doesn't think he needs to fear the commander or the so-called Avenger Alliance. Chenmo was a well-known superhero as early as 70 years ago. He once led the Allies to defeat the secret forces of the Communist Party of China. It's said that he was extremely powerful. But in Aldrich Killian's view, the secret forces were not so powerful. What Chenmo could do, his ultimate creature could do. Although Chenmo's strength in the New York incident was as strong as that of the Zeteri soldiers, whose combat effectiveness was not so bad, was destroyed in front of him like cutting melons and vegetables. But it mainly depended on the strong performance of the steel battle suit, which itself was a mechanical equipment, just restrained by their high-temperature ability, and could not exert much combat effectiveness in front of the ultimate creature. Come on. Under the influence of 3,000 degrees high temperature, no advanced mechanical equipment can operate normally. As long as it is contacted by them, it will inevitably fall into paralysis, not only unable to play its original power, but also become a burden. In the whole Avenger Alliance, in addition to Raytheon and the Hulk in the war with the Zeteri Legion, showing unimaginable super strength, making him feel very afraid, the other people in the Avenger Alliance were not in his eyes at all. His ultimate creatures, strengthened by the desperate virus, are no weaker than the members of the Avenger Alliance. They even rely on their strong, nearly immortal self-healing ability and the ability to control the high temperature of terror. The actual combat power of the ultimate creatures is even higher than most of the Avengers Alliance. The battle between Chenmo and Thor, the god of thunder, is a private duel. Except for all the people in the Avenger Alliance, outsiders don't know. So most people don't know that Chenmo's strength is even stronger than that of Thor. In the eyes of Aldrich Killian, Chenmo is just a brave superhero willing to sacrifice for the common people. His strength should be similar to that of the Captain of the United States. Even if he is better than his ultimate creature, he can't stop their sea-enclosed self-explosion. The reason why he was able to defeat the invasion of the Alien Legion at the beginning was only the steel battle suit made by Tony Stark and the large equivalent nuclear bomb launched by the U.S. government. It is not so much that he defeated the aliens as that the ultimate weapon of mankind defeated the aliens, and his ultimate creature will be even more powerful than the nuclear weapon, the real ultimate weapon. Human beings have won the war with nuclear weapons and defeated the aliens. He can also defeat the Avenger Alliance and rule the world with his ultimate biological core. Of course, self-confidence comes from self-confidence, but Aldrich Killian has no intention to fight with the Avenger Alliance. After all, the Avenger Alliance represents the just side. If he stands out like Mandolin, he will not become an evil villain. Even if he defeats the Avenger Alliance, he will be attacked by the United States government and other countries around the world. It's totally out of line with his original intention. Since he was insulted by Tony Stark and spent a night waiting on the top of the building in loneliness and despair, Aldrich Killian has realized that it is safer to control everything in secret, because once exposed to the eyes of the world, people will have the target of attack. The army, aircraft, missiles will attack him. Although he is in charge of the desperate virus and has a powerful ultimate creature subordinate, because the desperate virus is not perfect and the success rate is very low, the number of his ultimate creatures is actually not large, and now he can't do a positive fight against the strong power of the country and the army. Aldrich Killian's plan is to use the name of Mandolin to kill the current President Ellis in the form of terrorist attacks. According to the federal Constitution of the United States, when the president dies during his term of office, the vice president will replace him as the new president. Now the vice president is actually with him. The vice president's beloved little daughter lost a leg in a car accident and has been confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. The desperate virus he has can help her repair her broken leg and stand up again. Moreover, the extinction virus does not end in one injection. Because the extinction virus is not perfect, it needs to be injected regularly and continuously to absorb the extinction virus so as to maintain the stability of the body. As long as the extinction virus is injected and becomes the ultimate creature, then it must rely on him to continue to live healthily. This is also the ultimate creature of his staff, the reason of obedience. The life and death of the vice president's daughter will be in his hands, and Mr. Vice President regards his daughter as life. Through her, Aldrich Killian can firmly hold the vice president in his hands and obey his orders. As long as President Ellis is killed and taken over by his vice president at his command, then he can use the power of the president to control the power of the U.S. government and even the military. At that time, the Avengers Alliance will no longer pose a threat to him. He can use the president to suppress or even control commanders and his superheroes. He has even thought about a Superhero Management Act to restrict the rights of Avengers Alliance and suppress their activities. In the future, all actions of Avengers Alliance must be under the command of the President of the United States. It can only be said that Aldrich Killian thinks things too simply. At his present level, he has no access to the top-secret existence of the Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, let alone the more hidden SHIELD Bureau and Hydra. Although after cooperating with the Vice President, he also heard from the Vice President about the existence of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. In his opinion, it is just a group of secret organizations like the FBI or the CIA composed of ordinary people. When his plan is successful, on the one hand, he can use Tony Stark to help him improve the desperate virus and enhance the success rate. On the other hand, he can also use the power of the government to strengthen disabled soldiers in large quantities and build his own ultimate biological core. No matter how strong the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau is, it is not worth mentioning in front of his ultimate biological core, and the President of the United States is under his control. What does a small Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau calculate? When his plan succeeds, he will have the supreme leader of the most powerful Western country and the most terrible terrorist in the world. On the other hand, he will control the war and the huge interests and rights of life and death represented by it. Just as the United States sent troops to attack Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya in those days, there is Mandolin, a comparable super-terrorist, who will have reason to wage war against any country in the name of suppressing terrorists. This not only represents that AIM will gain huge economic benefits as the largest arms supplier in the United States, but also gradually control the whole world by launching the anti-terrorist war. His ultimate biological legion in its legal capacity will gain greater power than the Avenger Alliance, become a new guardian of world peace, help him suppress the Avenger Alliance, firmly control the whole United States and even the world. This time, Chen Mo's accident and Eric Severn's death did not change Aldrich Killian's plan, but accelerated his implementation of the plan. That night, shortly after the explosion of the Chinese theater, they invaded the national broadcasting network of the United States and made a new terrorist threat. He had intended to lead Tony Stark to Pakistan through this threat. He had set a trap there and waited for Tony to jump in. Then he could get Tony Stark and his Steel War clothes at the same time. Tony Stark can help him improve the virus, enhance the success rate, and eliminate the potential explosion, while the Steel War suit is the key to seize the President of the United States. The President of the United States has a strong security and defense force. Generally, it is very difficult for them to get rid of the overwhelming pursuit, even if they send out a large number of ultimate creatures to forcibly seize the President. When we were on Air Force One, things were different. When flying in the air, the biggest threat faced by Air Force One is missile attack, so Air Force One is equipped with a strong anti-missile system. The electronic countermeasure system can interfere with the enemy's radar and aiming system, and can also interfere with launching infrared decoys when attacked by infrared-guided missiles, which is almost impossible to be hit by missiles. Therefore, when flying in China, it is usually only to conduct air control over the airspace of the route, and there will be no F-16 fighter escort, and only a small number of Secret Service agents will accompany the escort inside the aircraft. This situation is really powerless for ordinary terrorists, but with Tony Stark's steel shirt, it would be totally different. Wearing steel battle clothes, they can easily catch up with Air Force One, directly break into the interior of the plane, and seize the President. Even if they are escorted by fighters, they can completely rely on the powerful combat power of steel battle clothes, first clean up the fighters, and then with the President, calmly disappear in everyone's sight. But it's a pity Tony Stark didn't fall for it. It also shows that Tony Stark has doubts about Mandolin. Fortunately, long after learning that Eric Seven was killed by the commander, Aldrich Killian realized that their relationship with Mandolin and the explosion might be exposed. When President Ellis had not killed him and the final plan had not been completed, Killian was cautious and arranged for his men to evacuate in advance. The villa, which was used as the secret base of the ultimate biological plan by Aldrich Killian, is located in the eastern suburb of Miami, close to the sea. The surrounding area has a small flow of people. Under the cover of the number and night, the personnel and equipment of the manor are quietly transferred to a large private yacht. When Chenmo and Tony Stark arrive at the manor, the yachts have long been in the open sea and cannot be traced. Chenmo also tried to let Jarvis search for the whereabouts of Aldrich Killian and others, but they seem to have been prepared for the whole evacuation. Not only were the monitoring systems and hard disks in the manor all destroyed, but all the monitoring videos around the manor were all invaded and deleted. Jarvis did not find any useful pictures. Chenmo is not surprised. They have been able to invade the U.S. radio and television network many times in a row, and they have not been found yet. They must have strong computer technology. It's no surprise to erase all traces when they leave. And judging from a series of actions of Aldrich Killian, there should be a think tank beside him to make an action plan for him and prepare various emergency plans in advance. Although the evacuation is sudden, it should also be prepared early, so although the time is short, it is carried out very quickly without any trace. It has to be said that Aldrich Killian has worked hard these years, but he has really attracted a lot of cutting-edge talents. In addition to Maya Hansen, who has developed the Desperate virus, the silver sphere-shaped holographic projection device Killian used to demonstrate the principle of the Desperate virus to Pepper, is also the cutting-edge technology product of AIM. And the top hackers that Aldrich Killian has brought in are the hackers who have invaded the American radio and television network and cleaned up all the monitors around Jungyuan. With the help of these cutting-edge technology talents and powerful individuals, Aldrich Killian has more power than most people expected. That's why he was able to create a comparable super terrorist out of thin air. Top talent, cutting-edge technology, powerful people, and the support of the vice president behind the scenes. AIM is enough to accomplish many things that ordinary people can't imagine. Aldrich Killian's plan to kill President Ellis and take control of the United States in secret is not an impossible one, but a completely practical one. In the movie, he almost succeeded. Even if Tony Stark did his best to fight for the Iron and Steel Battle Clothes Corps, he failed to stop the well-planned plot of Aldrich Killian. Not only was President Ellis captured successfully, but also he was defeated one after another in the face-to-face battle with Aldrich Killian. Several sets of steel battle clothes were discarded. If the halo of the protagonist didn't break out, he would probably die in the hands of Aldrich Killian, and he successfully completed the final plan. If Chen Mo doesn't step in, Tony Stark is not really Aldrich Killian's opponent. That's why Chen Mo and Tony Stark came to Miami together this time. He was also worried that Tony Stark would come to Killian's territory alone. He didn't kill the enemy, but he sent him to the door and was caught by Killian. In that case, it's estimated that Tony Stark's self-confidence will definitely be hit hard, and his anxiety will definitely become more serious after a little improvement. Now Killian and his men have left directly, and Chen Mo and Tony Stark have not made more stops and have returned to Los Angeles directly. Chen Mo knows that Aldrich Killian's next goal will be Tony Stark's steel shirt. In the movie, Aldrich Killian set a trap and won the only steel warsuit except Tony Stark, the war machine controlled by the U.S. military. Today's world, due to Chen Mo's intervention, has changed a lot from the original movie world. Although it still keeps the original plot line, many details the stanzas are totally different. It didn't happen that the U.S. government asked to hand over the steel war clothes. Tony Stark himself is easy to say, just a playboy, super rich, but Chen Mo who stands behind him is not easy to provoke. As a former major general of the Allied forces, Chen Mo led the special forces to defeat the powerful Hydra army of the Communist Party of China, helped the Allied forces to turn around the war situation, and won the victory of World War II. Finally, in order to prevent the Hydra's plan of killing the world, he flew into the sea and saved the world. Chen Mo has a very high reputation all over the world. Even the senior level of the United States dare not make his idea at will, especially after Chen Mo returns to the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support, goes straight to the senior level and becomes the commander of the Special Forces. No one dares to start against him. With Chen Mo, a real big man with great reputation, strength and power, Tony Stark is the real one. Even if he covets his steel war clothes, no one dares to reach out. So Tony Stark did not give out the steel war clothes, and naturally there is no war machine. All the steel war clothes except Tony Stark are only available in the Avenger Alliance building. Compared with the Avenger League building, which gathers a large number of superheroes and Horrible Hulk, it's obviously Tony Stark's better place to start. Deep in the Atlantic Ocean, a luxury large private yacht is quietly moored on the sea, surrounded by the boundless sea. There are no other boats except this yacht. On the deck in the bow, Aldrich Killian, with his back combed and a stiff suit, was facing the sea with a satellite phone in his hand, listening to the reports of his men who had been left on the ground during the evacuation. Two figures fly towards the villa. It seems that the base is indeed exposed. The information in the hands of Chad Davis should be in the hands of the commander. Two sets of steel battle suits should be the commander and Tony Stark. When Aldrich Killian talks about Tony Stark, there is a trace of hatred in his eyes. He will never forget the despair and insult Tony Stark brought to him. In fact, when Aldrich Killian left before, he also considered whether to stay in the manor and set up an ambush. If Tony Stark dared to come, he would simply catch him. But in the end, he gave up his adventure and chose to leave. The estate is different from the trap he set in Pakistan. Pakistan is far away in South Asia. The people there are only the ultimate creatures assigned by him. Even if the plan fails, they will lose only one of them. The manor here is in the United States, close to downtown Miami. Although it usually has the advantage of hiding in the city, if it fights, it will expose them. When the final plan is not completed, he can't be exposed, otherwise it will cause great hindrance to the later plan, or even a failure. After all, President Ellis is still alive and Vice President is only Vice President. If their relationship with Mandolin is exposed, they will inevitably face the encirclement and suppression of the government and the army. Even if the Vice President wants to help them, he will not be able to do it. Moreover, Pakistan's side is in the name of Mandolin's stronghold. If Tony Stark goes there, it means that he has been involved. In the face of a group of terrorists, Tony Stark will not have too much defense. In addition, he is not clear about the restraint of desperate creatures on steel uniforms, so it is easy to catch him. But if Tony Stark did not go to Pakistan but came to the manor, it means that Tony Stark saw through their calculations, and might even know the connection between them and Mandolin. Then he would be more cautious and prepared, and the difficulty of catching Tony Stark would be much greater. And once Tony Stark escaped after the battle, he would there also going to be completely exposed. In this case, it's better to evacuate and leave an empty manor. On the surface, this manor has nothing to do with him or AIM. They usually pay great attention to concealment. As long as they are not caught in the current situation, they can't be connected with Mandolin. The feasibility medical report and related materials in Chad Davis's hands can't prove the connection between them and Mandolin. But for safety, before the final task is completed, Aldrich Killian decides to hide himself deeply. Before the final moment, he will never appear easily. As for the steel battle clothes, he naturally has a more secure way to get them. After listening to the report from the other side of the phone, it was found that Chen Mo and Tony Stark had left the manor after they were defeated. Aldrich Killian immediately ordered, "Good Bright, you're on your way to Lowe's Angels with your men, as planned." At this point, Aldrich Killian paused, his face heavy. "This time, I don't want any more accidents." At the words of Aldrich Killian, a tall, beautiful, and very sexy blonde intellectual beauty standing beside him frowned. A little worry flashed in her eyes and looked at Aldrich Killian's desire to speak and stop, but she didn't say anything at last. Aldrich Killian finished the phone call and turned to look at the intellectual beauty around her with a smile on her face, but it didn't let her relax, but it made her feel nervous. "Maya, how's the layout of the lab?" Aldrich Killian asked the woman gently. This beautiful and sexy intellectual beauty is the genius beauty scientist who created the desperate virus, Maya Hansen. Aldrich Killian is now able to take aim to such a scale, secretly master a powerful ultimate biological force, and cooperate with the vice president. Maya Hansen and her desperate virus play a decisive role. But what she wanted at first was to apply the virus to the medical field and cure all diseases, injuries, and disabilities. Unfortunately, Aldrich Killian, the boss of AIM, didn't think so. Killian thinks that the military field is the real value of the virus, and has been trying and developing the application of the virus in the military, including the powerful ultimate biological soldier, and the superhuman bomb comparable to the powerful high-explosive bomb. Maya Hansen is just a simple scientist. She is too obsessed with scientific research. All her efforts are on the research and improvement of desperate virus. When she responds, the development of the whole research has gone beyond her expectation and control. In the face of the powerful and crazy Aldrich Killian, as well as her hard research and development, she has invested more than 10 years in it. Seeing the research that is about to be completely successful, Maya Hansen has no other way but to follow Aldrich Killian. She knew what Aldrich Killian had done over the years. Although it was on the surface that madness and evil Mandolin had made those terrorist attacks, Maya Hansen knew that Mandolin was only a substitute for Killian. In front of her, Aldrich Killian is the real crazy and evil super-terrorist. He is ruthless and ruthless. He does everything to achieve his goal by any means. What he does is frightening. So although Killian in front of her spoke to her with a kind smile, Maya Hansen knew exactly how cold-blooded he was. He has a good attitude towards himself, just because he is valuable to him and can help him to research and improve the critical virus for him. If she lost her use value or blocked the way of Aldrich Killian, he would definitely kill her without hesitation. Maya Hansen never doubted that. Recalling the rickety figure she had just met in Switzerland, Maya Hansen couldn't help wondering if her decision to join AIM was wrong. This devil can be said to be created by her. If it wasn't for her desperate virus, Aldrich Killian would not be reborn, gain great power and special ability beyond ordinary people's imagination, and then generate a huge ambition to rule the world. To some extent, today's Aldrich Killian can be said to be created by Tony Stark and Maya Hansen. The two of them, one gave him a soul full of hatred and evil, the other gave him a strong body and strength, and all this was because of that passionate night. But as the mother of demons, Maya Hansen was full of fear in the face of Aldrich Killian. Hearing his questions, Maya Hansen immediately restrained her face and nodded seriously. The laboratory has been set up, but every time the desperate virus is injected, there is a possibility of self-explosion. It's too dangerous to stay on the ship all the time. Aldrich Killian smiled confidently, looked up at the dark sea in the distance, and said slowly in a voice full of excitement, "It won't take long for Brett's operation to succeed, and then we can go back to land and finish the final plan." Looking at the ferocious and crazy smile on Aldrich Killian's face in the dark, Maya Hansen's heart sank. Maya Hansen only felt that under the dark sea around the yacht, there seemed to be some unknown terror monster which might leap out at any time, devour her, and a strong unease appeared in her heart. But what can Aldrich Killian do when she is standing by her side in the boundless sea and without the strength of her hands? What is left in my heart is only weakness. On the other side, Chenmo and Tony Stark soon returned to their luxurious villa at Marbury Beach in Los Angeles. The two crossed the whole United States and flew back and forth, but it took more than an hour in total. It can be seen that the speed of steel war clothes is fast. Although Aldrich Killian left ahead of time, which made their raid empty, the discovery in the manor confirmed a lot of things, and also let them know more about Killian and Mandolin. In the living room, Pepper and Harpy are waiting anxiously. When they see Chenmo and Tony Stark coming up from the underground garage, Pepper quickly gets up from the sofa and walks quickly to meet Tony Stark. Although accompanied by Chenmo, they went to each other's nest after all, and there should be a lot of powerful enemies there, even the enemies who can explode themselves. Pepper was still worried. Waiting in the villa was restless. Tony Stark saw the anxiety and worry on Pepper's face. He couldn't help but feel a little sweet in his heart. He immediately smiled and stretched out his arms to hold Pepper in his arms. Chenmo looks at Harpy on the other side. Harpy can't help spreading his hands. He looks used to it. It's all pediatrics for him. Tony has been much more restrained since he was with Pepper, and in front of him he was just hugging. At the beginning, Tony was a playboy. When all kinds of cover girls on the bed kept changing, they were just like nobody else. Harpy had already practiced, and all kinds of sounds and pictures were filtered automatically and harmoniously. "How are you doing?" After hugging Tony for a while, Pepper came out of his arms and asked with concern. Tony Stark shrugged at the words. "One step late, they ran away," Tony said, holding Pepper's shoulder, walked to the sofa and sat down, but his arm still didn't leave Pepper, so he put his arm around her and went on talking. "But we found their lab in it and the studio where Mandolin was broadcasting live TV. The relationship between Killian and Mandolin is absolutely extraordinary." Tony Stark's face was heavy when he said that. "It's not just a business relationship, it's probably a partnership. Cooperation." Pepper allows Tony to sit on the sofa and hug her. He listens to his story carefully. When he hears this, his brow is wrinkled. From her previous contact with Aldrich Killian in Stark Industry, she knew that Killian, like Obadiah, was a mercenary businessman who sold arms or human bombs to terrorists. Pepper was not surprised, but the significance of cooperation with terrorists was totally different. That means he's a terrorist himself. Tony Stark's hand slipped from Pepper's shoulder to his slender waist, and his face remained unchanged. He continued solemnly, "Yes, cooperation." However, the specific situation is not known for the time being, but behind this series of terrorist attacks, there is definitely Killian's participation. On the other hand, Chen Mo, who had been sitting on the sofa as early as when they hugged, thought to himself. Pepper and Tony looked down on Aldrich Killian. Where is the cooperation between him and Mandolin? Mandolin is a puppet of Killian, and Aldrich Killian is the real Mandolin. What's next? Knowing that Aldrich Killian and Mandolin are more closely related than they thought before, Pepper asked anxiously. She is also worried that suicide bombings like before will happen again. Next time, Chen Mo will not arrive in time, and many innocent civilians will die for it. Tony Stark hears the words, takes advantage of Pepper's inattention, stealthily glances at Chen Mo, sees Chen Mo doesn't pay attention to his conversation with Pepper, takes the remote control to watch TV, immediately relieved and boldly plagiarizes Chen Mo's speculation and says with confidence and pride, "Wait, wait." Looking at Pepper's expression similar to his, Tony Stark nodded, and as he continued to move his hand down, he said proudly, "Yes." Mandolin has revealed in the previous live TV broadcast that his next goal is the president, and under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to get close to the president under the close protection of Secret Service. Pepper listened to Tony Stark's conversation carefully and didn't seem to notice his declining hand. The only way to do that is to use my steel suit to directly invade Air Force One. When Pepper heard this, he immediately understood their plan. He wanted to wait for the rabbit. Tony Stark looks at Pepper's appearance, and at the same time, the palm covering Pepper's back slides towards his final goal. But just as Tony Stark was about to touch the target area, Pepper, who had been sitting on the sofa and had no reaction to his little movements, suddenly stood up and walked straight up the stairs. "I went to take a bath." Feeling the sudden emptiness of his hand, Tony Stark sighed with regret but listened to Pepper, who had already reached the stairs, turn around with the handrail and watch him slowly. "Come with you too." Tony Stark's face, which had already collapsed, rose up in a flash with a bright smile. He quickly got up from the sofa without even looking at Chen Mo and Harpy and ran after Pepper. "Dear, wait for me." Because of anxiety, he has not slept with Pepper for a long time, let alone had in-depth communication. Today, he must make up for all that he left before. Chen Mo and Harpy, who are ignored directly, look at each other and see their helplessness in their eyes. That night, thanks to the excellent sound insulation effect of Tony Stark's luxury villa, several people had a good sleep, but when they got up in the morning, Pepper's face was moist and radiant, while Tony Stark's face was gray and white. His eyes were black. His legs were more like noodles, soft and shaking a little. Looking at Tony Stark's appearance, Chen Mo seriously doubts whether this guy slept or not last night. He should have been fighting until dawn. After breakfast, Pepper was escorted by Harpy to work in Stark Industry. Chen Mo looked at Tony Stark, who was lying on the sofa, and shook his head helplessly. As Tony Stark is now, it's useless in a short time. If Aldrich Killian's people are killed, they can only deal with it by themselves. This kind of serious loss of vital energy and spirit is different from ordinary injuries. It cannot be recovered in a short time and may even hurt the root. After a long time, there will be hair loss, emaciation, hunchback, memory loss, slow thinking, and so on. In my mind, I imagine Tony Stark with a Mediterranean hairstyle. His forehead reflects light like the smooth armor of a steel war suit, and his whole body becomes as obscene as that of Aldrich Killian. Chen Mo can't help but have a wild cold. Fortunately, today's Tony Stark is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take for him to recover. Maybe I need to take him to Chinatown to find an old Chinese doctor to prescribe several pairs of tonics. With 3 times of ordinary people's physical fitness and gradual repair of self-healing ability, Tony Stark, though seriously worn out, finally recovered from the scrap state after most of the morning. Although the eyes are still a little lethargic, the overall state is still a lot better, at least not like the morning, a weak look hollowed out. The recovered Tony Stark got up from the sofa he had been lying on for a long time, but his face was still hung with a touch of meaning. Chen Mo's eyes twitched. This guy is not going to continue tonight, is he? In this way, even super soldier serum and self-healing ability can't save him. Although Chen Mo is Tony's godfather, he is not good at interfering with the private life of his wife. So Chen Mo has to help him in another way. When Chen Mo had a plan in his mind and turned to look at Tony Stark, Tony, who had just risen from the sofa, suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. It seemed that a malicious look fell on him from behind. Just when Tony Stark said something bad in his heart, he heard Chen Mo's serious voice behind him. "Tony, I haven't compared your fighting skills for a long time. I don't know if I've stepped back." Tony Stark could not help shaking in his heart, and his body was frozen there for a moment. Chen Mo used to test and guide his fighting skills. Every time he crawled out of the training room. At this time, I heard that Chen Mo said that he would test his fighting skills again. Even when his face changed, his once painful memories stimulated him. His eyes were activated instantly. His bones and bones turned around, and his slow brain thought about the countermeasures quickly. Soon Tony Stark's eyes brightened, and he turned to look at Chen Mo, saying pleasantly, "Dad, I have no idea how to practice Kung Fu in this period of time, but I'm not idle either. In the past 6 months, I have been in the laboratory for at least 16 hours every day, and I have made a substantial upgrade of iron and steel war clothes." As Tony Stark said this, he carefully observed Chen Mo's expression and found that Chen Mo showed an interested look, and his heart was a joy. He immediately took advantage of the heat and continued to boast. "The arc reactor, armor drive system, flight power propulsion system, control system, deployment and dressing system have all been greatly optimized. The overall performance of the warsuit has been greatly improved, which is more than 1 chip better than the original old version." At this point, Tony Stark licked his face to Chen Mo and said pleasantly, "Dad, although your outer armor is the strongest Edelman alloy, it doesn't need to be replaced, but the internal devices and systems can be upgraded. I promise that after the upgrade, the combat power of battle armor will definitely increase. With the powerful strength of your crushing the Protoss, no one in the whole universe will be your opponent." Chen Mo looks at Tony Stark as if he's trying to sell Li Wan. He doesn't want to talk about the flattery of the world. Can't help but doubt that Tony Stark in front of him is really the Iron Man in the movie. How about exercise? How about reserve? Chen Mo can't help but reflect on whether he has been adjusted a little too much. But Tony Stark looked at Chen Mo's non-committal appearance and couldn't help but get a little worried. He was worried that Chen Mo would pull him to test Kung Fu later. Tony Stark didn't dare to delay anymore. While Chen Mo didn't open his mouth, he turned around and walked towards the underground garage first but continued, "Come on, Dad, let me show you the secret super weapon library that I've worked hard to build in the past 6 months. I haven't even seen Pepper." For fear that Chen Mo would suddenly open his mouth and call him, Tony Stark said, but he didn't stop at his feet. In an instant, he came to the stairs leading to the underground garage. He didn't care whether Chen Mo followed him or not. He walked down the stairs directly, and then there was no shadow. Chen Mo can't help smiling at Tony Stark's fleeing figure. In any case, Tony Stark is happier now than in the movie. His parents are alive. His lover is on the side, Dr. Eason, Sharon, Rogers, and other close relatives and friends, as well as his godfather who has been covering him. At least he will not be lonely and will not experience the same suffering and inner torture as in the movie again and again. He has the warm home he asked for in the original movie. Maybe that's why he's like this. Think of here, Chen Mo also dispelled to Tony open small stove idea, smiled to stand up from the sofa, then a flash disappeared in the living room. Tony Stark ran down the stairs to the underground garage while Chen Mo didn't stop him. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a flash in front of him. It seemed that there was an extra figure. Tony Stark's heart suddenly tightened. He looked up and saw Chen Mo standing in front of him, smiling at him. There was a sense of desperation in Tony Stark's heart. It seems that he can't escape today. Just as Tony Stark was about to give up his life, he heard Chen Mo speak slowly. "Come on, let me see your super arsenal." Tony Stark was very happy when he heard that. The moment of depression was gone, he said pleasantly. Good, this way. As he spoke, Tony Stark stepped forward and led Chen-mo to the circular platform in the middle of the underground garage. Don't worry, Dad. I won't let you down. This underground garage has always been used as a laboratory by Tony Stark. In addition to a pile of luxury cars and antique cars in the corner, it is full of various equipment and instruments. Compared with the appearance in Chen-mo's memory, other things have not changed much. The only thing that comes out is the circular platform in the center of the garage. Following Tony Stark, the two men stepped on the circular platform and stood in the middle of the platform. Tony then ordered Jarvis. Jarvis, open the super arsenal. Yes, sir. As the voice fell, Chen-mo felt the platform under his feet shake slightly. The area with a diameter of more than 1 meter in the center of the platform they were standing on suddenly fell down slowly towards the bottom. At the same time, a strong sound of mechanical operation, accompanied by the sound of heavy metal moving at their feet, seems to have a heavy metal door is slowly opening below. In fact, at their feet is another small circular basement, and the ground of this basement is not ordinary floor or cement ground, but a circular metal gate with a diameter of more than 10 meters, almost occupying the whole ground. At this time, the metal gate is slowly cracking from the middle, like a blooming petal, slowly opening towards the surrounding, revealing a huge hole. Inside the cave, it seems to be very dark and can only be seen faintly. There seems to be a lot of things arranged in order. Chen-mo and Tony Stark stand on the platform, slowly descend, and soon descend from the opening. Tony Stark can't help turning his head to Chen-mo, and his voice is full of excitement and pride. This is my super arsenal. With Tony Stark's voice falling, the original dark space light suddenly lit up. What appears in front of Chen-mo is a cylindrical space with the same area as the above circular basement, but the height is much higher. But on the wall around this space, there is a steel war suit with different colors and shapes. Rao is that Chen-mo already has a set of Defense Invincible Edelman alloy steel war clothes, but seeing so many different models and models of powerful and domineering steel war clothes at once, he can't help admiring them. It has to be said that Tony Stark's design ability and aesthetics are very good. Each set of these steel war clothes has different shapes, colors, and even many structures, but they keep the same design style. At a glance, they know that they are the armor of Iron Man, and no matter what it is, it looks very cool and handsome, which makes people can't bear to look away. Battle armor is arranged in order from top to bottom. There are more than 10 sets in each layer. Chen-mo's eyes can see that 3 layers have been filled. That is to say, in this half-year, Tony Stark alone hid in the laboratory and created more than 30 sets of steel battle clothes. In Chen-mo's perception, at his feet, the super weapon warehouse is still 10 meters deep, and the space of 7 or 8 floors is still empty. If all is filled, it can hold more than 100 sets of steel war clothes. Chen-mo doesn't know if Tony Stark would stay in the lab until he filled up the arsenal without the incident of Aldrich Killian and other unexpected interruptions. That's all I've achieved in this half-year. Tony Stark proudly points to a suit of war clothes in front of him and introduces it to Chen-mo. This is Mark 17. My name is Heartbreaker. The cluster gun in my chest has been upgraded to a more powerful impact gun. Its attack power is the strongest in all the battle armor at present. Chen followed Tony Stark's hand and looked at an energy emitter on his chest, which was obviously bigger than other armor. The armor was also more angular. This is Mark 23, code-named Shadow. It's a heat-resistant armor with multiple layers of thermal protection and defense armor. It can work normally in extreme temperature environment and even walk on the magma spewed out by volcano. Tony Stark put his finger on a camouflage coating. The armor looked more round, but it was a little thick, he said. Hearing this, Chen-mo can't help but think of the ability of desperate creatures to produce high temperature. This set of armor doesn't know whether it can resist the horrible high temperature they produce. The temperature of magma is generally between 900 and 1400 degrees Celsius, while the high temperature produced by the ultimate creature is as high as 3000 degrees Celsius. Although this armor is specially used to protect the high temperature, It's hard to say whether it can block the desperate creature. Next, Tony Stark introduced the new armor to Chen-Mo one by one. They are not only different in appearance, but also in function. Heavy battle armor with higher armor defense and strength. It's painted in black and silver. The heavy and strong armor looks very powerful. The close combat strength is the strongest of all battle armor. Special heavy-duty building armor is designed to help construction. 2 heavy-duty impact drills are used instead of 2 arms. It can easily crush concrete and hit the enemy. It is also very destructive. Super high-speed armor, the overall weight is lighter, but the defense strength does not decline too much. With the more powerful back thruster, the flight speed is as high as 6 Mach. In addition, there are anti-radiation armor that can withstand extreme radiation and protect users from radiation damage. Equipped with extensible arms and claws, disaster rescue armor that can rescue in complex and dangerous places, can withstand extreme pressure, can reach the deepest sea armor of the ocean, equipped with movable booster packs and zero-gravity mobile thrusters, and can suborbital armor for flight in outer space. In addition, among these armor, there is a large blue armor that is several times larger than other armor and occupies 4 empty spaces. Tony Stark said it was a load-bearing armor for lifting and carrying heavy objects, but Chen-Mo could not help thinking of the anti-Hawk armor that had not yet appeared. But now Tony Stark doesn't need to make anti-Hawk armor. With Chen-Mo's help, Dr. Banner has been able to maintain his sense of reason and will not lose control again. Naturally, there is no need to prevent his violent departure. After visiting Tony Stark's War Clothes Museum, the 2 men began to upgrade their battle armor. Chen-Mo's armor upgrade is not a problem. From more than 30 similar armor in Tony's super arsenal, we can see that the core design of these uniforms has not changed much, mainly the performance upgrade of various systems and components. The biggest change is Mark 42's decomposition deployment function. This design can decompose the war suit into many parts and automatically fly to the user for dressing. However, this decomposition and deployment function is of no use to Chen-Mo. Instead, it is not as fast as the original overall dress. Chen-Mo's battle suit usually comes directly into the space when the rear armor is open. When he needs to dress, he can directly close the open rear armor as long as he takes the armor out of the space close to his body. It only takes a few seconds to finish dressing quickly, and this form of decomposition and deployment has more complex deformation of components and takes longer to complete the dressing. Moreover, this method of decomposition and assembly has a big disadvantage. That is, its firmness is very low. Because the connection between the parts is not stable enough, it is easy to disintegrate under strong impact. It is not as strong as Chen-Mo's uniform, which is a whole. So Chen-Mo's steel battle suit doesn't need to be changed too much. Just upgrade and replace the original systems and components. Tony Stark has been making war clothes crazily before. There is enough spare parts in the laboratory. They should upgrade Chen-Mo's war clothes. The outer layer of Edelman armor doesn't need to move naturally. No matter how talented Tony Stark is, he can't make a stronger armor material than Edelman. But in addition to the outer Edelman armor and the most basic Edelman framework, most of the parts and devices inside the armor have been replaced with a new version with stronger performance developed by Tony Stark. Based on the 4th generation of arc reactor made of new elements, the 5th generation of arc reactor with energy generation and output efficiency is optimized. More power output, so that the armor can break out more powerful armored power unit. Stronger propulsion can make the flight speed faster flight power propeller. The shock absorption system has better shock absorption effect and can buffer off stronger impact force. Using conscious control, faster than body motion feedback speed, higher accuracy, more sensitive conscious control system. When the upgrading of the battle suit is completed, the appearance of the battle suit looks almost the same as before, except that the light of the arc reactor at the chest is more dazzling. In fact, the overall performance of the suit has been greatly improved. The maximum strength of the single arm of the war suit has reached an amazing 10 tons. It can easily lift a heavy truck, and the flight speed has reached 11 Mach. If combined with the mental force, the maximum speed can reach 13 Mach. Apart from the intercontinental ballistic missile, with a flight speed of more than 20 Mach, almost no missile can catch up with his speed. In addition, the armor's shock absorption system, detection scanning system, and weapon system are all upgraded, and their performance is much better than the original. But these are not Chen Mo's most concerned, the most satisfying, in fact, the newly upgraded control system. Originally, the movement of iron and steel battle suit was to use the movement sensor inside the battle suit to sense the movement of Chen Mo's body. After systematic processing, the action of the battle suit was controlled according to the movement mode of Chen Mo's body, so there was only a short delay. When fighting with ordinary enemies, this short delay can be ignored and will not cause too much impact. But when the opponent is the same as Chen Mo, the reaction speed is far faster than ordinary top-level strong. This short delay is very obvious. It is easy to be caught by the opponent and fall into a disadvantage. So when Chen Mo fights with the real top strong, he never wears a steel battle suit, even if it can make him stronger. However, the upgraded steel battle suit made up for this fatal weakness in response speed. It was connected with consciousness through brain wave acquisition device built in the helmet and directly controlled by consciousness. There is almost no delay from Chen Mo's mind to his body's action, which is similar to Chen Mo's body's own reaction speed. In this way, Chen Mo will be able to fight in an iron and steel battle suit when he meets the top powerful person in the future. Although Chen Mo has 12 times the physical quality of ordinary people, but limited by the physical conditions of human beings, his single-arm strength is only more than 2 tons. Among ordinary superheroes, Chen Mo is quite powerful. However, compared with Thor, the god of thunder, and the mighty Hulk, there is a huge gap. Chen Mo used to rely on speed and flexibility to avoid attacks. If he couldn't avoid them, he would rely on Zhenjin's shield to resist. He didn't dare to carry them on his head. Now, with the upgraded steel battle clothes, Chen Mo can put on the battle clothes when fighting with these top strongmen. With the help of the huge power bonus of the battle clothes, the battle effectiveness can be said to be greatly increased. In addition to these regular upgrades, considering the upcoming battle with Aldrich Killian and his ultimate creatures, and knowing that their high temperature has a great restraint on the steel battle suit, Chen Mo specifically asked Tony Stark to add a special heat insulation layer under the surface layer of Edelman alloy armor, the same as that of Mark 23 heat-resistant armor layer. Although it can't completely withstand the high temperature of 3000 generated by the ultimate biological body, it can also play a protective role. At least it won't be paralyzed if it is caught by them like in the movie. It's not just Chen Mo's suit. Knowing that Aldrich Killian will take action soon, Chen Mo, who is not far away from the battle, asked Tony Stark to add insulation to his latest Mark 42. If it wasn't for the limited special insulation materials in the laboratory, Chen Mo would have Tony put all his war clothes on the insulation. Anyway, this guy is also idle. It's better to improve the comprehensive combat ability. If you really want to fight, you will paralyze others. Even Jarvis could not find their place in a short time because of the fact that Aldrich Killian had been hiding at sea and had temporarily cut off all contact with the outside world. So Chen Mo chose the simplest way, waiting for the rabbit, and Jarvis warned the surrounding situation, waiting for Aldrich Killian to come out of the villa. For the next 2 days, everything seemed calm. There was no explosion. There was no threat of terror. Nothing happened. But Chen Mo and Tony Stark knew that it was just the calm before the storm. Aldrich Killian's manor base has been exposed. Although he has decisively evacuated all personnel and equipment in advance, it does not mean that he will give up his original plan and ambition. To avoid the long dream, the plan will be destroyed, and he will certainly accelerate the implementation of the plan. Chen Mo's prediction is not wrong. Although Aldrich Killian hid in the Atlantic yacht and did not move, his men have arrived in Lowe's Angels and lurked in the dark. Originally, The most powerful person under Aldrich Killian was Eric Severn. Killian had ordered him to attack Pepper before. However, Chen Mo's accident not only damaged their carefully prepared bombing attack, but also killed Eric Severn on the spot. So this time, after leading most of the people to the sea, Aldrich Killian sent another powerful general under his command, Alan Bright, a former National Security Agency female agent, to arrest Pepper. And because of Chen Mo's appearance, in case of emergency, Aldrich Killian sent two more ultimate creatures, who also received the transformation of Desperate Virus to help. The exposure of Miami Manor base has proved that Tony Stark has a strong ability to invade the network. They have the ability to invade the national radio and television network and the public monitoring system, and they will naturally be prevented from being found by Tony Stark. So after arriving in Los Angeles, Alan Bright and his two companions have been moving in the dark. All the actions will avoid the camera. It's not difficult to avoid the camera when they deliberately do so with their strong physical quality strengthened by the Desperate Virus. In the villa, people did not notice the situation. Alan Bright has a complete grasp of Pepper's whereabouts. Originally, Alan Bright had thought about taking people directly into Tony Stark's villa, packing Tony Stark in his steel battle clothes together with Pepper, who was very concerned by the boss. They have three desperate creatures that have been strengthened by the Desperate Virus. Even if Tony Stark is wearing a steel battle suit, he will never be their opponent. But when she saw Chen Mo's figure in the villa through the telescope in the distance, and never left, Alan Bright gave up the idea immediately. Although there are three of them in the presence of Chen Mo, it's too risky to attack the villa directly. With the experience of Eric Severn, Alan Bright will be more careful. After all, the commander's prestige is too great. So, after a period of covert investigation to make sure that Chen will not leave in a short time, Alan Bright decided to catch Pepper according to the original plan. This morning, after breakfast, Pepper was escorted by Harpy as usual. He left his villa by the sea in a car and headed for Stark Industry. Sitting in the back seat, Pepper recalled last night's battle with Tony and could not help but draw a happy arc from the corner of his mouth. Since the New York incident, the in-depth communication between the two people has been much less. Even if there is one, it is usually cursory. Since Chen Mo came back, Tony's anxiety has improved. At night, it has completely changed. Not only has he recovered his previous vitality, but even more importantly, he seems to have to make up for all that he owes her in the past 6 months. Although she didn't stay up all night for the next 2 days as the first night, she also fought until midnight. Although Pepper can bear it, she will inevitably be sleepy in the morning, so she almost fell asleep in the company these days. Today is no exception. Just after leaving, Pepper in the back seat went asleep with a satisfied smile. Harpy took a look in the rearview mirror at Pepper, who was sleeping in the back seat. He was also used to shaking his head and driving attentively. Tony Stark's seaside villa is not too far from Stark's Industry. It's going south along the seaside road, and it won't take long to get there. But today is not going to be so smooth. Just after the car turned a corner, Harpy suddenly found that there was an uncle falling in the middle of the road not far ahead, cutting off the road completely. And it's strange that the lower part of the trunk of this tree is still burning with fire. It looks like it was chopped by lightning and fell down. But Harpy knew it was wrong after a little thought, because it was sunny today and there was no thunder at all. But time can't allow Harpy to continue to think about it at all. On one side of this seaside road is a cliff, and on the other side is a mountain wall. At this time, the whole road is blocked by this tree, and the car can't go through at all. If you directly hit it, you will be even more killed. Harpy can only step on the brake immediately and decelerate with all his strength. Fortunately, Harpy's reaction speed was very fast, and the car finally stopped before hitting the tree trunk, while Pepper, who was dozing in the back seat, was also shaken up by the sudden violent shaking of the brake, and his hands hurriedly supported the seat back in front, without directly patting his face on it. "What's the matter?" When the car stopped completely, Pepper quickly raised his head and asked Harpy suspiciously, "The road is blocked. Something is wrong." Just after Harpy's voice fell, they didn't wait for other reactions. The roof of the two people's heads suddenly gave a big shock, and then a large part of it sank in as if something had hit it. When Harpy's face changed, he shouted, "Sit down," and then quickly put into gear, step on the accelerator, suddenly back the car, and at the same time quickly turn the steering wheel in a sharp tire friction sound. The car fell over the head. If something else fell on the roof of the car, it would have been thrown down. But when the car turned around completely, Harpy didn't find anything falling down, which made his heart sink. Just as Harpy quickly shifted gears and was about to step on the accelerator to rush back, he suddenly found that there were two people on the way ahead. One left and one right blocked his way. If it's normal, Harpy will hesitate, but now it's obvious that someone ambushed on purpose. Harpy bit his teeth, stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and the engine roared violently, pushing the car to accelerate towards the front. To Happy's astonishment, seeing the car speeding up, the two people in front of him didn't even try to avoid it. On the contrary, just as he was speeding up, they also started up and rushed up to the car. There are not many vehicles in this section of road, only 2 lanes. At this time, 2 people, one left and one right, who are blocking the road, just block the road completely. There are cliffs on both sides and mountain walls on one side. The width is not enough for cars to pass through. There is no place to hide. Harpy's face was heavy. His eyes were fixed on the 2 people who were coming to the front. Instead of slowing down, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and shouted to Pepper in the middle of his mouth, "Sit down." Pepper looked back at his head and saw the 2 people rushing towards the car. Naturally, he knew that the situation was wrong. He immediately held the seat back tightly in front of him, and his eyes continued to look forward. The distance between the 2 sides was not far, and the car rushed to the 2 people in an instant. Through the windshield, Harpy and Pepper could clearly see the expressions on the 2 faces outside. Seeing that they are about to be hit by a speeding car, although the current speed has not yet been fully raised, it is enough to hit ordinary people seriously. But Harpy and Pepper do not see any panic and fear from the front 2 faces. Instead, they are relaxed and disdainful. The next moment, the 2 sides finally meet. The 2 people still didn't dodge. One left and one right were hit hard by the car's head. The huge impact force made the car's head bumper dent in a moment, and their bodies fell heavily on the front cover of the car. The sudden impact of the car also shocked the car. Both Harpy and Pepper can clearly feel that the impact is not small, but then a shocking scene happened. I saw that the 2 people who hit the car were neither flying out nor involved in the car, but just lying on the front cover of the car, slowly raised their heads. Like the flowing magma, the hot orange-red light came out on the 2 men, quickly climbed up their cheeks along their necks, and the hands lying on the front cover of the car quickly became red, and in an instant became like a burning iron, and the surrounding air became twisted under the high-temperature baking. Pepper didn't react for a moment, but Harpy recognized their identity at a glance. When he was in the Chinese theater, Harpy and Eric Severn had a hand in each other. They were familiar with the light of the magma and the hot temperature. Obviously, the 2 people in front of him, like Eric Severn, were the ultimate creatures under Aldrich Killian. Looking at Harpy and Pepper in the car coldly, the 2 people lying in front of the car directly raised their red and hot arms, so they had to make some moves. Happy can't help but shrink his eyes when he wants to hit the steering wheel and shake them off the car. But at this time, the top of Harpy's head is bang. A hole is opened. A red arm directly penetrates the roof of the car and stretches down, a grasp on the steering wheel. Harpy wants to exert himself but finds that his strength can't move. At the same time, a hot heat came from the red arm in front of him, which made Happy feel that his hair was curling up quickly, and he could not help leaning back. Sitting in the back of the car, Pepper looked at the red arm stretched out from the top of the broken car in shock. He felt that the temperature in the car rose rapidly and became hot. A molten iron fell from the hole in the roof, just between Harpy's legs. In a blink of an eye, it burned a big hole in the seat. Harpy felt the hot temperature coming from the 2 legs, but he felt the crotch and the bottom cool. But at this time, Harpy had no time to think about the following issues. After being held by the red and hot arm in front of him, the steering wheel covered by real leather bag was soon exposed even if it burned. After the palm was burned, Harpy had to loosen the steering wheel. At the same time, the two people lying on the front of the car will also send out a surprising high-temperature arm toward the engine hood severely inserted. The engine hood was directly broken like a film, and their arms were deeply inserted into the front of the car, not to their elbows, and then accompanied by a burst of noise. The original roaring engine sound quickly weakened, and soon lost the power completely. The two people actually rely on their hands to destroy the engine directly. Happy felt the sudden loss of power, began to slow down the car, eyes a condensation, then severely stepped on the brake. This time, the inertia produced by the car's all-out sudden braking is much larger than that of the previous quick turn. The two people lying on the front of the car fly out directly from the front of the car. The arm inserted into the engine plows two deep gullies on the front of the car. The melted metal can be clearly seen at the edge, red. The enemies on the roof were not spared. Under the huge inertia, the root of the arm that the roof extended into quickly moved towards the front. It melted the iron sheet on the roof and the windshield together and made a long crack. Finally, it pulled out the burning red steering wheel directly, broke the windshield and fell out towards the front. Harpy and Pepper, who were wearing seat belts, were still sitting in the car unharmed, but their faces were not good. Through the big hole in the windshield, the two can see that the three people who were thrown out by Harpy's emergency brake were nothing at all. The two people in the front of the car rolled on the ground for a long time and soon got up again. Under the clothes that had been scratched on their bodies, the injured parts were filled with hot magma, and the injuries that were not serious were soon repaired as they were. However, the figure of the road flying out of the car roof was not as embarrassed as the other two people. Her figure flipped flexibly in the mid-air, adjusted her figure quickly, and finally fell to the ground steadily with her back to them. Standing up from the squat position, the figure slowly turned around. First, I saw the red burned steering wheel, which was only the skeleton in my hand, and then I threw it to the cliff next to me. Then I looked up at the two people with a cold smile. It was not until then that Harpy and Pepper finally saw the man on the roof. It was a beautiful woman in a suit and short skirt with short red hair. But at this time, her face was cold and ferocious, but it destroyed the original beauty, leaving only the cruel and ferocious like a snake and a scorpion. The sleeve of the suit that originally went to the elbow was also burned when the high temperature was just started. The whole red arm, like lava, was exposed to the air. With the red awns flashing around the head and neck from time to time, the whole person looked like a lava devil from hell. Looking at the stalled car ahead, Alan Bright and the two people who came up behind him surrounded the car together. Harpy had been fighting with Eric Severn before. He had seen the power of desperate creatures. Just now, he had experienced the power of Alan Bright. He knew that he could never fight against them. Even with Pepper, he could not be the opponent of the three people in front of him, but up to now, he will not wait to die. "Call Tony and I'll hold them," Harpy whispered to Pepper behind him, then pushed the door open and went out, alone to meet the three people walking in front of him. Harpy. In the back seat of the car, Pepper heard Harpy's words and tried to stop them, but it was too late. Looking at Harpy coming out of the car and striding towards the enemy ahead, Pepper couldn't help but feel anxious. Even if he wanted to go down and help, he thought of Harpy's whispering words just now and immediately paused. Just now she saw a series of performances of the three Ellen Bright. They were obviously the ultimate creatures under Aldrich Killian. The strength of any one of them should be above her. She can't help even if she goes down now. It's better to call for support. Finally, reason prevailed. Pepper bit his teeth and stopped looking at Harpy. Instead, he quickly picked up the dropped cell phone from the ground and called Tony under the cover of the seat. But soon, Pepper's face was changed, and the number just dialed out and then directly hung up automatically. Pepper looked up at the top of the screen. No signal. Pepper's heart sank. Apparently, the other party was prepared. The device blocked the cell phone signal in this area in advance, making them unable to ask for help. The other party seems to have made a careful plan, and their reactions are expected by the other party. Thinking of this, Pepper's heart can't help shivering, and the feeling of being calculated is not good. But soon, Pepper calmed down. Since they can't ask for help, it's up to them. Pepper immediately stopped hiding in the car and left his useless cell phone. Pepper opened the door and walked out. Even in absolute disadvantage, she has to fight with Harpy. However, standing outside the car, Pepper found that the fierce battle with one enemy and three in her imagination did not happen. Alan Bright, the red-haired woman who had just been thrown out of the car roof, was standing quietly in front of the car, looking at her thoughtfully. At the foot of Alan Bright, Harpy, who had stepped out of the car first, had fallen to the ground. Nobody knew. Tony Stark's bodyguard, Happy, who has been enhanced by improved super soldier serum, has been solved face to face. At this time, Harpy was lying on his back on the ground. On his magnificent stomach, there was a big hole with thick and thin arms. The edge was scorched black and white smoke was emitted. Inside, blood was bubbling out and the white shirts around were dyed red. Harpy. When Pepper saw it, he could not help exclaiming, while Harpy on the ground was lying there with his eyes closed, unresponsive to Pepper's voice. Alan Bright looked at Pepper, who was worried, and said with a sneer, "Miss Pepper, Mr. Killian wants to see you. Please come with us." Pepper looked at Alan Bright with a look of sadness and indignation and said angrily, "No way," Alan Bright said in a cold voice. "It's up to you, get her." As soon as Alan Bright's voice fell, Pepper felt that her arms were being grasped from behind. She tried hard to struggle, but she found that the two hands were like pliers, which firmly fixed her arms. She could not earn any money with her milk strength. But the other two got around the car early, surrounded it with Alan Bright, and cut off her back to prevent her escape. Seeing that Pepper was still struggling after being caught by them, Alan Bright stepped forward immediately and cut her neck with a knife in Pepper's angry eyes. Pepper only felt the blackness in front of her eyes and then passed out in a coma. Stunned Pepper, Alan Bright smiled triumphantly, then looked at the other two and said in a deep voice, "Take her, let's go." Alan Bright finished and turned straight to the guardrail on the side of the road. The other two carried Pepper to their shoulders and walked towards the guardrail near the sea just as behind Alan Bright. Nearly a meter-high guardrail, three people directly and lightly jump over easily, and then along the steep cliff with great slope, they can easily climb down, and in a flash, they can go down to the seaside at the bottom of the cliff. After jumping among rocks, the three finally stopped on a rock tens of meters away from the sea. Standing on the edge of the reef, Alan Bright took out a remote control from his body and operated it. Soon, a few meters away from the reef, a long black shadow gradually emerged under the blue water. As the shadow became more and more obvious, at last, the sea burst and split from the middle. A black submarine more than 10 meters long broke through the sea and floated up. When the submarine was fully afloat, Alan Bright jumped up first, crossed a few meters directly, and landed steadily on the submarine. The remaining two followed closely and boarded the submarine with the comatose Pepper. Alan Bright was on the remote control again. The hatch above the submarine opened automatically, and the three men immediately penetrated. Soon, the hatch of the submarine was closed again, and the submarine dived into the sea again. When the shadow of the submarine disappeared completely, no trace of them could be found on the sea. Just as the submarine and Pepper disappeared together, the road, lying on the ground on Harpy's body, is also changing. The blood hole on Harpy's belly, which was punched by Alan Bright with a 3,000-degree high temperature, has stopped bleeding. The burnt flesh around the blood hole is slowly wriggling and falling down, revealing the fresh tender meat below. It is healing a little bit. The intestine in his belly is also slowly being repaired. More than 10 minutes later, the big hole of the arm became smaller and smaller, and finally it was completely healed. Under the hole of the burnt black and blood-stained shirt, a smooth white belly appeared. With the recovery of the injury, the comatose Harpy soon woke up and suddenly opened his eyes. Harpy turned over and stood up from the ground. He looked around cautiously, but soon found that the three ultimate creatures attacking them had disappeared. Harpy didn't relax but turned to look at the car behind him. Looking at the empty back seat of the car with the door open, Harpy's face suddenly changed. Pepper's gone.